Testing, testing. All right. Cool. Looks like everything's good to go. Looks like we are live. I see a couple people are here. If you want to let me know if the sound is all good, I'd appreciate that before I get going into this live stream. Either way, hopefully it's all right. All right. All right, I think we're all set. I think we're good to go. We're ready to rock here. All right. What's up, MB? Hey, thanks for tuning in, man. Appreciate it. It's gonna be a long stream, so we'll see. We'll see if you can hang around. LTXM Killer. Also welcome. Awesome. All right. Well, here's the deal for you who are tuned in live. Audio is a bit quiet, meaning me or the music. Let me know. And while you're letting me know, here's what we're going to be doing for those of you who are live here. I'm going to do my little intro so that this makes an okay YouTube video, and then we're going to get into ranking all these different heroes talent trees. There's a lot of them, so it's going to be quite a long stream. So if you got time, you want to hang out, you want to nerd out about World of Warcraft builds and stuff like that, and that's what we're going to be doing here this evening. So mic audio is quiet. Okay, let me pump that up there. Did it get louder? Testing, testing, testing. Is that better? I know there's some delay, so we'll see if that changed anything. All right, y'all let me know. I can adjust as needed. All right, we're gonna get this started. All right, welcome everybody to the Open World of Warcraft, where we're 100% focused on open world PvE content in World of Warcraft. My name is Setsuko, and in this video, this live stream, we're gonna tackle a huge project here. I'm gonna be ranking each of the hero talent specializations based on how good I think they're gonna be for open world content. When we talk open world content, we are talking about leveling, we're talking about doing world quest, delves, which are the new sort of end game progression content we've got for open world PvE, those kinds of situations, also events and things like that. So we're going to be looking at that from that angle, which means we don't care about raids, we don't care about dungeons, we don't care about PvP, we care about that open world content. We're going to look at things primarily from the perspective of trying to do things solo, not because we don't have friends, but because we want to challenge ourselves. I'm looking forward to doing a lot of solo delve content in the War Within and trying to challenge myself at the highest level with the different classes and specializations and hero talent trees and all that kind of good stuff. So that's the perspective that we're tackling this from. And that being said, you know, I'm ranking these. It's going to turn into kind of a tier list. You really can't make a tier list without some subjectivity being in there, some sort of bias. That's just how it is. But I'm going to try my best to make it clear when I have a bias. And also, I have a system that I'm using here that I'm going to give to you, so that if you want to adjust ratings and things like that based on, you know, your own personal preference or thoughts, you can do that. And it won't just be like, oh, he put it in S and said this, so but what if it's B for B? Hopefully you can take what I do and make adjustments and come up with your own determination as well. So that's what we're going to do here. To everybody who's tuned in already, man, I appreciate you being here. For such a small channel, it really means a lot. So thanks for hanging with me. And yeah, we're going to hop into this. So I'm going to start by going over the system that I'm using to rank these hero talent trees. If you don't know what hero talent trees are, quick up to speed. We didn't get more talent points for the regular talent trees in the War Within, but we got 10 more levels. So they're giving us the option to choose a hero talent tree as something that we can do in terms of our progression in the World of Warcraft, the War Within. So we'll get into looking at that. We're going to look at this stuff on Wowhead, etc., etc. So let's talk about the system. I'm not doing a S rank, A rank, B, S plus, this, etc. I'm doing a points system. Essentially, each hero specialization, hero talent tree, whatever you want to call it, I'm just going to call it each hero spec, is going to start at a certain place, and then it can earn points to move up in the ranking. And the points that it can earn are based on categories that I think are important when playing in open world content. So I've got these here for you, and I'm going to go ahead and show them to you. So this is how this is going to work. So first off, right out the gate, there's going to be a specialization adjustment. Okay, we're looking at this from the perspective of open world PvE. In my experience, if you are playing a tank spec, or if you're playing a pet specialization that has a pet that can tank for you, you're better off in a lot of open world content. And for that reason, tanks and pet specializations are going to start with +1. If you don't like that, if you're like, no, that's not true, no, not at all, just subtract the +1 that I give to the spec and you're good to go. And this is what I mean. You can, if you don't like that I bump something up because of this, you can take the point off, right? That's hopefully the beauty of this. Then I'm going to deduct a point for healing specializations. Okay. And we'll see why, we'll get into why, but typically what I find is that healing specializations, while you can spec them towards damage, it's a lot harder to do compared to a tank specialization. A lot of times your talents have like no wiggle room for damage. It's increased healing, etc., etc. And while that's good, you can't really typically heal yourself to victory in a lot of these scenarios. So you just kind of end up with like a middling pseudo DPS character. And then anything that's not a tank, pet spec, or a healing spec is just going to start at flat, right at 0. No bonus points, no points taken away. Okay? So we're going to make that initial specialization adjustment. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to look at the core concept of the hero talent tree. So for this, I'm going to take you over to Wowhead, and we're going to be looking at Wowhead quite a lot so that we can look at these talent trees. So let's say we come in here and we look at this Deathbringer talent tree. Right here, we have the hero talent tree in the middle. When I say core concept, here's what we're going to consider. The very first talents in the hero talent tree, because this tells us what is the point of this hero tree. Usually this gives us the main mechanic, the main little hook that's going to get us into it. We're also going to consider the last talent, because that's kind of like when all the pieces come together, what is the big thing that kind of kicks it up a notch? And then the last thing that we'll consider when rating this particular part is going to be any active passive talents that are in here. Okay, so all these little passives won't count towards this rating, only actives will. Or if we read one of these talents and it refers to something that we have to dig in here for, we'll count that too. But in general, it's going to be top and bottom talent. That's the core concept. And what we're doing here is if the core concept seems really solid for open world content, seems like it's going to be a plus, it's, it's good, we're just going to leave that at 0, right? That's the minimum standard. If it seems like that core concept is going to make a really big impact, a really big difference, or it's going to define like a brand new build that you can play, you can do something really weird, crazy with it, we're going to give it a bonus point. And if it looks like it's not going to be really good for open world content, it's going to be tedious to play, etc., we're going to take a point off. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is look at the hero talents, the other ones. So we're going to look at all these, the 9 in the middle. And we're going to look and see how many of these are actually useful in open world content. Maybe they add damage, maybe they add movement speed, survivability, etc. We're going to look at that and we're going to see how many dead talents are there versus how many good ones are there. And then based on that, if we have 7 or more core talents that are useful, we're going to give +1. If we have 3 or less that are useful, we're going to do -1. And then everything else just stays at the status quo. So basically, if the talents are crazy good, we're going to take off a point or add a point. If they're crazy bad, we're going to take away a point. Okay. And then the last thing we're going to look at is how much can we use the class talent tree and the specialization talent tree to boost the hero talent tree. So for example, right here, this is talking about Blood Plague. If we go over to the Death Knight Blood Plague stuff, if we search for it in the talent tree, if we find nothing, and this is a core component, we're going to subtract a point because it's like, well, all we really got is the hero talent tree. There's nothing else we can really do to tweak it. On the other hand, if we see like, oh, there's plus damage, or, you know, maybe we can reduce a cooldown or something, then we'll leave it at 0 points, because that means we can boost those hero talents. And if there's all kinds of crazy synergies where we can like make things behave in different ways, add new mechanics, get extra charges, things like that, then we'll give it +1 points. Okay. I will pull this up periodically just to kind of remind everybody of what's going on here in terms of the rating and ranking system, but this is what we're going to do. So the way this works is anything that's at a +4 means it is a tank or pet spec that got maximum points. Right? Our DPS specs, their maximum is 3, and our healing specs maximum is 2. Okay? If you got questions about that, throw them in the chat. I'll answer them as best as I could. I've already ranked and rated a bunch of these independently to test this system out, and I like it. I think it's a lot better than me going, oh, I think this one's cool, I'm going to put it at S. Okay? And this is really how I go about looking at these builds and things like that anyway. So, all right. So what we're going to do, just to kind of keep it a little spicy here, is we're going to rank these alphabetically by hero class. So that way we're not just doing warrior, 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 priest, 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 priest. But we still have some sort of semblance of an order here. And in the actual VOD, I'll be putting timestamps up for each of these so you can hop to the one that you're interested in. So if all you want to see is warrior, you can just skip to the warrior hero specializations. All right. The last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the link to this tier list that I'm using in the chat in case you want to set it up and do something similarly. So here's what it looks like for me. We've got 0 points right here. This is where we start for DPS. We've got -1, which is where we're going to start for healers. And then it goes down to -2, 3, and 4. Right? And then +1 is going to be our starter for tank specs and pets. And then this goes up to +2, 3, and 4. So this is the best I can do. The best I can do. Glad you like it. I mean, ultimately, I'm going to rank something low that you love, or I'm going to rank it high that you think is terrible. It's going to happen. But hopefully this will kind of keep that, you know, to a rare occurrence as opposed to a constant one. All right, so our first specialization we're going to get into here is going to be the Demon Hunter Aldraki Reaver. Now, the Demon Hunter, there's only 2 specializations, so they both have the exact same hero classes. But what we're going to do here, we've got our Vengeance Aldraki Reaver. That is our tank spec, so it goes in +1. And then we have our Havoc Aldraki Reaver, so it's going to go in +0. Okay, so then what we're going to do is we're going to come over here. And we're going to go to Demon Hunter, and we'll start. I'm just going to go in order by whatever specialization is first on the WoW head list here. And we're going to go over to Aldraki Reaver. Okay, so on our rating systems, we've already done our +1 for specialization. So the next thing we're checking is the core concept. So we're going to look at our first talent here, Art of the Glaive. So consuming 6 soul fragments or casting the Hunt converts your next throw glaive into Reaver's Glaive. Okay, basically the way this works, you consume those soul fragments or you cast the Hunt, you get this Reaver's Glaive. When you chuck it, it kind of puts you into this like combo system, right? So it says it begins a well-practiced pattern of glaive work, enhancing your next Chaos Strike and Blade Dance, both abilities that we're going to use all the time. And so what it does is the first ability you use gets a 10% increased damage boost, and the second one gets a 20% increased damage boost. Based off of that, I see that as, right now we're at +0. This is solid. It's definitely a perk. You're going to consume soul fragments. You can totally spec into the Hunt. I don't feel like by specking into the Hunt, you're losing out on something else that's super significant, so that's fine. And we're getting bonus damage on a couple of abilities. That seems really solid to me. Then we check the bottom down here. It says after consuming both enhancements, you gain Thrill of the Fight, increasing your attack speed by 15% for 20 seconds and your damage and healing by 20% for 10 seconds. So again, to me, this is a nice boost. It's a nice amp. At the moment, this isn't like revolutionary. I'm not looking at this going, whoa, this adds a new element, or we could totally do something different here. So for me, this is a +0 right now for core concept. Solid, not too crazy. Okay. Then we go to the hero talents. So we're going to look at each of these and we're just going to go, okay, is this good? Is this bad? So the first thing we got here, when enhanced by Reaver's Glaive, our Blade Dance is going to cast 3 additional glaive slashes to nearby targets after Chaos Strike. So if we do that first, it's 6 slashes. Okay, that's more damage. Good. This is how simple this is. More damage, good. Like, we don't really need to dig into it much further than that. Next, the second enhanced ability shatters an additional soul fragment. That's more healing. That's more damage. Okay, Chaos Strike does more damage. That's an ability we use all the time. We're at 3 points. Okay, Vengeful Retreat can be cast a second time, or it resets the cooldown of Fellblade. Both of those are pretty nice. I would consider Unhindered Assault to be pretty solid here. So we're going to give that a point for 4. We got another choice node here. Fellblade surrounds you with Blade Ward, which reduces damage taken, or each soul fragment you consume shields you. Soul fragments. We're going to be picking those up all the time to heal. I always say Havoc Demon Hunter. The best defense is a really good offense. Shattering those soul fragments, picking them up. So a shield on top of that, solid. So we're at 5 points. Reaver's Glaive generates Fury. That's good. Or Throw Glaive deals AoE damage. Also good. We're at 6 talents that are good here. When enhanced, Chaos Strike is going to increase the damage you deal to the target. We're at 7. Okay. While Reaver's marks on the target, your attacks do an additional Glaive Strike. We're at 8. Okay, and then consuming a soul fragment causes your next Chaos Strike to deal additional damage, blah, blah, blah. Every single one of these talent points is fantastic. So for hero talents, we're doing a +1. So we come back over here, and Havoc moves up +1. Right? So now we're going to look at the synergy. And what I do for this is I'm going to look at this and go, okay, so we have to consume soul fragments. So the first thing I want to see is, do we have additional ways to consume soul fragments or shatter them, etc., with our talent tree, right? And what I'm seeing right now is we got some, pretty standard stuff here. Yeah, like the stun, this is not a lot. A sigil, that's okay. Like, to me, this is not crazy. It's not nothing, but it's not crazy. So the next thing I want to look at is, okay, can we enhance Throw Glaive, right? And we absolutely can. We absolutely can in Havoc Demon Hunter. So already we got the Ricochet here. We can give increased range, but then over here, increased damage. We've got a Fury cost and throws a second Glaive. Let's see, increased damage when enemies take a hit from Glaive. And then Throw Glaive causes targets to take additional 100% of damage as chaos over 6 seconds. We've definitely got ways to mix in increased damage from our Throw Glaive. Right? The other thing, our kind of key abilities that we're using here is Chaos Strike and also Blade Dance. So we've got plenty of ways to modify Blade Dance. When it's that many, I don't even really need to look at them. And then if we look at our Chaos Strike, it's the same thing. Like the key takeaway here is that there's so many ways we can tweak and modify and enhance the core abilities of this specialization through mostly like our specialization tree. To me, this makes it more interesting. You can do some things, you can really amp up this hero specialization. And for me, that's another point. Okay. So that's how the rating system works. I kind of spent a little extra time on it here just so you could get a feel for it. But at the moment, Havoc Aldraki Reaver is a +2, which is 1 step down from the maximum that a DPS spec could be. And the point comes off because the core concept is just solid, right? To me, like getting more damage and stuff like that, it's great. Havoc already has a lot of damage, and there's nothing super crazy there. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. And again, you could take the same thing, and if you're like, no, actually, I think that core concept is great, you give it the extra point and move it up to +3 on your own list. That's fine with me. All right, so let's do the same thing. We're going to switch over, and we're going to go a little faster. A lot of these I've read through already, so I can just kind of fly through and tell you here. But for Vengeance, we're going to go Aldraki Reaver. Okay, so first thing here, consuming soul fragments, casting the hunt, convert your next throw glaive. We got that. Now, here's the difference for me with Vengeance and Havoc. Okay, Havoc is a tank spec. What we want on tank specs is more damage, because for open world content, generally speaking, we have plenty of survivability. So to me, anything that adds a significant amount of damage to a tank spec is game changing. It's high impact. And this could have said something like, instead of dealing increased damage, you take less damage. If it said something like that, I would say this is a +0. But because it says you get increased damage, and we want that on tank spec, to me, for our second rating here, core concept, this is high impact, right? And we can verify that by looking at these other talent points here and seeing that, yes, these talent points are still causing you to do increased damage. Again, if this was like, you know, Sheer applies Reaver's Mark, which causes you to take less damage from that enemy target, I'd be like, but it's all damage focused. So for me, Vengeance Aldraki Reaver gets a point for high impact. The talents, if we go through these, we've got additional glaive slashes, we've got additional soul fragments, increased damage, we've got the same vengeful retreat there. We've got the shields, which I don't actually consider all that impactful on Vengeance, so I wouldn't give it the point there. We've got the AoE and the Fury generation, that's 5. Increased damage 6. Additional glaive slash 7. And then additional damage 8. So even though we didn't count this one, it's still got 8 out of 9 as very solid talents. So we're going to bump it up a point as well. And then the final one is synergy. Again, if we look here for like throw glaive, okay, in this case, we don't really have a lot of modifications for throw glaive. You can see we've just got a cooldown reduction, which is pretty impactful. That to me is enough to kind of give us a +0 at the moment. But our other abilities are going to be soul cleave, and then also our shear, which is also fracture if you take it. I believe if we check here, if we take this, does it convert it over? Yeah, so it converts over to fracture. So, you know, what ways do we have to modify our soul cleave? Right, we've got several ways here. So heals, that's okay. We've got the frailty application, which is pretty nice there. We've got some synergies with that. And then our other one here is going to be fracture. Right, and then also fracture. Let me take that out of here. That's going to be our shear. Right. So we've got some synergies in here, nothing too crazy. And I think that, you know, if we had some more synergistic ways we could do things here, with that, it would make a difference. But here's where Vengeance makes up for it. It's going to be soul fragments, okay? Because what we need to do to activate this is either cast the hunt or generate soul fragments. Now, we do have to consume 20 of them on Vengeance, but we've got Spirit Bomb that will consume fragments. We've got our Fracture, which we can pick up here, that shatters 2 soul fragments. Immolation Aura can shatter soul fragments. Every 10 you consume increases the damage of your next soul cleave or spirit bomb, which we're going to be using. Over here, we've got bulk extraction, 1 minute cooldown that shatters 5 lesser or soul fragments and immediately consumes them. And then also we have soul carver right here, which we can use to get additional lesser soul fragments. So The synergy from Vengeance actually comes from the ability to generate massive amounts of soul fragments and trigger this more often. And because of that, I think that we do have a pretty heavy synergy. We can modify some of the abilities we use here, but also we can just choose to go into these different ways to both create and consume soul fragments more frequently. So for me, that's synergistic ability support. That's a +1. So we started off pretty hot here. We're already got a +4, the highest rating we can get. I really do think that Vengeance Aldraki Reaver is looking like one of the nicest tank specializations that we have for the War Within and hero talents. All right, so hopefully you got kind of a feel for what we're doing here. And we're going to move into the next one. So this is going to be Archon for the Priest. Okay. So Holy healing spec, it's going to go at -1. Shadows, the DPS spec, it's going to go at 0. So let's come over here to Holy Archon. All right, so casting Halo causes you to create a halo around you at 100% of effectiveness every 5 seconds for 10 seconds. So you get 2 halos, basically, and the radius is increased by 10 yards. Down here, Halo now centers around you and returns to you after it reaches its maximum distance, healing allies and damaging enemies each time it passes. Okay, so this is the first one that I'm going to rate down for the concept, and this is why, okay? Halo, it is not an ability that I like to use in open world content, okay? So right here, this choice node, Halo has a 30-yard range, okay? It's going to go out 30 yards. Well, sorry, from where it's at, it's going to go out. It's a 30-yard radius circle. When we get this centers around you, it's going to go out 15 yards both ways, but we're actually going to get that 10-yard radius increase. So it's going to go out 20 yards one way, 20 yards the other way. I do not want to pull that many things on a priest. And typically speaking, unless you really pay attention to your positioning, which I just don't want to do, I don't like, I don't like this for open world content. A dungeon sounds great. A raid might be pretty cool. Open world content, I really don't want to use multi-target abilities that have a super huge range like this. So for me, this is actually something that I would rate down, saying it's no benefit or tedious to play, because you've really got to consider your positioning a lot when it comes to this Halo, and the repeating effect to me also doesn't necessarily make it that great, because again, that's multiple times for you to potentially pull extra stuff that you didn't want to pull. So solo, open world PvE, I actually rate the Holy Archon core concept down 1 point. Okay, so then we take a look at the hero talents. What I'm looking for in a healer is damage. It's just damage. I don't care about healing. I don't care about defense. I just want damage. Okay, so this is healing done. Also, crowd control is okay as well. So this one here I would count. We get a second Psychic Scream. You can spec into making it so your Psychic Scream keeps people in place instead of making them run. So that's totally fine. So I give 1 talent point here. Halo damage and healing is increased. Now, I'm looking at these from the perspective of you like this, you chose it, we're already in it. So even though I don't like the concept of Halo in general used in open world content, if you pick this, increasing the damage and healing of Halo is good. So I'm going to count that as a good talent. So hopefully that makes sense. Okay, even if the core concept I kind of rate down, if the talent is still good for the core concept, we're going to give it the benefit of the doubt. Okay, this is healing again. This one is fine. You get 5% more stamina from Power Word Fortitude. That's solid to me. Spirit of Redemption, not so much. Power Infusion gives you 10% haste. That is a plus. That's more DPS, so we're at 4. Halo grants Surge of Light. That's fine. That's more healing. Increase the healing done by flash heals. Consuming Surge of Light reduces the cooldown of her Holy Word Sanctify, which we don't really care too much about. So 4 talent points, get the point here. And based on the rating, that's just enough to keep us at neutral. No zero or no plus or minus. Okay, so then we look at synergistic support. And basically what we're looking for here is ways to modify Halo. That's the core thing that we're going to be using here. Everything else here was just kind of like generic buffs. And there's really nothing we can do with Halo. We can pick it up over here, and that's really about it. So that is a -1 because there's limited, there's like no support. And this is what I mean by, you know, considering this aspect. It's like you can pick up all these talents and then it just is what it is. You can't really do too much over here or over here to kind of tweak that. Okay. Even in the case of like power infusion, giving you 10% extra haste, that's like a small buff to an ability. It's not actually giving you anything new mechanically. So even that, like, I don't really value too much. So again, that's going to be another -1. So not bottom of the barrel, but pretty close. So basically what I'm saying here is based on my judgment, I wouldn't recommend that you play Holy Priest Archon for open world PvE content in the War Within. Okay. That doesn't mean that really good players aren't going to be able to achieve the highest difficulty stuff with any of these specializations. They absolutely will be able to, and I'm going to challenge myself to do it as well. But I'm just kind of looking like for the average person in the average situation, you know, hopefully it's clear that you're probably going to do a lot better as a Vengeance Aldraki Reaver than you will as a Holy Archon. So let's take a look at the Shadow side of it. So we're going to go Shadow Archon. So again, you know how I feel about Halo. That doesn't change just because we're on Shadow Priest. So that's a point down. If we look at the talents, all right, we got damage dealt increased. We've got the Psychic Scream one. Halo damage increased. Okay. Enemies damaged by your Halo take increased damage. We're at 4. We get the Power Word Fortitude for 5. Infusion for 6. Halo gets you Surge of Insanity, which is a nice buff to have, 7. Okay, increase the damage done by Mind Flay and Insanity, 8. And then Consuming Surge of Insanity has a 100% chance to conjure shadowy apparitions, 9. Every single one of these talent points are great. So Shadow moves back up a point for the talent quality. And then we look at synergy, right? So again, we're going to look at Halo. There's nothing we can really tweak here. So then we look through here. Dark Ascension, again, that's like okay. We've got our Halo damage, that's fine. Power Infusion, not too big there. So Surge of Insanity. This would be one we want to look and see, like, can we do anything extra with this? Really? We've just got Surge of Insanity. So nothing too crazy there. Damage increase on Mind Flay. All right. Insanity and Mind Spike Insanity. All right, let's take a look at that. Oh, that's not going to work. Mind Spike. Okay. So obviously that's what we get for these. So Mind Spike gets transformed. Okay, so we've got some ways that we can modify those. I would say that this is probably a +0. In the sense that we do have some ways we can amp up at least Mind Spike Insanity and Mind Flay Insanity here. And then also, I mean, shadowy apparitions being a guarantee here is also pretty nice. So I would say this is a +0. And so Shadow Priest Archon hero talent spec goes to 0, which is better than the average start for a healer, or not a healer, a DPS. So it's like right there. Core concept is not so good, but if you want to take it, you want to use it, you want to try it out, then you've got some really nice talents in that tree, and then you've got some decent support for it as well. Okay. All right. Let's go to our next one. So we're going to be doing Chrono Warden. So Preservation, healing spec. It's going to start at -1. Augmentation. I'm going to put it in DPS, even though it's weird. We're just going to start it at 0. Okay. So we're going to go over here and we'll do our Preservation Okay, we're doing Chrono Warden here. Key concept. Living Flame is enhanced with bronze magic, repeating 15% of the damage or healing you dealt to the target in the last 5 seconds is arcane. Okay, so we're on a healer. What did I tell you we want on a healer? Damage. This gives us more damage, right? Now, Living Flame, we can cast it on someone for healing, or we can cast it on someone for damage. We're going to cast it on someone for damage, and it's going to give us more damage. That's good. We're already, at this point, I'm like, it's not, no way it's a -1 so far, right? It's at least a 0. Okay. Empower spells send up to 3 Chrono Flames to your target. Again, just another really solid damage boost. So for me, the core concept of Chrono Warden on Preservation is actually a 0, which is not too bad. Honestly, it's not too bad. So then we get into the talents. Again, we're looking for damage, maybe CC, utility. Okay, so Hover causes you to warp out of existence and appear at your destination. Allows you to cast Evoker's spells while continuously moving. Like, that's okay. It's pretty neutral. I'm not going to give that one a point here. Warp reduces damage taken. It leaves some motes behind for your allies. Again, nothing too crazy there. When Dream Breath or Fire Breath critically strike, their duration's extended. So here's the thing with that. If we look at our Fire Breath, so 1... I can't spell correctly. All right, so Fire Breath is an ability that we're going to get, so we can still use this on Chrono Warden. Dream Breath, we probably don't want to use because it's a healing breath, but this is going to extend our Fire Breath, so that's a plus for me. So that's 1 talent that gets a point there. Tip the Scales, which is this ability here that makes our next empowered spell instant cast, which we will use on a regular basis. Increases your haste, movement speed, and cooldown recovery. That's good. I like that as well. Let's see. This is giving allies Threads of Fate and granting them the chance to echo their stuff. We're assuming we're playing solo, so no points there. Let's see. Each time you cast an empower spell, unstable time reduces its cooldown. That's good because we can use those empower spells repeatedly. All right. Yeah, and if nothing else, we can use it on Fire Breath, so that's okay. Spirit Bloom heals. For each preservation effect from Spirit Bloom, we gain haste. That would be nice, except we're probably not going to use Spirit Bloom because we're not going to use an Empower spell when we're playing solo. We're just going to heal ourselves with, you know, Living Flame or some other sort of solo heal. And then Casting Echo has a chance to cause your next Echo. Also not very good. So we're at 3 points, 3 talent points that are useful here. So we give Preservation Chrono Warden a -1 for talent usefulness. And then we're going to look at synergy here. And the primary synergy we have is either going to be with Living Flame or it's going to be with our Empower spells. So we do have a couple things here. We can pump the damage of Living Flame over here. We can reduce the cast time. And right here, we can store effective healing to increase the damage of Living Flame, which isn't super useful because we really want to use this as a damage dealing ability anyway. But potentially, depending on how we're playing, we could use it more as like a nuke after we go through our damaging rotation and then we cast a Living Flame. So it's potentially there. Here, we could make an Essence ability free. So we got our Essence Burst with Living Flame. That's good synergy. Let's see. Verdant Embrace increases the healing. And that's not too great. Living Flame deals additional damage. Fire Breath does too. Okay. We didn't have anything for Fire Breath. So then to me, this is like it's a 0, right? We got a couple things we can do here to pump Living Flame. We do have Empower spells that we can use, but there's nothing too crazy. So I think we ended at a 0 here. So for me, Preservation Chrono Warden ends at a -2, which so far is the best healing specialization that we have out of what we got here. So then we go Augmentation. All right, so we'll go here. Augmentation, Chrono Warden. So again, Living Flame, same thing. You know, your Chrono Flames are going to go. Nothing really changes here. So I think it's a solid like 0. So we stay where we're at for core concept. Then we look at talents. Okay, we got the warp thing again. Same thing there. Ebon, Might, and Presence gain a chance equal to your critical strike chance to grant 50% additional stats. That could be pretty good. I like that. Okay, we got the Tip the Scales one again. That's going to give us 2. Okay, we got the Threads of Fate thing again, which we don't care about. We got the Reduction, so that gives us 3. Upheaval deals additional damage. That's nice. That'll give us 4. And then Prescience. Okay. Maybe I'm spelling that right. Wrong. Probably did. Prescience. That's how we spell it. Okay, so right here, grant an ally foresight, increasing their critical strike, and you can cast that on yourself. So it has a chance to cause your next one to... That's fine. So I think we're at like 5 points, so we're at a solid +0 again. And then we're going to look for synergy, right? So we want to check for Living Flame synergies. So right here, we've got our Essence Burst. When cast at an enemy, Living Flame strikes 1 additional enemy for 100% damage. So a little AoE on that's pretty nice there. And then Living Flame is more effective on yourself. That's okay. I wouldn't really want to use it on myself here. I want to use it for the damage potentially, but that's fine. This is enough to at least know we have a 0 here. Let's see, Upheaval. Anything we can do with that? Oh, we do have some different things we can do here. So this is going to be an Empower spell, so we get the benefits of our cooldown reduction and stuff like that. Deals damage and hurtles them upward. It's actually a pretty solid amount of damage too. 10% chance to crit strike, 50% increased damage to the primary target. Eruption. We got some synergy. I think this is enough to probably give this a +1. Yeah, I think we'll give it a +1. So I think that leaves us with +1 Augmentation Chrono Warden and -2 for Preservation Chrono Warden. So I just want to check in with y'all. Is this rating system making sense? Are you getting the flow? Does it make sense? Can you follow along? Can you make your own determinations and plus or minus a point if you don't like, you know, the call that I made on it? Y'all let me know. And we're going to move on to Warrior. So we're going to do Colossus. So we've got Arms and Protection. So Arms starts at 0 for DPS. Protection starts at +1 for tank. All right, so we're going to go Warrior. We've got Arms, Colossus. Core concept, we're going to get Demolished. This is an ability that's channeled and does a ton of damage. A lot of damage, really, is what it does. It also will hit multiple targets as well. And then down here, we get Colossal Might, which stacks up to 10 times. Now, to know what that is, we do have to look right here. So this increases the damage dealt by your next Demolished by 10%, stacking up to 5 times. So now it can stack up to 10 times for 100%, basically double damage on Colossal Might. And our Mortal Strike and Execute, which we're going to use all the time, grant a stack, and then Cleave also grants a stack if it hits more than 3 targets. To me, this is really solid. This is high impact. It's a new ability that does a ton of damage. It's got a 45-second cooldown, which is very, very good for open world content. That is like as short of a cooldown as you can get for a high impact DPS ability. So for me, this is a +1 on the core concept because it is, in my opinion, pretty high impact. So then we go into the talent points here. All right, so crit strike damage of your abilities is increased. That's great. Deal more damage with your Shockwave, Cleave, and Whirlwind. Or you can increase the damage of your bleeds. That's good as well. Just upping Mortal Strike and Cleave damage. Solid. We looked at Colossal Might. That's a nice perk to have there. Colossal Might now will increase the damage of your Overpower as well. Really good. We're at 5. Mortal Strike crits. Give an additional stack. All right, that's 6. Shockwave stun duration increased, or it knocks enemies into the air and gets cooldown reduction. That's CC, which to me is good, especially on a DPS or a healer. So that gets us up to 7. Total damage prevented by ignore pain. When your health is brought below 35%, you gain second wind. That's okay. You deal more damage and take less damage and size increased. We're already at 7, so this is going to be a +1 for talent points as well. And then we're looking for our synergies here. So obviously Demolish is a brand new ability, so we're not going to have any synergies with that. The main thing we're going to have potential synergy with here is on getting hits for Mortal Strike, Execute, and Cleave, right? So if there's ways that we can use these abilities more, that would be a really good synergistic thing to have, right? So we have Mortal Strike, we've got Overpower. It just increases the damage of the Mortal Strike. It doesn't let us like use it more often. Okay, so increase the damage, that's okay. Chance to instantly reset the cooldown on Mortal Strike and Cleave already. That's really good synergy. Okay, Overpower has a chance to reset the cooldown on Mortal Strike. That's our bleeds, which is fine. Okay, Fatal Mark, that's fine as well. Automatically cast a Mortal Strike, very good. Yeah, so we've got ways to reset the cooldown on Mortal Strike here. We already saw we have a way to increase to reset the cooldown on Cleave. We've got other stuff we can do with Cleave here. Okay. Free cost, that's okay. That's not too big of a deal. Mortal Strike, we got a lot with there. So then we also have potential synergy with our Overpower, which we can see here. And then we have Execute, which I know we're going to have sudden death right here. So we have a chance to just be able to cast Execute at any time. So this is very, very high synergy to me as well. So I think that moves this up an extra point. So +3 is the highest that a DPS specialization can get on this rating system. And I do think that Arms Colossus looks very, very good for Warrior in the War Within. So let's check it out on Protection and see if we come to a similar conclusion. So again, I do think this ability is high impact. I think it's actually even higher impact on Protection than it is on Colossus, because we're looking at increased damage on a tank spec. It does the increased damage. It doesn't switch it to defense. So that's a +1 for that one. And then if we look at the talents, again, we got Crit Strike here. We've got increased damage on Shockwave, Revenge, and Whirlwind. Shield Slam, Revenge damage goes up. Colossal Might. Colossal Might increases Revenge. Shield Slam crits increase. Again, we got the Shockwave one, which I like here. Pass on this one, the damage reduction. And then we've got the increased. So we're basically at 8 out of 9 talent points. Great for this. So again, it's going to get another point. And then as someone who like pretty much mains Protection Warrior, I can just save you some time and let you know there's tons of synergy with this in this tree. Shield Slam, Revenge, this stuff is all over the place in the Protection Warrior tree. And again, that's going to bump it up a point. So we have our second tank spec. The second one we've done, period, reaching maximum height here with +4 on the rankings. And I do think Colossus is going to be a really good spec to play on Protection Warrior. Some of these I played in the alpha, and so I can kind of confirm. Some of them, they're going to need extended testing, etc., etc. All right, let's go to Mistweaver and Windwalker for the Conduit of the Celestials. So Mistweaver is going to go -1 start for healers, and Windwalker is going to go at the 0 start for DPS. All right, so we're going to go Mistweaver, Conduit of the Celestials. Again, we're on a healer, so we are looking for damage. So the August Celestials empower you, causing you to radiate a ton of spell power damage. Or no, this is healing and damage. Okay, so damage. Within 20 yards. 20 yards is... It's close. It's close to being like... That's probably the maximum I want an open world ability to get to, is maybe like 20 yards. Maybe. But this does do damage split between the enemies that you're fighting. Also, it does some healing. If it's just you, it'll heal you. So it's mostly it should do damage as well. You can move while channeling, but casting other things will cancel the effect. And then down here, it can be recast once during its duration to call upon all of the August Celestials to assist you at 200% effectiveness. And it will automatically cast at the end if you don't use it beforehand. So to me, this is a high impact ability on Mistweaver Monk because it does so much damage. It is a 1.5 minute cooldown. Again, for me, kind of the limit on being useful in open world content is about 1.5 minutes. 45 seconds is really good. 30 seconds is amazing. A minute is really nice. Once we get to 2 minutes and beyond, then you start getting to the point where a lot of times you can't use the stuff every single pack that you pull, unless you're, doing really big pulls or your damage sucks. So 1.5 is like right there, but because you can get that free cast as well at the end, it could be that you cast this, basically kill a bunch of stuff, and then it recasts and you have the Celestials helping you for the next group. So I think this is really high impact for the Mistweaver, so we're going to bring that up +1 points. All right, let's take a look at our talents. So we got healing, we got damage of Tiger Palm increased, that's good. Let's see, decrease the cooldown on Rising Sun Kick, that's good. Okay, we got absorb shields, we got heals. Tiger Palm has a chance to cause Zwin to claw a nearby enemy. Increase damage. Nice. Enveloping mist and absorb shields. That's fine. Movement speed is increased during Celestial Conduit. I think that's going to be really valuable, actually. So I'll give a point for that. Okay. Refreshing Jade Wind we don't really care about. Don't really care about Monity either. Bonus stats, that's a solid. So we got 5 out of 9. So that keeps it at +0. And then we're looking for synergies. So there's not really like a synergy with the ability itself. Really all I see in here that like kind of stood out is, like Tiger Palm. So if we could potentially get more casts of Tiger Palm, that might make a difference. Tiger Palm heals. Tiger Palm strike twice. It's not nothing, but it's also like, it's not a lot. I would say this is limited support. Limited support. So I think we have to take it down a point. Like, the spec itself is pretty good, but there's not a lot we can do with it. So that brings it back down to the -1, which is okay. Again, it's the best healer we have so far. All right, let's take a look at Windwalker version. So we're going to have the same ability, which I think is, again, it's high impact. It's just another big ability. It does so much damage that I just think that it's valuable. So we'll take it up to +1. We've got increased damage, reduced cooldown on Rising Sun Kick, Fist of Fury, Strike of the Windlord, Whirling Dragon Punch. Those are all really good. Also, channel time of Fist of Fury is reduced. That's good as well. Absorb shields and healing and stuff like that for Windwalker is actually pretty nice. I would say, I would give it a point for that. But Fortifying Brew is the cooldown there. Not really. When you activate Celestial Conduit, yeah, I'm not going to give it the point. We've got the Tiger Palm thing again, which is good. Blackout Kick refunds Teaching the Monastery. Nizal stomps and deals damage. That's nice. We got the movement speed increase for 5 points. Rushing Jade Wind duration increased, which I believe... Let's see. There it is. Okay. Yeah, so that's going to deal damage. So that's a good one as well. So we're up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Energy regeneration, that's nice. 7, 8. So we're going to go +1 for talents. And then again, for synergy, you know, there's all sorts of stuff in here. So this is just a damage increase. Damage increase. Consuming chi. We get cooldown reduction. Okay, that's fine. If we can get multiple hits or resets on Tiger Palm, that would be nice synergy there. All right, that's a damage increase. Damage increase. Energy cost reduction. Cooldown reduction. Yeah, those are okay. I'd say we're at a +0 for the talents synergy in general. And again, like, it's because we're getting a brand new ability. A lot of times there isn't a lot of synergy with those. So I think we stay right here at +2. So Conduit of the Celestials for Windwalker, +2. Conduit of the Celestials for Mistweaver, -1. How we doing? Just checking in with y'all there. All right, let's do a Hunter. So we're going to do Dark Ranger for Marksmanship and Beast Mastery. Okay, so this is where I have to make a call. And if anyone's listening, please chip in and tell me your thoughts. Obviously, Beast Mastery is going to get in the +1 for the tank spec. Marksmanship. Do we give it the benefit of the pet, or do we count it as a neutral DPS that doesn't have a pet? Because typically, when I play Marksmanship, I'd go Lone Wolf with no pet. I kind of want to put it in the 0 for no pet. I'm going to start it there, and then I'll see what chat says, and I might change my mind and move it up. Okay. All right, so let's do it. Dark Ranger. So we're going to go for Beast Mastery, Dark Ranger. All right, so we get Black Arrow. This is a dot. 30-second cooldown, so pretty solid. That's a decent cooldown for a open world. MB, you say no pet, so that cool. I'm not going to get much more support or feedback than that, so we're going to stick Marksmanship and no pet. Okay, so we get a damage over time here. And when it does damage, we have a chance to generate Barb Shot. Okay, I'm not in love with Barb Shot as a hunter. I don't know. It's obviously it's a fine ability. When it resets the cooldown of Barb Shot, a barrage of dark arrows will strike your target for shadow damage and increase the damage you and your pets deal by 10% for 6 seconds. I think this is really solid. I honestly don't know how impactful it is to just have one more dot ability to cast as a hunter. I mean, Murder of Crows is kind of the same thing, so I'd put it at the same level. So for Beast Mastery Hunter, just based on that, I think we're at a +0. Obviously, it's a good impact, but again, you know, we do get the chance to generate Barb Shot charges, but it's not like Barb Shot charges can stack up to 15 times or something. They still cap at 3 times. It is increased damage. 18 seconds is a long time. Most things are going to die to a Beast Mastery Hunter in 5 seconds or less. So I just don't... I think it's good, but I don't think it's high impact or game changing. So I think we keep it at a +0 for Beast Mastery at least. So let's look at the talents. Okay. Increased damage on Barb Shot and Kill Command. When it resets the cooldown, we gain focus. Or when a target affected dies, the cooldown is reduced by 12 seconds. I think that's a lot more valuable. That makes this a lot better. You could probably use this on every or every other enemy with that. So that has a really high impact. When Call of the Wild's active, Black Arrow deals its damage faster. Again, that's really good. With our Call of the Wild, that is a 2-minute cooldown. So it's not like we can have that constantly running, but it's still a good perk, so I'd give that 3. Then we have each time you deal damage with Black Arrow, you have a chance to manifest a Dark Hound to charge your target. I don't know if... It doesn't sound like these stick around and do anything or count as pets. It just sounds like they charge and do some damage. Still good. It's still good, though. Heal for 15% of all shadow damage dealt by you or your pets. I mean, for Beast Mastery Hunter, like, who cares? Yeah, I just don't care about this on Beast Mastery Hunter. When multi-shot hits a target affected by Black Arrow, you get AoE. That's nice. Can happen every 6 seconds, so that's a pretty low internal cooldown there. When you apply Black Arrow, you gain Hunter's Prey. Okay, so Hunter's Prey right here. Okay, so that's the kill command has a chance to reset the cooldown of kill shot. And okay, so yeah. That's good as well. So I think we are at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Disengage, change the target. Again, Beast Mastery, I don't really care. Shadow damage you deal is increased. I'm pretty sure the only shadow damage we have on Beastmaster is the stuff that we're getting from this tree. I mean, it counts. If nothing else, this second part, kill shot has a chance to generate a charge. That certainly counts. So at that point, we're at 7 points. So we get a +1 for Beast Mastery, Dark Ranger. Okay, and then we want to look at synergy. And I mean, I absolutely know that there's going to be ways for us to get synergy. There's so much barb shot in here. It's ridiculous. So getting resets on barb shot is going to be really valuable. I mean, we don't really need to go any further than that, but yeah, we're not going to go in. It's a +1. It's easily a +1. So I think that Beast Mastery Dark Ranger is a +3, which is the not quite the highest it can get, but it's pretty close. All right, so let's take a look at Marksmanship Dark Ranger. Again, we are assuming that you're playing Lone Wolf with no pet. All right, so Black Arrow deals damage, has a chance to generate a charge of aim shot. That, I think, for marksmanship is super valuable. There's aim shot doesn't stack. It just destroys your enemy. So there's no like stack limits and things like that. It also reduces the cast time by 50%. So I actually think this has a really high impact on Marksmanship Hunter. And then down here, when it resets the cooldown, you get that barrage as well. So for me, for Marksmanship, we're getting a +1 right off the bat, because anything that gives you more aim shots is freaking huge on Marksmanship. So then we go talent points. Okay, increase damage on your aim shot. That's good. Again, the cooldown reduction is good. True shot, we'll give it the point, but the same thing applies. It's a 2-minute cooldown, just like the other one. You get the Hound. That's nice. This, I think, is actually valuable. Okay, so it says you heal for 15% of all shadow damage dealt by you or your pets. And on Marksmanship Hunter, we can actually pick up Wailing Arrow, which does some shadow damage. And I think, you know, it's decent enough. Also, because you don't have a pet tanking for you, the exhilaration and survival of fittest and all that stuff, to me, this has a lot more value to it. So I would say 5 points. We got the multi-shot thing there as well, 6 points. You gain the death blow effect, which I think is the same thing with the kill shot. Yeah. So that's 7. Now this one, disengage will chain the target. I actually think this is really good on Marksmanship Hunter. So I would go 8, and then shadow damage 9. So I feel like every single talent on here has a huge impact for Marksmanship Hunter. So that's going to give it a +1. And then for synergy, I mean, I could just tell you there's going to be so much aim shot synergy over here in this talent tree that it's ridiculous. So we can go +1 for that. So this is the second pure DPS talent tree, hero talent tree to me that looks like it's maximum potential. So +3. So we actually landed in the same spot, Marksmanship and Beast Mastery Dark Ranger being at +3 each. So Marksmanship got 3 points, Beast Mastery got 2 points. Wait, is that right? Did I do that right? Yes, I did. Okay, yeah. Yep. Okay. We'll do one more, and then I'm going to grab a beverage. So we're going to do Deathbringer for Blood and Frost DK. So Blood DK starts at +1 for tanks, and Frost DK starts at 0 for DPS. So let's come over here. We'll do Death Knight, Blood, and we are doing Deathbringer. Okay, so tank, we're really looking for damage. Give me some damage. All right, so we've got Reaper's Mark, 45-second cooldown. So again, that's solid for me for open world content. 2 rune cost, that's fine. We're gonna slice into the soul of our enemy, dealing an okay amount of damage, and applying Reaper's Mark. Each time you deal shadow or frost damage, you add a stack of Reaper's Mark. After 12 seconds or 40 stacks, the mark explodes, dealing damage per stack. It travels to an unmarked enemy if the target dies, or explodes below 35% health if there's no enemy. So, yeah, this is really good. It's really good. Potentially here. It depends on how fast we can add these stacks. Okay, so for Blood, we're getting 150% of attack power, which is okay. For context, let's see, like our Morrowind does 63%, so it's almost 3 times the damage of a Morrowind. Our Heart Strike is doing 47%, so it's like it hits 3 times as hard as Heart Strike, which is really nice. So for Blood, this actually is a pretty hard-hitting ability. And then 10% attack power per stack. If we can stack those up, I don't know. Let's assume we're going to get them to 20 stacks, right? Because I think like Blood Plague will deal damage. We're going to cast Blood Plague on everything. We should have our Death and Decay, I believe, will do shadow damage. Yeah, so that'll deal shadow damage. So we'll get some ticks on here. I would expect to hit somewhere around 10 to 20 stacks on the average target before it explodes with Blood DK. So we would be getting about 100 to 200% attack power. If we did stack it up to 40, that's insane. It's going to hit really, really hard. Also, if the enemy does die before the stacks happen, it'll swap to a different target. So yeah, just really, really good in general. After Reaper's Mark explodes, your next Morrowind costs no runes and summons 2 scythes to hit your enemies. The first one hits for 275% attack power and has a chance to apply Reaper's Mark. So we can apply Reaper's Mark even if it's on cooldown. The second one hits all enemies around you for, again, like triple a Heart Strike. And applies, okay. Yeah, this is huge impact for Blood. Huge impact for Blood. Yeah, we're going to move this up a point pretty easily there. Okay, so let's take a look at the talents now. So again, we're looking for damage here. Reaper's Mark sends force bursts of Shadow Frost energy. Okay, dealing damage. More damage, so yep, that's a point. Deals damage, that's a point. Reaper's Mark cost is reduced, cooldown's reduced. Increased damage, all that stuff sounds great. Blood Plague has a chance to deal 30% increased damage, nice. The explosion deals more damage based on the target's missing health, great. And it applies Soul Reaper to targets below 35%, which is awesome. Morrowind and Heart Strike have a chance to increase the max stacks of an Icy Talons. I don't care about that. Blood Plague deals its damage in half the duration, and the second Scythe of Extermination. Yes. Oh my god, that's so good. We're at 6 points. Yeah, that's very good. Shadow Frost damage applies 2 stacks to Reaper's Mark and 4 stacks when there's a crit. So now we can get stacks even faster. 7. Easy. This is just, you know, protecting. Yeah, we don't worry about this. We're not going to count that one. That's like a defensive on a Blood DK. Unnecessary. Same with this one. So we're at 7 points. That's still enough for a +1. And then synergy, right? So obviously anything that we can do that is shadow damage, right, is going to make a difference. So we got Blood Boil. I don't really count Gorfiend's Grasp as something that we're going to use. We can... Okay, so we can spec into Bone Shield to get more shadow damage. This is Shadow Frost damage, and I'm pretty sure, you know, there's no real frost for us to get here. We do have like Soul Reaper, that's Shadow Frost damage, so I think that's okay. So we do have some ways to deal more damage. We can spec into ways to trigger Reaper's Mark more often. And then also a big thing here is Marrow Rend because of those extra scythes that we can get there. And of course, we've got some ways to boost up Marrow Rend here. We can increase the damage and stuff like that. And then also... you know, like our Blood Boil is applying shadow damage. My bad. So if we do like Blood Boil, let's see right here, increases your next death strike. That's okay. I'm going to say this is good synergy because we can spec into Bone Storm, because we can spec into Soul Reaper. We can tweak our Marrow Rend. I don't know. You tell me if that's not fair, if that's not enough synergy. I want to say maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. This talent tree is doing a lot for us in general. Yeah, it's not a ridiculous amount. Trying to check myself here. I'm excited about this hero talent tree. So we can go into Abomination Limb. We can go into Bone Storm. We're gonna get Blood Boil. But Bone Storm doesn't have like a lot of synergy, right? There's only, I mean, it is what it is. Yeah. When Bone Shield is consumed, it shatters, dealing shadow damage. Okay, well, what about Bone Shield? Okay, when we get hit, we consume a charge. Dancing Rune Weapon is going to generate Bone Shield charges. We can consume Bone Shield charges with Tombstone. I'm going to call this enough synergy for a +1, right? If we spec into this, then we can spec into getting... Like, already I'm looking at this like, okay, we can combo this with this and this and this. And yeah, that's... I wanted to check my own, you know, excitement for the hero talent and just make sure that, you know, I wasn't just arbitrarily being like, it has 2 things you can do. It's such crazy synergy. No, I think there's actually enough here that it's going to heavily influence the way that you build out your tree. And for me, that means it's got good synergy. All right, so that puts us at a +4. So far, every tank spec we've had has made it to +4. I don't think they all make it that high. I did rate all the tank specs previously to this, and I could tell you they weren't all +4s. So we just happen to run into the ones that are right now. All right, so then our other specialization that's going to have Deathbringer is going to be Frost. So again here, we got Reaper's Mark. This time, you know, we're going to be doing mostly Frost damage. It's going to explode. We're going to do a lot of Frost damage on Frost, so I'm assuming that we're going to stack this really fast. And then our synergistic ability is going to be Obliterate. Again, this is super high impact to me. That's going to be +1. I already know all these talents, just based on what we saw, it's going to be enough to give it the +1. So then the question is, do we have synergy with the stuff that we want to use here? Which again, for this one, we've got, you know, nothing to tap into for Shadow other than Soul Reaper and possibly Abomination Limb. When it comes to Frost, I mean, We've just got tons of ways to deal. I'm going to give it the point for synergy here as well. I just feel like if all we have to do is frost damage, we have so many like additional ways to do frost damage in the Frost DK tree that, I mean, we're going to be able to make this proc a heck of a lot more. We're going to be able to stack it a heck of a lot more. So I think this comes up to +3 for the DK as well. All right, so at the moment we have done 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We've done about a quarter, a quarter of these so far. I'm going to go grab a drink. I want y'all to take a look at this tree and, you know, tell me what you think. Tell me if you've disagreed with me so far at any point. Tell me what specs you're excited to look at us, you're excited for us to get to, that you really want to see the ratings and opinions on. Just leave something in the chat for me when I get back. And I will be back in, I mean, probably less than a minute. All right, like I said, I'm back. Didn't take very long. Okay, let's continue on. We're going to do Deathstalker for the Rogue. So these are both going to be DPS specs. So we're going to throw them in at 0. All right, so this is going to be for Subtlety and Assassination. All right, Deathstalker. So what are we getting here? Okay, ambush from stealth, easy enough. Puts 3 stacks of Deathstalker's mark on the target. When you spend 5 or more combo points on attacks against them, which you will do, you'll consume 1 application, dealing plague damage and increasing the damage of your next ambush or mutilate by 40%. You can only have 1 target marked at a time. Okay, so we're probably not going to spend 3 stacks worth of finishers on a target in open world content. We're definitely going to do 1. We might do 2. But I don't think that that really devalues this ability, because we apply it with ambush, which we're going to be using constantly. And even if we only get the benefits of 1 stack, we're still getting the benefits of 1 stack. I don't feel like if we don't use all the stacks, we wasted it. So I think this is good. I think it's solid. It's increased damage on a rogue, which is fine. It's not adding anything new. It's not increasing our defense, giving us survivability, etc. All right, what about at the end here? When you consume the final Deathstalker's mark, okay. Or when your target dies. Okay, cool. So either way, if the target dies too soon, we get this benefit. If it doesn't, we get the benefit. That's good. Gain 40 energy, and your next Envenom cast with maximum combo points is guaranteed to crit strike, deals additional damage, and applies 3 stacks of... Okay. So I would have said, looking at this, it was a +0. This made it a +1. 40 energy back, very nice. Your next Envenom with max combo points is a guaranteed crit. deals 60% additional damage and applies Deathstalker's Mark, which, I mean, if you're in open world content, the target's dying. it's dying at this point. So you're just going to get this benefit again of getting your energy back. So I think that's pretty high impact. Yeah, I like that. That's going to be a +1. All right, let's look at our talents. Next, Fan of Knives after Deathstalker's Mark deals additional plague damage and generates an additional point. Cool. High chance to apply Fatal Intent, which does damage when they drop below 20%. I don't care about either one of these, really. Maybe Cloak of Shadows reduces physical damage taken. But I'm still probably not picking it up, so no. Auto attacks deal additional plague damage. Rupture deals additional plague damage. These are all deal additional damage, critical strike damage, etc. Damage dealt to targets other than your marked target deals 5% plague damage to your marked target. I don't know how useful that is in open world content, but it's probably okay for packs when you're using Fan of Knives and stuff like that. So we'll count it. That's 6. After Death Mark expires, we gain 30 seconds of increased nature damage, or Shiv increases the damage of your next Envenom. Solid. Reduce the cooldown of Shadow Step. Yeah. So we're at 7 points for sure. That's a +1. And then synergies. So there's nothing here, really. This is just a damage increase and plague damage. I'm looking for... Okay, so let's see if we can do anything with our auto attacks. That doesn't increase the speed of them, so nothing too crazy there. Is there anything we can do to speed up Rupture? Okay, gain energy. Rupture damage increased. Extra bleeds. Duplicate damage. Man, I love Serrated Bone Spike. That's okay. I don't really think there's a lot of synergy here. I think this is all just kind of like nice benefits for increased damage to do kind of what you were already going to do anyway. And we could get to max combo points maybe a little bit quicker. Is there anything we can do with Envenom? Increased damage. Duration increased. I think we're going to keep it at +0 for talent synergy. Like, there's some stuff here, but it's nothing like crazy. So I think that puts us at a +2 for Deathstalker for assassination. All right, so subtlety Deathstalker. All right, so this time Shadow Strike from Stealth or Shadow Dance applies 3 stacks. When you do 5, it deals plague damage and makes your next backstab or Shadow Strike increased by 40%. And then again, Eviscerate, very solid. We're going to give the +1 point here for that as well. Looking through the talents, I'm assuming it's going to be the same. We got Shuriken Storm. We got the Fatal Intent. Again, the Cloak of Shadows thing. Auto attacks. Rupture. The crit strike stuff. The spread damage. Symbols of Death. So we're at 7. Shadow Step cooldown reductions. Pretty solid as well. So we're going to get the +1 points for the talent quality. And so then we want to look at synergy here. And again, I mean, I think we're probably looking to see if there's anything we can do with Rupture. Additional damage applies to additional enemy. Increase the damage of the next, finishing move. That's fine. Nothing too crazy there. can do with our auto attacks again. Nope, nothing really. I think we might actually have less that we can do on this one than we do on the other one. I need to go back to assassination real quick. So ambush could be free, usable without stealth. That's good. I didn't check for mutilate. Yeah. I think again the synergy is like at best okay. There's no like cooldown reset or anything on Deathstalker for Eviscerate. We are able to apply Shadow's Mark a lot though with Subtlety because we can do it from Stealth and we can do it from Shadow Dance, right? And I feel like the Shadow Dance is where we're actually going to get enough synergy for this to stay at a 0. So increased duration doesn't matter. Additional charge, that definitely helps. The combo points will help, or the energy will help. We can reduce the cooldown on Shadow Dance by using our finishing moves, which we want to do for this anyway, in order to use the Deathstalker's Mark. Yeah, this gives us enough for it to be a +1 for synergy, I think. Yeah. So conceptually good, talent points good, and then also the synergy is good. So I think that Deathstalker for Subtlety is probably a little bit better than Deathstalker for Assassination, just at a first glance there. All right, next we have Demonology and Destruction, the Diabloist. Okay, so both of these are going to go in +1 for tank spec. And let's start with Demonology Diabloist. Okay, so our ability here, spending a soul shard on a damaging spell grants Diabolic Ritual for 20 seconds. While Diabolic Ritual is active, each soul shard spent on a damaging spell reduces its duration by 1 second. When it expires, you gain Demonic Art, causing your next Hand of Gul'dan to summon an Overlord, Mother of Chaos, or Pit Lord. Okay, so first off, 20 seconds, that's a long time. That is not being able to use this on every enemy, right? But 20 seconds, that's already probably every other enemy that you could get this to proc on. But because we can spend soul shards to also reduce the duration, we can probably reduce this to 15 seconds on average. Like we could proc this every 15 seconds. If we're using like a 5 soul shard ability, typically in a rotation, you know, we're going to do something like, you know, at least like a Hand of Gul'dan into maybe like a Call Dreadstalkers or something like that. I would say somewhere between 5 to 10 soul shards are getting spent on the average enemy. Maybe. So I think this still ends up proccing pretty regularly. And you don't have to do anything special. You have to spend a soul shard to start it, which you're going to do because you're going to cast your Hand of Gul'dan, and that's going to spend a soul shard for you to get this started. So I think it's hard to judge. I haven't played this one, I don't think. And I don't know how often this procs. But I think in general, it's probably good. Especially for Demonology, where I would assume that these things that it summon counts as demons and you can buff them. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. I don't know. Okay, and then here's summoning a Pit Lord, which is one of the options. That's the other thing. It's kind of RNG here. You either get an Overlord, a Mother of Chaos, and a Pit Lord, and you can't really control which one. So like this one, if you get a Pit Lord, then your next Hand of Gul'dan becomes Ruination, which calls down a meteor, dealing a absolute ton of chaos damage on impact and summoning 3 wild imps. Like that is a huge amount of damage to be dealing. So I'm gonna say that I think, even though this might be a little weird to use, it does look high impact. I mean, you get a Pit Lord and whatever you target next is just dying. It's just dying. Also, Diabolic Ritual doesn't apply to the enemy, it applies to you. So even if you kill something, it's still ticking down, which is really good. Yeah, I'm gonna give this one a point. So Demonology, we got a point for core concept. So let's take a look at the talents. Okay, so if we get the Overlord, they take increased damage. Okay. Howl of Terror cooldown reduced. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know. I'm not going to give a point for that one. Fire damage increased. Sure, 2%. Demonic Art increases the damage of your next Hand of Gul'dan by 100% and reduces its cast time. That's really solid. Summoning Demonic Tyrant grants Diabolic Ritual and reduces the cooldown by 3 seconds. Spending soul shards while it's active decreases the duration. Yeah, that sounds good. Summon Demonic Tyrant is empowered, dealing increased damage and increasing the damage of your demons while active. Okay, that's fine. Again, summoning Demonic Tyrant is like, okay, we got a 1-minute cooldown, so that's actually not too bad. Mother of Chaos makes your next Shadow Bolt Infernal Bolt, so it deals a bunch of damage here. How much is our Shadow Bolt dealing? 70%. So this makes it do 347%. That's pretty high impact. Okay. Not too worried about this one. And this one's increased damage as well. So you got a reason potentially to spend Hand of Gul'dan at 5 instead of 3. Yeah, overall the talent points here are definitely good. So we'll bop that up to a +1 for the talent quality. And then synergy wise, you know, it's basically just, you know, can we generate and spin soul shards pretty well? And then, you know, what can we do as far as Hand of Gul'dan? And can we get any synergy for Demonic Tyrant? So if we look at Demonic Tyrant, not Tyrant, Tyrant. We've got the ability here. It's already on a 1-minute cooldown, which is solid. But this empowers additional wild imps and deals increased damage. That's okay. I wouldn't call it like a huge synergy there. What I would like to have seen was, you know, like some cooldown reduction or something on there. But, you know, there's nothing. Shadow Bolt. Yeah, these are all perks. I think we're at least at a +0. It's hard to type around this microphone. And then for soul shards, you know, we're going to cast Demon Bolt a lot. Our Felguard can generate them. Cost less soul shards, which we actually don't want. I think we're a +0. I think we're a +0 for talents here. I think we stay here at a +3. So let's take a look at this for destruction. All right, so Diablo is for destruction. So we're going to have the same thing, same exact effect here as we had on the Demonology Warlock. But this one, it's going to amplify our Chaos Bolt, Rain of Fire, or Shadow Burn is what's going to cause us to summon a demon here. And then the Pit Lord makes your next Chaos Bolt, Ruination. Again, calls down a meteor, does a ton of damage, and it summons a Diabolical Imp. Okay, so again, I'm going to say +1 for core concept there. This seems like it's going to have a pretty solid impact. And then I think we're going to have a pretty similar effect here. We're going to get the plus on the talent points as well. So then we're looking for synergies here. So in terms of soul shards, right, so we've got fragment generation on conflagrates. We've got shadow burn here to restore a soul shard if we use one. So that'll help us to consume soul shards more often in general, but we kind of want to cast these on targets that die. We can generate with soul fire. We've got our whole Summon Infernal thing, and that is the deal here. Summon Infernal is going to be the cooldown that grants us Diabolic Ritual. It's got a 2-minute cooldown. All right, let's take a look here on our Summon Infernal. So we can split Eternals here. Every soul shard you spend, that's decent. I think we're in the same spot here where, like, there's some things we can do in the talent tree, but not a whole lot of synergy to really change this up too much. So I think for Diabolist, for Destruction, we're in the same spot, +3. All right, we're going to take a second here in the middle, and I'm just going to recap what we're doing here in terms of the ratings and rankings. So we're doing this on a points-based scale here. What we're doing is for specializations, okay, we're giving +1 points to any tank specs or pet specs, because just in general, I feel like they perform better in open world content. We're minusing a point for any healing spec because they generally perform worse. And then for DPS specs, we're starting them just at a neutral 0. Then we're looking at the core concept of each of the hero talent trees. If it looks like it's going to have a high impact, or if it's going to change the way that you build that specialization in an interesting way, we're going to give it +1 points. If it looks like a solid ability, but maybe like the impact is going to be just okay, or it's just not super interesting, like, you know, maybe it just adds a bunch of damage or something like that, then we're going to keep it at +0. If it looks like the benefit doesn't actually help us in open world content, or it's really clunky or tedious to execute, then we're going to subtract a point. Then we're looking at the core hero talents, and depending on how many look really useful, we're giving +1, -1, or no points. And then finally, we're looking at the class and specialization to tree to see how much we can tweak and modify the core components of the hero talent abilities that are used. If there's a lot of stuff we can do to amplify, change things mechanically, etc., we're awarding 1 point. If there's some ways to like buff damage and stuff like that, we're leaving it at 0. And if it looks like there's almost nothing we can really do, we're subtracting a point. So just a little recap on that here in the middle. So let's go to our next one. It looks like we're going to have 2 Druid hero specializations in a row here. And we're going to start with Druid of the Claw. So we're going to do Feral at 0, so that's the start for DPS, and then Guardian's going to go into +1 for tank. So let's take a look at these. All right, so Feral, Druid of the Claw. So this adds a new ability. Your auto attacks have a chance to make your next Ferocious Bite become Ravage. Ferocious Bite is a finisher for us, so instead of our Ferocious Bite, which will come down here. So Ferocious Bite is normally just going to deal damage. Okay, so it deals 145% of attack power times 5 at 5 points. Ravage is going to deal damage to the target and all other enemies in front of you. It deals decent amounts of attack power damage here, so 214%. So if we look at this, this is 145 times 5, so it does look like our Ferocious Bite probably hits harder on the single target there, just in general. But then it says this is going to be that's for bear. So for cat form, it's a finishing move that slashes to the target, deals physical damage, consumes a combo point, and then up to 25 additional energy to increase that damage by up to 100%. Okay, so we're doing 255% of attack power times 5 with 5 points here, which is not quite double the amount of Ferocious Bite, but it's pretty big. And then also we're doing that 100% of attack power basically times 5 in an arc. So really solid upgrade to Ferocious Bite. But again, it's a chance for it to be like upgraded. So just seems like a nice perk, really. And then during Berserk, okay, so Berserk, that's a 3-minute cooldown. We can get it down to 2 minutes, which is still a little long for open world content to me. But during Berserk, Shred, Swipe, and Thrash have a chance to make your next Ferocious Bite become Ravage. So we have more chances to turn Ferocious Bite into Ravage, which again, we got to build up combo points for, then we got to spend it as a finisher. I mean, that's not too crazy. In general, I think this is really solid. I don't know that this is like game-changing or like ridiculously high impact. It's obviously high impact if you're proccing it all the time because it's a much stronger attack than Ferocious Bite. But for the times that you don't proc it, it does nothing. It literally does nothing. So I think it's right there in the middle. We'll have to see in practice if you're getting Ravage all the time. Then, you know, this is going to be pretty high impact. But for now, I'm going to keep it at +0. So let's look at the talents here. Okay, energy and rage up. That's good. Let's see. So this is talking about going bear to cat, bear to cat. I don't like to play that way. If you do and you want to look at these differently than me and award the points, you can. But anything that's like bear to cat type stuff, I don't care about it. Because I'm going to stay in cat form when I'm playing. So no point here. Frenzied Regeneration can be cast in cat form for 40 energy. That's actually good. I actually do like that. So we'll give a point for that one. Yeah, it gets a point at least for that. Ravage inflicts a bleed. Okay, so that's fine. That's just more damage. Ravage increases your auto attack speed, which is really good because that's what gives you a chance to proc getting Ravage in the first place. Or it can increase your agility. And also your first Tiger's Fury after ending combat makes it a Ravage, so you have a guarantee. That's really good. So we're at 4 points. I don't know what this is, so we just can't count it. It just says every seconds, up to 8 additional seconds. I'm assuming it means that, like, maybe the bleed lasts longer, but we don't know for sure. Over here, Ferocious Bite damage is increased. Solid, that's 5 points. Stampeded Roar duration is increased, so it's increased by 25%, so 10 seconds instead of 8. That's fine. We'll give it a point, 6 points. And then crit, yep. So we're at 7 points. So that's going to give us a +1 for Feral on Druid of the Claw for the talent quality. And so then we're looking at synergy, right? So auto attacks are going to be a way that we can increase the chance. If we can attack faster, then we can proc Ravage more often. But there's really not any way for us to do that without being in the tree here. The other thing is if we can use Berserk, right? Not Berserk, Berserk. Not Berserk, Berserk. Man, I really can't spell this today. So we got Berserk on a 3-minute cooldown. We can get it down to a 2 minutes. And then that's pretty much it. We can get it down to a 2-minute cooldown. So that'll help to get that Ravage up. Ravage replaces our Ferocious Bite. So if we can amp Ferocious Bite, I mean, that would be pretty nice. Increase damage. Okay, deals damage to targets by your rip, which we're going to do damage with that anyway with our Ravage. Increase damage. Okay. Yeah, so mostly just pumping the damage here. And then the last thing I think we can kind of check here is Tiger's Fury, if there's ways. So this says your first Tiger's Fury after entering combat makes your next Ferocious Bite become Ravage. So we've got this here, and then do we still have the reset? Ooh, I don't see it. Restores energy, increases damage of all your attacks to their full duration. Okay, lasts longer. Combo point generating abilities, direct damage is increased. Increased haste and energy recovery. Additional 5 seconds. Causes your next 3 finish moves to restore 1 combo point. Increases periodic damage on bleeds. Damage bonus increased. Oh, so we don't have the reset on Tiger's Fury here, but it does have a 30-second cooldown, so we can use it pretty often. I'm going to say +0 on the talent tree synergy here. Like, there's stuff we can do to amp damage and things like that, but I'm not seeing a lot of ways to like really synergistically play into this to make it happen more often, or like to make it mechanically a little bit different. It's mostly just, you know, you can support what's already here with like increased damage and some cooldown reduction that really, in my opinion, just makes Berserk usable as opposed to, you know, not counting at all. So I'm going to say +0 on the talent synergy for Feral Druid of the Claw. So that leaves us at a +1. So we gave it a +1 on the hero talents and a +0 on the others here. So let's take a look at it for Guardian Druid. So Druid of the Claw. To me, you know, this is a bigger deal on tank. We're going to do 214% of attack power, right? So this is instead of Maul. Maul normally does 119%. So this is doing almost double damage on a Ravage. Again, it's auto attacks. It holds a little bit more weight because it's a damaging ability on a tank than it does for me on the Feral Druid. We're not building combo points, which is another thing there. It takes Maul from single target to AoE. Pretty much on Guardian, you're always going to be pulling a bunch of enemies at the same time, and Maul sometimes feels like kind of wasted in a lot of cases. And then here, we got the same Berserk stuff here as well, and I'm pretty sure that the Berserk on this, it's a 3-minute cooldown with no cooldown reduction. So it's not super great. So what I would say is that the Ravage itself has more value on Guardian Druid than I think it does on Feral, but Berserk has basically no value on Guardian versus Feral because it's a 3-minute cooldown, which means you're just not going to get to use it that often to proc this guaranteed. So I think this is going to stay at a +0 for Guardian Druid in terms of the core concept. Like, good ability, but the like extra piece to it just doesn't really add up to me. So let's take a look at our talents. So we've got Energy and Rage. That's good. Again, I'm not going to transform back and forth between bear to cat. 6 seconds after entering bear form, you heal for 10% of damage taken. I don't really care about that. I don't think it's really going to matter, but it is a positive healing effect on a tank, which is generally good. So I'm going to give it 1 point. Bear form magic damage reduction, I really don't care. Swipe damage is increased, mangle damage is increased. That's good though, so we'll give it the point for that. Ravage inflicts a bleed, which is good. Yep. Ravage increases your auto attack speed. We already said that's good. We're at 5 points. We don't know what that is. Maul and raise damage increased. We're at 6. Stampeding Roar, sure. I'm not gonna give it the point, I don't think. Crit chance, so we're at 7. So we're going to give +1 for talent quality to Guardian Druid. And then last thing we're checking for here is synergy. So again, we're looking for auto attacks here. We've got Auto attack damage reduction. Auto attacks have a chance to empower your next smaller rays, which is fine. And then this is casting Moonfire on auto attacks. So nothing too crazy there. So what can we do with Maul itself? Do we got some synergy there? We've got reset cooldown on Mangle, movement speed reduction, crit chance. Let's see. Increase the damage of your next Maul. That's fine. Get an absorb shield. Like, this stuff is all good, but not really like a lot of synergy going on here. So I think I'm going to leave this at a +0 as well for Guardian, which puts it at a +2. So basically the talent quality in the hero tree itself is actually good for both of these specializations, and the rest of it is kind of underwhelming. All right, let's do Elun's Chosen. So we got Guardian and Balance this time. So Guardian's going to go in the +1 for tanks. Balance is going to go in the 0 for DPS. We're already on Guardian, so we'll just do Guardian. All right, so Lunar Beam now causes you to leech life equal to 10% of all damage dealt to enemies within the beam. I think that's it. I think Fury of Elune, that's just a balance ability. It doesn't get added back in here anywhere. And Full Moon is also a balance ability. So we have to spec into Lunar Beam, and then we gain some leech from it, which I don't care about at all on Guardian, Druid, and Open World content. So to me right now, this is useless. So let's check the bottom one. This further increases the power of Boundless Moonlight, which is this here. So Lunar Beam increases your mastery, deals 30% increased damage, and lasts 3 seconds longer. Okay, so let's check out. So for our mastery, we are getting increased attack power, so that will up our damage. It's going to deal 30% increased damage. So how much damage is it doing? 21 times our mastery. Okay, increases your mastery, dealing about 80% of your attack power and healing you. So it's going to do 30% more. So it's going to hit for the damage of Maul. It seems okay. I think the starter talent here is kind of whatever. Like, I really don't care about the leech on this. On Guardian Druid. And then here, it's fine. I think we're going to do a +0 on the core concept. Like, I'm almost tempted to give it a -1, but I don't want to do the math on Eternal Moon here. And, you know, so it could be a decent, like, 30% increased damage. It's also increasing your mastery, but the damage doesn't scale off your mastery, but your mastery does give you more attack power, and then more attack power is going to scale the damage. So there's just like some math here that I don't really want to bother with. So we're going to keep it at 0 for right now. All right, let's take a look at the talents. Free automatic moonfires generate rage. That's good. Resource generation. Again, you've got to really spec into that though. So like at this point, what you're getting from Elun's Chosen with these 2 talent points, they're determining where you go in your talent build for sure. Each non-arcane damaging ability increases the damage of your next arcane damaging ability, which is pretty nice. I'm assuming you'd want that to be Lunar Beam. I don't know if the Moonfire procs would eat that. So I'm still going to count it as a good point. Increase the damage of Lunar Beam. Okay, or Thrash deals arcane damage now. Either way, those are both cool. Moonfire deals more damage, which, I mean, you're speccing into that anyway to get, you know, Galactic Guardian there. Enemies damaged by lunar beam take increased damage from you. Okay, that's nice. So now it's doing an additional thing. So we're at 5. Moonfire damage has a chance to call down a Fury of a Loon. Oh. So that does a bunch of spell power damage. That's weird. Is that accurate for Guardian Druid? Is this tooltip accurate? If it is, then I don't know how much damage that's going to be because you're not going to have a whole lot of spell power. But, I mean, it is... Yeah, I don't know. That could be okay. And then Fury of a Loon ends with a flash of energy, blasting enemies for spell power. Yeah, that's a weird one, but I'm still going to count it. So we're at 6. Reduce damage taken, don't care. Reduce cooldown on Wild Charge is nice, so that'll put us at 7. And then Arcane Damage Pump, that's fine. Arcane abilities reduce the cooldown of Lunar Beam by 3 seconds. So that would be a reason to pick up Thrash, because then you can Thrash and get a lot of cooldown reduction there. Plus, you're going to have your Moonfires and stuff, so that's actually pretty solid too. I think enough talents here work that we're going to give it a +1. So then we got to look at synergies. Now, obviously, there's no, like, we're not going to have any Lunar Beam synergy because it's the last talent on the row here, so we just get it. It is what it is. But we do have this arcane damage deal here. So I want to see how many abilities, how many things can we pick up to do arcane damage. We obviously have Moonfire. We can spec into Thrash. Right, increased arcane damage, and we get healed for it. So mostly just increased arcane damage, so nothing we can really do there. However, what we can get, we're gonna have the free Moonfires, right, which is nice. Okay. We can pop Convoke the Spirits, that's fine. We can hit 2 targets with Moonfire. That's okay as well. I think the key here to the synergy is going to be picking up Thrash. Deals arcane damage. And then there's a bunch of ways that you can modify Thrash. Right, so damage and radius. You can get an Absorb Shield. You can eat Thrash stacks with Pulverize. You can stack Thrash additional times. I'm going to give this one for synergy. I'm going to give it a +1 because looking at this, it's making me think like, okay, I could build this way, I could do this, etc. And for me, that's already enough to give it a +1 because there is some synergy here. If there wasn't, I'd just be going, yeah, I picked this up for damage. I picked that up. So I think we're going to get a +1 on the Elun's Chosen, which makes it the first tank spec to not get a full +4 points. But it's still a +3, which is pretty solid. So let's take a look at it for Balanced Druid. All right, Elun's Chosen. So this is obviously going to be a little bit different now because we are going to have Fury of Elun and Full Moon. I don't think, I'm not sure. I haven't played Balance in a long time. Yeah, so we don't have Lunar Beam, but we do have Fury of Elun. And then we have Full Moon, so calls down 2 minor moons that deal damage. This is obviously way better for Balance at first glance than it is for Guardian for open world content. Okay, so now the Fury of Elun generates astral power and then gets 50% damage increase. New Moon and Half Moon also can, yeah. So I think we got a +1 on Balance for core concept here. I think this fits really well. You're using all this stuff. It's going to have high impact. Let's look at our Fury of Elun real quick. So we get to choose Fury of Elun or we get to choose New Moon. Either way, Fury of Elun, 1 minute cooldown, solid. And then New Moon is also solid with the 20-second cooldown there. Yeah, so those are fine. Yeah. So I think we do the +1 there. So let's take a look at the talents. Additional resource from abilities we're going to use all the time. Non-arcane damaging abilities. That should be fine because we're going to be casting some nature damage abilities. So that's a good one. Increased damage, good. Increased damage on Moonfire. Increased damage on targets, we're at 5. Chance to call down a Fury of a Loon. Again, we're going to use Moonfire a lot, so that's good. We're at 6. Moon Conform damage reduction. I actually do value that. Not a lot. It's arcane damage and magic damage. I'd rather this be physical damage, so I'm not going to give it a point for that one. Slow enemies affected by Moonfire. That's pretty good on balance. So I'll give a point to that. So we're at 7. Arcane damage pump, we're at 8. So we're going to do +1 for talent quality. And then we're going to go into synergy. So first off, we already know with our Fury of a Loon and New Moon, basically what we have here, increased damage. Yeah, and we can also get cooldown reduction on Fury of a Loon to get it down to 45 seconds. That's really solid. Every other eclipse creates a Fury of a Loon. So that's really solid as well. And then what can we do with our Moonfire? Okay. Call down falling stars. That's fine. Increased damage in AoE. Extension. Deal damage faster. Okay. Summon a fairy dragon. Yeah, there's like some stuff in here. But it's kind of just amping what we're already doing. I'd say there's synergy in here, but not like a crazy amount that's making me think about like, ooh, what do I do with this? What do I do with that? There's solid amps and stuff in here. It's not like we get triple Moonfire cast or something crazy. So I think we're going to leave it at a +0 for Elun's Chosen balance, which puts us at a +2. So pretty solid choice, I think. All right, next up we have Farseer for the Shaman. So Elemental's going to go in +0 and Restoration's going to go in -1. So let's come over and check these out. So Elemental Farseer. So this is going to cause Primordial Wave. So we would have to spec into Primordial Wave to call an ancestor to your side for 6 seconds. Whenever you cast a healing or damaging spell, it will cast a similar spell. And we have no idea how much damage it will do. Like if it does like 10% of your damage that you do, that's not amazing. If it does 50%, that's great. If it does like 75, that's really good. So this could be anywhere from like okay to really good. And then down here we have an active ability. So Ancestral Swiftness, your next healing or damaging spell is instant, costs no mana, and deals increased damage on a 30-second cooldown. So Nature's Swiftness is a 1-minute cooldown, so you can actually cast this quite a bit. If you know Nature's Swiftness, which we could spec into, it's replaced by Ancestral Swiftness and causes it to call an ancestor to your side for 6 seconds. So another way to call ancestors. Since we don't know how much damage the ancestors do, and this is already a damage dealing class, I would want them to do a significant amount of damage, and I just don't know if they will. So I think we're going to hold at +0 on the core concept here for Farseer on Elemental. So let's take a look at the talents. Okay, we can increase the Ancestor's spell power, which seems good, and we can call another one. Overall, I'd say that's a talent that's, you know, worth it. When an Ancestor's called, they reduce the cooldown on your elementals. I mean, I don't really care about that too much. I mean, maybe you could use the Fire Elemental a lot, Storm Elemental a lot, depending on how many Ancestors you're calling. Primordial Wave 30-second recharge. We got Ancestral Swiftness, 30-second recharge. Assuming that you use this on cooldown, you would get 2 ancestors. You'd get 4 ancestors per minute. Potentially like 6 to 8 of them. Okay, you could potentially get like 8 ancestors and 40 seconds of cooldown. Yeah, okay, it could be a significant amount of cooldown reduction. So I'm going to give the point to this one. It also could just be like you get 20 seconds off every minute, which still is pretty significant because they have 5-minute cooldowns. I believe they're still 5 minutes. Okay, reduce the cooldown of Nature Guardian, cause it to heal. Sure. Let's see. Oh, wrong one. So this is the if you almost die. Reduces the cooldown by 15 seconds, so it can happen every... Yeah, nah. I'm going to go with nah for this one. So we're at 2 points. Ancestors last longer. Lava Burst has a chance to call an ancestor. So yeah, that's a good one. It's another way to call more ancestors. Max Maelstrom, yeah, that's fine. Increase the damage of abilities you're going to be using, great. Additional charge of Lava Burst is freaking huge. That's a big deal. So we're at 6. I don't care about this. When an ancestor expires, they cast Elemental Blast. Sure. 7 on talent, so we're going to give +1 to Elemental. And then synergies, right? So what can we do with Primordial Wave? So we've got the ability, and that is it. That's it. So no cooldown reduction or anything like that. I mean, 30 seconds is, it's fine. Yeah. Okay, so nothing really on that. Nature Swiftness, we can just pick it up, which is fine. Then we have, let's see. We got our elementals. Oh, you know what? So with our fire or storm elemental right here, we can pick one up. Okay, they have 2.5 minute recharge. So actually that cooldown reduction is really good. Okay. That's pretty significant. Okay, we get increased damage from the elementals. Lesser elementals for 15 seconds. Flame shock damage over time. Critical strengths reduce the cooldown. So we can reduce the cooldown even more. Okay, you can gain control over them. Okay, so we got some stuff we can do with elementals there. And then lava burst charges. Is there anything cool we can do with that? I mean, obviously, there's probably some stuff we can do. Okay, so we can do Surge of Power to reduce the cooldown of our elements. So we can just use a lot of elementals with this build. Plus the ancestors. So I'm starting to see like, okay, we can have ancestors, we can have elementals, we can have mini elementals. I'm going to give this a point for synergy. Yeah. So we're going to bump this up. It's going to be a +2. All right, so let's take a look for our Restoration Shaman with Farseer. So again, healing, we're looking for damage. The nice thing here, so benefiting from undulation calls ancestor to your side. So let's look at that. So undulation, every third healing wave or healing surge. So we have to cast healing wave or healing surge 3 times. But we're not actively wanting to heal, we're wanting to deal damage. So healing wave, we're going to cast healing surge to heal ourselves when we're dealing damage. So to proc this, we would have to cast healing surge even if we didn't need to heal, which is not great. Casting Unleash Life calls an ancestor to your side. Now this one, it's just an ability with a 15-second recharge. That's way better. So basically we can just cast this and we don't care. It's going to heal a friendly target and increase the effect of your next healing spell, but we don't care. We just want it to summon an ancestor. And these still will cast a similar spell when you cast a damage spell. So very good. Very good. Anything to amp damage on a healing specialization is great. And then we got the same thing here. More ways to call ancestors. I think this is actually going to be high impact for Restoration Shaman and open world content, because you pop this every 15 seconds, you pop this every 30 seconds, you get an ancestor. It doesn't matter if they do 10% of your damage, 20, 50, 70, who cares? They're doing more damage and you want more damage. So I'm actually going to give a point to Restoration Shaman on the core concept of this, even though I didn't give the point to Elemental, because Elemental, the impact is questionable. On Restoration, the impact it's there 100%. So let's check the talents. Okay, more powerful spells. Reduce the cooldown of Riptide. I don't care about that at all. Don't care about this either. Okay, we get the Ancestor Pump, which is that's actually really valuable here for sure. Max mana and Tidal Wave, don't care. Increase the healing done, don't care. Lava Burst additional charge is huge on Restoration. Huge. Don't care. And Hydro Bubble gives you a protective bubble. Also don't care. So that's only 3 talents that to me have a good impact here. Pump the spells for your ancestors. Increase the duration and give us another charge of Lava Burst. So per the rules here, 3 or less, we're going to deduct a point. Boop. So we're back down to the start. And then we're looking for synergy here. So obviously with this Unleash Life, you know, there's nothing. There's no additional synergy there. With the talents that we looked at here, I mean, really the only thing we have is Lava Burst. So I actually don't think there's any synergy either in the tree. So that's going to be another -1. So it's a -2. And you would think with like how much of an impact I thought these were going to have, it would be higher than that. But the reality is that's the only thing it has going for it. The only thing it has going for it is the core concept itself. You're going to put a point into this and be like, wow, I have extra mana and I can stack Tidal Waves 4 times, but I don't care about stacking Tidal Waves on myself because I just don't. You know, like we look at Tidal Waves here and it's like, okay, you get 2 stacks of Tidal Waves. That's going to reduce the cast time of your next healing wave or chain heal, or the critical effect chance of your healing surge. It's like, I don't care. Consuming Tidal Waves has a chance to reduce the cooldown on your healing stuff. I also don't care. You know, so it's like this point here means nothing for open world content, really. So that's where we're at, I think, on the Farseer for Restoration. We're on a -2. It's still not, you know, it's not way down in the depths, but we haven't had a healing specialization make it past the starting point yet. I think that's going to be a case for a lot of them. A lot of the tank specs are probably going to make it up here. A lot of the healing specs aren't going to make it past the start, unfortunately. Is what it is. So what do you think so far? Any updates? Any thoughts? How do you feel about the rankings? Again, we got a lot to go, but we've done a lot as well. So next we're going to be doing the Fate Bound for Assassination and Outlaw. So these are both going to get dropped into 0 for DPS start. Let's go over to Assassination. So we're doing Fate Bound. All right. So flip a coin each time a finishing move consumes 5 or more combo points. Okay, so again, we're going to flip a coin probably 2 times per enemy. Maybe. We'll do like a slice and dice into, you know, a mutilate or something like that, or, you know, whatever. And then the target's probably dead. Maybe we get 3 coin flips. So if we get heads, we increase the damage of the attacks by 10% for 15 seconds or until you flip tails. There's a good chance that you will flip before the 15 seconds is up. Tails just deals cosmic damage, 180%. So let's look. What is a... Let's look at our abilities here. Mutilate does 74% of attack power plus 74% of attack power times 0.5. So it does about 100%. And this does 180%. So it actually hits harder than a mutilate. And it hits almost as hard as a 5-point envenom. $28 times 7. It almost hits as hard as a 7-point eviscerate. Okay, so the tails flip actually hits pretty hard. Each time the same face is flipped in a row, heads increases damage by an additional 2%, and tails increases its damage by 10%. Okay, and it doesn't say that there's a maximum. And then when your Fatebound coin flips the same face for the 7th time in a row, keep the lucky coin and gain 7% of agility until you leave combat for 10 seconds. If you already have a lucky coin, it deals 360% of attack power cosmic damage to your target. Okay, 10% increased damage on your attacks seems fine. It's not nothing for sure. 180% attack power extra damage on top of your finishing move seems pretty good though. Also, I'm not sure how I feel about this like flipping the same thing over and over and over again, because isn't that just complete RNG? There's probably some ways to manipulate it in here. I think there are, if I remember correctly. I'm going to keep this as +0. I think there's an obvious benefit here. Increased damage, and then also the random cosmic damage hits. Those are going to be good. The RNG of the like coin flipping, and then also the pacing at which you can do it, I'm not 100% sure on here. So I think I'm going to keep this at a +0. So let's take a look at the talents. So leech increase, and you can absorb damage taken. Yeah, that's good on a rogue. I like that. Mutilate, ambush, phantom knives generates when they trigger seal fate when they strike an additional time. What? That is some gibberish. Critical strikes of the attack that generate combo points grant an additional combo point. Okay, so I think this is trying to say that if they hit an additional time, or when they generate Seal of Fate, they also hit an additional time. I'm not sure. Either way, this is likely going to be good, so we're going to give it a point. Damage dealt when your Fatebound coin flips tails is increased by 30% if there's no other enemies. That's really good. So 210% if you're single target. Fatebound coins flip by Envenom multiple times in a row are more likely to match the same face. So if you want to match face, then you use Envenom a bunch. Okay. So there's a little way to manipulate that. I don't know. Obviously it's in there because you probably want to use it, right? So I'm going to count that one. Activating Death Mark causes your next Fatebound coin to flip and land on its edge. Okay, so Death Mark. 2-minute cooldown. Nah, I'm not going to count that one. 2-minute cooldown is super long. Cold Blood now benefits the next 2 abilities, but only applies to Envenom. Fatebound coins flipped are guaranteed to match the same face. Cold Blood, 45-second cooldown, that's fine. Weapon poisons have increased application chance, and Fatebound coins flipped have an additional chance to match the same face. Okay, we'll give that 5 points. Cannot be slowed. Shadow Step can be used a second time. I don't really care about either one of those. Fate Intertwine duplicates 30% of Venom crit damage as Cosmic to 2 additional nearby enemies. Yeah, that's solid. So we're at 6. And then I guess 7. We'll give it the +1 for assassination. This is just so weird to me. I looked at this and I was like, so they want you to flip coins, but they also want you to like keep getting the same result. And like, to me, like, that's not the fun of flipping the coin. Like, to be like, I got it again and again and again. It's cool to do that, but to like purposely try to influence it, I don't know. Like, it's not gonna affect the rating, but I don't know if I like this. I don't know if it's like a me type of mechanic. Maybe it is. And I'm typically the like, yeah, let's go, let's gamble, flip the coins, roll the dice, all that kind of stuff. I'm very much into that. But this is just, to me, it almost feels like it takes the spirit out of it. But I don't know. I'll have to play it and find out. All right, so then synergies, obviously combo points stuff here. If we can generate combo points faster, I mean, this is kind of a silly search to do because there's so many combo point things here. So we can generate combo points faster, which is good. Let's see. I don't know if we'd want to gain an additional max combo point because I think we just kind of want to hit 5 spin, hit 5 spin, hit 5 spin. So we're just constantly flipping coins. So I think we actually don't want to increase our max combo points. Generate more combo points from stealth, combo points plus additional per. So we definitely got ways to generate more combo points. And then is there anything else that really has synergy here? We got the whole Seal Fate thing in there. I mean, casting Envenom just depends on us like generating combo points. I don't think there's anything synergistically that we can do with Envenom to like make it like do more stuff here. We just gotta flip the coin with it. I think we're going to keep it a +0 for the synergy. Like, there's obviously stuff here that we can manipulate to make ourselves generate combo points faster and then just spin, 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 spin. That's really about all that I'm kind of seeing here. So it's not nothing. And it is pretty significant amount of ways you can influence the combo point game with Rogue. But that's about all I'm seeing. All right, so then we have Fatebound for Outlaw. So we got the coin flip thing again. Right, and then down here, same thing. So I would say this is a 0, right? Just like before. I don't think we changed that, so +0. And then we do the talent points. So we've got our Leech, which is good. Sinister Strike with the Seal Fate, that's good. Also good there. Dispatch, that's fine. Adrenaline Rush. 3-minute cooldown. Okay, Adrenaline Rush there. Generate full combo points when you gain Adrenaline Rush. That's a nice little perk, but that doesn't apply here. I mainly just want to see... Yeah, so there's no cooldown reduction anyway, so we're not going to give a point for that. So we're at 4. Sinister Strike has a 5% increased chance to strike an additional time. Yeah, that's nice. So we're 5. Grappling Hook can be used a second time. That can be good. We'll go 6. 7. Sure, we're at 7, so that's enough to give it a +1 for the points there. And then Synergy, again for this one, I mean, we're looking at combo points again, right? Combo point manipulation. So what we've got here is increased damage, additional max combo point, which I don't think we want here. We can gain full combo points there. Between the Eyes can just grant us 5 combo points, which is really nice. So how much Between the Eyes synergy do we have? Between the Eyes has no cooldown and also dispatches the target for 50% of normal damage when used from stealth. I'm going to keep us at +0 for the synergy on this one as well. There's some stuff here. I'm starting to see it, but again, like I'm not like... It's not like an overwhelming amount of stuff that we can do. So I think we're in the same spot here. We're just +1 for both of these. All right, let's get into the next Demon Hunter one. So we've got Fell Scarred. So Vengeance starts at a +1. Havoc starts at a 0. All right, so this is going to finish out Demon Hunter for us. So we got Fell Scarred. Okay, so Metamorphosis also causes Demon's Bite to generate additional fury. Fine. While Demon Form is active, the first cast of each empowered ability induces a Demon Surge, causing you to explode with fell energy, dealing fire damage to nearby enemies. So, right now, it sounds like Demon's Bite is empowered. We go Metamorphosis, we cast Demon's Bite, we generate extra fury, and we explode, dealing 170% of attack power. Which, I mean, what is that compared to... I mean, it's like a Chaos Strike, an AoE Chaos Strike. It's solid. And then activating Metamorphosis greatly empowers I-Beam, Immolation Aura, and Sigil of Flame. So that gives us 4 more abilities to deal damage. And then Demon Surge damage is increased by 10% for each time it previously triggered while your Demon Form is active. So basically... we trigger a thing, then we get 10%, trigger another 10% trigger, another 10% trigger. All around pretty solid, but here's my problem. Here's my problem with this. And MB, you're here as a Demon Hunter, resident Demon Hunter player, right? So you tell me, okay? My problem with this is that it hinges around Metamorphosis, right? Metamorphosis is a 3-minute cooldown. So, like, you are not benefiting from this. You get 20 seconds every 3 minutes where you could potentially use this. So you're just not benefiting from this as frequently in open world content as I would like you to. You can reduce the cooldown down to 2 minutes, and then you're barely getting to where I'm like, okay, fine. So I wouldn't say this is bad. You have to take the 60-minute or 60-second cooldown reduction. If you don't take this, then you might as well minus a point right now for me for open world content. minus a point. 3-minute cooldown to activate anything that you're trying to do here is just no. But if you take this and you get it down to 2 minutes, then it's fine. I think it's a +0. I think it's a +0. So I'm going to leave it at a +0 for overall concept because it's locked behind Metamorphosis. So let's take a look at the talent points. Yeah, the only Metamorphosis reduction is, again, it's right here. 60 seconds. Yeah, I agree. 2 minutes, a little too much. So let's take a look at the talents. Okay. Chaos Nova slows. Don't care. Movement speed increase per Fury. That, I don't know that I count this one. Like, if you got Fury, you're just getting that movement speed. I feel like you're getting it in combat, and I don't know if I care, so I'm not going to give a point for this one. Blades burn with fell energy, causing your Chaos Strike, Throw Glaive, and auto attacks to deal additional... Yep, that's great. Max Fury, yep, sure. Demon Strike deals increased damage on a single target. Yep. Like that. When you activate Metamorphosis, the cooldowns of your Sigil of Flame and Immolation Aura are immediately reset. Those are two of the things that you can use to get that Demon Surge damage, so that's good. Increased Mastery and Fury from Sigil of Flame or Immolation Aura gets a 2-yard increase and 40% increase. Yep, that's good. 5% of all fire, non-fire damage is taken as fire and reduced by 10%. That's solid. We're talking Havoc Demon Hunter here, so survivability is worth points, in my opinion. So we're at 6. Effects of your demon form persist outside in a weakened state, increasing Chaos Strike and Blade Dance damage by 10%. Yeah, that's solid. So we're at 7. And then agility increased, so we're at 8 points. So we're going to do a +1 for Havoc for the talent quality. And then we already know that as far as Metamorphosis is concerned, we have the cooldown reduction, and then over here we get a reset on Blade Dance and I-Beam if we pick this up. I-Beam is going to be another ability that we can tackle here. So we know basically through this we can hit Metamorphosis and pop all 4 abilities right away every single time. So that's like something. It's not nothing, but it's something. And then what else do we have? I don't really think we have anything else. Like, these are all just good perks. We're getting the point for the talent tree variety there. I mean, at this point, we're just looking like, oh, hey, this says that we do a thing with, you know, I don't know. We do a thing with, what, Immolation Aura? But that's not... I mean, we're not going to, like, drastically change our build here. It's not like Immolation Aura does anything to help us do this hero talent stuff more often or proc anything. Like, this is literally just like... This is also a buff for Immolation Aura. So, like, I just don't see it. I actually think this might be a minus a point for limited synergy or limited support from the tree. Because all I think we have here is this and this. Yeah. I'm going to say it's a -1. MB, you let me know if you disagree, but I think it's a -1. All right, so let's look at this as Vengeance. Okay, so again, we're locked behind Metamorphosis. We've got the cooldown reduction here. Again, if we look at Metamorphosis on a demon, on a Vengeance, you know, we're still at the 3-minute cooldown. So nothing I said there changes. I think it's still a 0. Right, so then we look at our talent points here. We've got the fire damage, which is good. Fury, good. Increased single target damage. Cooldown reset. Immolation Aura. I actually don't care about this really on Vengeance, so we're still at 5, 6, 7. So we get a point for the talents, right? Because they're also still good. And then synergy, again, like for this, we've got fatal damage puts us in metamorphosis every 8 minutes, which we shouldn't be dying on vengeance. So, I mean, if you're trying to die to proc metamorphosis an extra time to get the benefits, I mean, sure, you could do that, but I don't think that counts either. And again, we're just going to pump Immolation Aura. I think we're at the same spot here. Like, I think these are exactly the same. It's 0, +1, -1. So I think we're, yeah. Overall, I think Felscarred is just way behind Aldraki Reaver for both specialists, like way behind for Demon Hunter. Yeah. All right, that's where I'm going to leave it. Nothing too crazy there. All right, we got a Evoker spec up next. So this is going to be the Flame Shaper for Devastation and Preservation. So Devastation is going to go in DPS. Preservation is going to go in Healer. Let's go take a look. Oh, my little bunnies. They're all like flopped out and comfy. So cute. So cute. All right, let's take a look at Flame Shaper. All right, so Devastation Flame Shaper. What do we got? Engulf, 30-second recharge. Great cooldown there. Okay, engulf the target in Dragon Flame, dealing 370% of spell power fire damage. For each of your periodic effects on the target, effectiveness is increased by 50%. 370%. That's better than a Pyre. That's 4 times an Azure Strike. It's almost as powerful as Disintegrate, which is pretty nutty. It's a really strong ability on a 30-second cooldown. Solid. Engulf consumes 4 seconds of fire breath from the target, detonating it and damaging all nearby targets. And you're going to want to stack these anyway. This seems high impact to me. 30-second cooldown ability that does a bunch of damage. It eats fire breath to do AoE. I'm going to give it a +1 for Devastation. That seems good. Talent point quality here. Hover and Deep Breath travel faster, and Hover travels further. I like that just for the, mobility there. Hover is one of the only ways we get a boost on Evoker. Crit chance against targets above 50% health. Awesome. Living Flame, Azure Strike have an extra chance to trigger Essence Burst when they crit. Yep. Engulf increases the duration of Fire Breath by 8 seconds and causes it to... Okay, nice. Reduce the cast time of your next spell. Okay, yeah, good. Gains an additional charge. Okay, so now it's like every 15 seconds you can use this. And deals increased damage. Okay, 6. Adds a dot, which you want to make Engulf even better. 7. Increase, okay, 8. Increased damage over time. Renewing Blaze also applies to your target or one nearby. Don't care about that. Your wounds have a chance to cauterize, healing you for... Yes. 9. Every talent point on here is good. +1. Easy. And then Synergy. I mean, so we're really looking for ways that we can pick up, like, more damage over time abilities, right? So Firestorm, I don't think counts as a damage over time. Living Flame deals damage over 12 seconds to enemies. So we can turn that into a dot. That's pretty nice. What else do we have? Any way we can pump up Fire Breath? More damage. While channeling Disintegrate your fire depth, it gets pumped. Fire breath damage is a chance to cause next living flame to be instant cast. Engulf extra charge. Oh, that's these. Okay. I actually don't think there's a lot of synergy here. Like, I think, like, you know, this is like the core concept and the talents are very, very good, but I don't actually think there's a lot of stuff in the tree that is gonna like really change the game here. Do I deduct a point for limited synergy or do I leave it at 0? I almost feel like there's like, what do we have that's dealing damage over time? Fire breath, which we looked at. Living flame, we could turn it into one. Man, as good as I think this is, I think I actually have to take a point off for limited synergy. Wait, we started here, right? Started at 0. We gave it a point for the concept being good. We gave it a point for the talents, and then we took it down a point. Yep, that's right. Okay. All right, and then Preservation Flame Shaper. Okay, so again, damages targets. Healer, we want more damage. This is huge. Huge for Preservation. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Now, Engulf consumes 4 seconds of Dream Breath. Detonating it and healing is not as good. But just the fact that we get a 30-second recharge damaging ability on a healer, to me, is enough to give this a +1 for core concept, even though this we don't really care about. So then we get into the talents. We got the hover one, which is good. The crit chance, which is good. The extra essence burst, which is good, because we can still use it on disintegrate. Let's see. We do still get fire breath. Okay, so that's another one there. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Cast time is 5. Additional charge is 6. Essence abilities are enhanced 7. 8. 9. Yeah, so we're going to do +1 here as well. And then we're looking for synergy, so we're looking for damage over time things that we can pick up here. So Dream Breath is going to be healing over time. Heal over time. Again, heals. You know. Now, I think we're going to lose a point for synergy here as well, because, you know, everything we have that's damage over time is basically going to be healing. Unfortunately. So it's even less synergy, I think, than what we had on the other one. So I think this drops it down 1 point. But it is tied right now for the best healing specialization hero talent tree that we have so far. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. All right, we're finally doing a mage. I just realized we haven't done any mage yet. Is there any other class we haven't done any of? Paladin, we haven't done any paladin. I think that's it. We've done something for all the other ones. So we get into a mage finally. We're going to do Frostfire. So these are both going to go into 0 for DPS. Okay. And so fire, we got Frostfire right here. So your damaging fire spells generate a stack of Fire Mastery, and frost spells generate a stack of Frost Mastery. Fire increases your haste, and frost increases your mastery for 14 seconds, and you can get up to 6 stacks for each one. So you can get 6% haste and 6% mastery. Okay, adding stacks doesn't refresh the duration, but it does last for 14 seconds, which is pretty nice. Over here on fire, our mastery is going to cause the burn there. Okay, so we get increased burn for that. And then down here, Frostfire Empowerment grants you maximum benefit of Frostfire Mastery and refreshes its duration. So Frostfire Empowerment. Your Frost and Fire spells have a chance to activate Frostfire Empowerment, causing your next Frostfire Bolt to be instant cast, deal increased damage, and explode for damage to nearby enemies and grant you the maximum benefit of Frostfire Mastery in one go. Frostfire Bolt launches a bolt of Frostfire, causing Frostfire damage, slowing movement speed, and causing an additional Frostfire damage over 8 seconds, and it generates both stacks. So here, if you get this, it gives you maximum benefit and refreshes the duration. Activating Combustion or Icing Veins grants you Frostfire Empowerment. Okay, so Combustion, 2-minute cooldown. Okay. We can reduce the cooldown on Combustion to use it more often. So we had to look at all those together, but basically this stuff is insane. It's insane. I mean, basically you're going to get Frostfire Bolt. And even though like we have to cover the core concept, we have to include Frostfire Bolt and Frostfire Empowerment because these refer to them. And this ability here, it deals 110% of spell power, right? Which is over half of a Pyroblast. It reduces the movement speed of the target and adds a damage over time ability to it. It's absolutely insane. Core concept, +1. So then we get into the talents. Obviously 1 and 2, we're going to get 2 points right there. Blazing Barrier gives you an ice barrier. That's nice. So we're at 3 points. Comet Storm calls down a meteor and vice versa, 4 points. Reaching max stacks makes your next Phoenix Flames cast Ice Nova. Okay, good. Here in the middle, we have a chance to increase Frostfire Bolts, or the cast timer is reduced, so 6. Frost spells of the base cooldown shorter than 4 minutes is reduced. I mean, come on, we're at 7. Chance to trigger an additional bolt, 8. Reaching max stacks makes your next Fire Blast apply Living Bomb, 9. These are all great. So we're going to do +1 again. And then for talent synergy, I'm just going to tell you the prerequisite here is cast fire spells to generate stacks, right? That's pretty much all there is. And there's going to be plenty of ways to do that and augment that, etc. in the fire tree. We're just going to keep it simple, +1. It's good. And if we switch over to Frost, it's literally the same thing. Everything here benefits, like the rating's the exact same. This is one of the hero specializations that's like the same for both specs essentially, because it basically just fuses Frost and Fire into one. So it goes up here too. Easy. That's going to be the shortest chapter in the whole stream, is going to be Frost, Fire. All right, let's do Hellcaller for Affliction and Destruction Warlock. So Affliction and Destruction are both going to be counted as pet classes, so they're going to go in the +1 from the start here. We'll go over to Warlock. All right, we'll do Affliction. So we are doing Hellcaller. All right. So Wither replaces Corruption. Okay, it deals 15% of spell power Shadow Flame damage immediately and an additional 237% over 18 seconds. How does that compare to Corruption? Corruption does 13 initial. This does 15, so not that much different. And this does 91% over 14 seconds versus 235% over 18 seconds. So significantly more damage. 18 seconds is a long time for open world content, so you're probably not going to get the benefit out of that. But this is basically better Corruption, which seems fine. And then down here we get Malevolence, 1 minute cooldown. Dark magic erupts from you and corrupts your soul, causing enemies suffering from your wither to take 330% of spell power shadow flame damage. And to increase the stack count of wither by 6. Okay, so spending soul shards on damaging spells will corrupt enemies, increasing the stack count. Each time it gains a stack, there's a chance it will collapse, dealing 58% spell power shadow flame damage to its host until 1 stack remains. So that ups the stack by 6 and gives it a chance to collapse. While corrupted, oh, and it's until 1 remains, so you don't lose the dot. It just does extra damage. While corrupted for this 20 seconds, your haste is increased, and spending soul shards on damaging spells grants an additional stack of wither. So you get 2 stacks. This seems really good. I mean, Affliction, you want dots. You want dot synergy. This is an updated upgraded corruption, which is really good. The stacking, the possibility to, do that collapse, the haste here, and additional stacks and additional damage. I mean, for Affliction, at least, I think the core concept here is worth a +1. That seems really good. So let's get into the talents. Fire damage dealt increased. So how many things do we have doing fire damage? Not much. Not much. I don't think we have any like core class abilities that are doing fire damage. But yeah, so this is useless. Curse of Weakness is empowered. I actually like this. It might make the curses worth using in general. So we'll give it a point. Wither damage increased. Nice. We already know that's good. Increased periodic damage, but duration is shorter. That's great. After Wither reaches 8 stacks, or when its host reaches 20%, it deals Shadow Flame damage to its host, so it collapses, basically. Okay, so that's 5. Shadow damage increase, that is good for Affliction, so 6. Dark Pack heals you, Sacrifice or Soul Leech, I don't care. Crit damage dealt by Wither increase, so 7, so we get a +1. All right, and then synergies, I'm just going to tell you this is a damage over time ability, and there's going to be all sorts of things that we can do in here to synergize. So it's going to get the point for synergy. Okay, so another +4 finally made it onto the list with Affliction Warlock Hellcaller. So let's check it out with Destruction. Okay, so Wither's gonna replace Immolate. Periodic damage generates 1 soul shard fragment. Okay. Let's see here. Am I crazy? What is happening right now? Immolate! Why isn't it showing up? What the heck? What is happening right now? Okay, hold on a second. This is gonna drive me nuts. Why the heck isn't Immolate showing up as a spell? Okay, it generates 1 soul shard fragment and has a 50% chance to generate an additional one on critical strikes. Okay, so over here, 1 soul shard fragment. Okay, it's the same thing. That's all I wanted to check. Why wasn't Immolate coming up? I don't understand. Okay, so anyway, this is going to replace Immolate, and we already kind of looked at this. And then down here, same deal. Overall, I think this is good. You use Immolate for quite a few things with your Destruction Warlock. It's maybe not as crazy as Affliction, because Affliction really likes to have dots. But, I mean, Destruction really likes to have Immolate as well. And again, I don't know why, like, the search... There we go. Immolate. Like, see, we got Immolate synergies in here. So I'm going to give +1 for this one. For the core concept. Again, fire damage here for us is going to be really good. And then we know pretty much everything else is going to be good except for the shadow damage here. So it's going to be enough to give us +1 points for that. And then if we look at synergy, again, just looking at our Immolate here. Let's see. We got Cataclysm, so we can affect a bunch of enemies with Immolate, so we can actually AoE cast Wither, which is pretty sweet. Increase the damage and duration. Let's see. It'll deal increased damage. We got our Channel Demon Fire, which is really nice as well. Okay. We can consume Wither damage over time. We can apply Wither with Soulfire, which is pretty nice. Is there really anything else we can do on Destruction? Like, we have the synergy with Immolate, but I don't know... We got the soul shard spinning, which is pretty nice. We can do that for sure. I mean, the collapse stuff is all there. I'm going to give this one a +1 still, just because we can do like AoE, Immolate, you know, we can apply it in some different ways. We've got Channel Demon Fire and some stuff like that in there. So I feel like we can kind of work in some different things there. I don't know. Is it... Is it enough? I'm looking for more like any other damage over time synergy. Like we're gonna have damage over time and dot synergy on... No, I think this is a 0. I think this is a 0. Like the only thing we can really do here is like add some application of our Wither, because we can apply Immolate in a few different ways, but I don't think it's enough. You know, you pick up 1 or 2 extra talents here or there, but there's not really like a lot else going on. So I think we're going to keep it at a +0, which means the Hellcaller for Destruction is still really good. It's still a +3, but it's not quite as good as Hellcaller is for Affliction. I feel like that's very fair. All right, we're down to just 4 rows left. How many of these have we done? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. 34. We got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. We've only got 44 left. Really? I feel like I've done so much. There are so many of these. It's insane. Oh, man. Well, let's keep plugging away. I said this was going to be a long stream. It is. All right, Retribution and Holy, Herald of the Sun. So Retribution's going to go in DPS. Holy's going to go in healer at -1. This is our first Paladin one that we're doing here. So Herald of the Sun. Casting Holy Prism or Barrier of Faith, which, you know, we can pick up and we can get. They're like right here. 30-second cooldown on both of them. Causes your next 2 Holy Power spending abilities to apply Dawnlight, dealing radiant damage or healing over 8 seconds. So we're on a healing specialization. This is giving us another way to deal damage, which is pretty crazy. And then during Avenging Wrath, you become linked to your Dawnlights, causing radiant damage to enemies. Okay, so Avenging Wrath should be our 2-minute cooldown. Yep. And then we can pump it there. Yeah, that's about it. So we can't reduce the cooldown. So it's on the like 2-minute mark, which is kind of okay. It's fine. It's fine. For Holy Paladin, we're good with this. So we're going to give this a point for Holy Paladin because we're getting damage from it. Core concept works for me. Let's do talents. Let's see. Every 5 seconds, your next Dawnlight's damage or healing is increased. That's fine. Yep, we'll do a point there. Movement speed increased while above 80% health. Sure. After you cast, gain Divine Purpose. So we get a free Holy Power spending ability, which will apply Dawnlight like right away. That's really good. Eternal Flame. Heals an ally. Don't care. It does spend Holy Power. But yeah, just no, don't care. Damage and healing over time effects have a chance to increase the damage and healing over... Yeah, sure. 4 points. Haste increased for applying Dawnlight. Yeah, that's good. 5. Crit Strike, 6. Holy Shock. No. Holy Shock can be cast again at 30% effectiveness. Yes, that's good. So we're at +0 for talents. And then synergy-wise, I mean, there's nothing we can really do to synergize with Holy Prism. We've got one thing here. The healing of your next. No. So nothing really with Holy Prism or Barrier of Faith. I mean, Holy Power spending abilities is fine. Radiating, that's, you know, fine as well. I don't really think we have synergy here. I mean, we're pumping Holy Shock a little bit, but it's not like Holy Shock does anything, right? I mean, it generates a Holy Power, but yeah. So I think we're at a... I think we're actually minus a point on synergy. Yeah. So I think we come back down. Because there's not really anything we can do to, like, drastically make this better. So really, it's solid. That's really it. I think that's fair. All right, Retribution, Herald of the Sun. So casting Wake of Ashes, which, I mean, we're probably going to do all the time. You do have to spec into it, but that's fine. Same thing, you get the Dawnlight. And then down here, Avenging Wrath. Again, if we look at Avenging Wrath, so we've got a pump for it here. We got a duration increase, and then we've got another pump for it here. So again, pretty limited. Let's see. So we got the damage increase, we got the movement speed, we got the Divine Purpose. Again, I don't care about this. Hammer of Wrath, sure. Haste. Crit chance, so we're at 6, 7, 8. So we get +1 for talent point quality. Okay. Oh, and we get 1 for the core concept. So we started here, we get 1 for core concept, 1 for talent quality. And then synergy, I mean, again, I just don't think we're going to have much here. Let's see. Wake of Ashes deals reduced damage to secondary target, but causes you to lash out 2 extra times. Wake of Ashes activates. Yeah. I'm going to say -1 point for synergy here. So that puts it at a +1. So like an okay specialization. All right, let's go to Keeper of the Grove. This is for Restoration and Balanced Druid. So Restoration is going to go -1. Balanced Druid is going to go 0. All right, so we come over here. Balanced Druid, Keeper of the Grove. Okay. Force of Nature grants 3 charges of Dream Burst, causing your next Wrath or Starfire to explode on the target, dealing a bunch of damage to nearby targets. Okay, so Force of Nature. We're going to have to grab that out of the tree, it looks like. Yeah, right here. 1 minute cooldown. Okay, that's solid. So usable. Also, you get 3 charges per cast, so that's pretty decent. Each of your Force of Nature treants increases damage of your spells. This seems solid. Like, not too crazy, right? You gotta go into Force of Nature to get it, which is fine. Yeah, I'm gonna go +0 on this one. All right, talents. Force of Nature treants, which lasts for 10 seconds, cast Moonfire on nearby targets about once every 6 seconds. So maybe like once. But sure. 1. They no longer taunt and deal increased melee damage, or they have increased health. So, okay, that's good. 2. Force of Nature treants generate astral power, or the cooldown is reduced by 15 seconds, so we can get it down to 45. That's good. Max mana and astral power. Okay, we're at 4. Entering Eclipse increases your haste. 5. Force of Nature grants an additional stack of Dream Burst. Okay, so 4 instead of 3. Or time elapsed while your major abilities are available to be used is subtracted from that ability's cooldown after the next time you use it, up to 15 seconds. Oh, okay. So that's interesting. So that's 6. Regrowth protects you. I'm going to take that on Balanced Druid for 7. Okay, damage increase for 8. And then every 5 regrowths you cast makes your next. Don't care. Every 5 star surges or starfalls. I mean, that's fine. We have enough points for a +1 anyway. I'm not going to, you know, get picky about that. So we're going to go +1 for the talent quality. And then synergy-wise, we can pick up Force of Nature. That's really all we can do here. And then that's going to pump our Wrath and Starfire and stuff like that, which is fine. I don't actually see any ways to really synergize with anything here. Except for maybe entering Eclipse or casting Regrowth a lot. Or Star Surge or Starfall. So let's see. I mean, we could definitely enter Eclipse, but I mean, we're just getting haste for that. I don't know if that's worth the center. I'm gonna do -1 point for limited synergy. Restoration. All right, Keeper of the Grove. So same deal. Grove Guardians. Okay, so right here, 20-second recharge with 3 charge. Summons a treant that casts a healing spell. Okay, so creates 2 dream petals near the target, healing. Okay. Healer, we want damage. So this is a no. This does absolutely nothing. Okay, so yeah, this is actively for core concept, open world content, -1. This does absolutely nothing. All right. They cast Moonfire. That's good. Healing. 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 Okay, cooldown's reduced. So this is one of those ones where like I don't want to count it because the ability sucks. It doesn't, we don't care if the cooldown's reduced, but I mean I guess we do because we want him to cast Moonfire, so we'll count it. 2 points. Mana, who cares? Swift Min gives you haste, sure. 3 points because we can still use the haste to cast damaging spells. The cooldown, convoke the spirits, so we could use it on that for potentially some damage, but it's gonna err on the side of healing, but still we're given the benefit of the doubt here, so 4 points. We'll take the damage reduction here is not as valuable to me because we're on a healer, so I'm gonna go no. Okay, Wrath and Starfire damage increased, that's good, so that's 5. And then, yeah, who cares about this one? So we're at +0 for talent quality. And then synergy-wise, we don't even want to use this ability, so that's going to be a -1 as well. So -3 for Keeper of the Grove for restoration. Avoid it. Right? All right, so let's do Lightsmith for protection and holy. So protection is going to go +1. Holy is going to go -1. All right. So Lightsmith. All right, we get an ability here with a minute recharge and 2 charges. So we can use it back to back. Basically, we can say we can use this every 30 seconds. We get to manifest a holy armament. If we do bulwark, we gain an absorb shield. This is on protection. We do not care. Lasts for 20 seconds. Or we can do sacred weapon. Your spells and abilities have a chance to deal 80% attack power additional holy damage to nearby targets. Effect increased when it strikes a single target, which for protection it won't. We'll pull a bunch of stuff. So solid. I mean, I'm not like, woo, this is great. This is going to change everything. It's extra damage. It's a chance to do 80% attack power, which seems okay. It's as much damage as a Avenger's Shield hit. Well, it's decent. And that's what we want on protection anyway, to get extra damage. And then Avenging Wrath summons an additional sacred weapon, and during Avenging Wrath, your sacred weapon casts spells on your target and echoes the effects of your holy power abilities. So yeah, this is really good for protection. It's just giving us more damage, so we're going to give it the plus on the core concept here. Talent wise, increase your armor and primary stat. Stamina and holy power. I mean, these are good. They're not like amazing, but it's a benefit. When an armament fades from you, the cooldown of lay on hands is reduced and you gain shining light. Yeah, don't care. Effect of your active aura is increased. Also don't care. If you just bestow an, yeah, so this is, if you give it to an ally, you get the benefits. If you put it on yourself, an ally gets it. Again, don't care. Cooldown is reduced by 20%. That's good. Okay. Consuming Shining Light reduces the cooldown. That's good as well. We're going to consume Shining Light pretty often to get a heal. Each holy power ability cast or consecration deals damage. Okay. Or casting a holy power ability increases the damage and healing of your next ability. Cool. So that'll give us 4. And not too worried about that. And Judgment crit strikes cause a shockwave 5. So we're at +0 for talent quality. And then synergy wise, spells and abilities have a chance to deal additional holy damage. There's like nothing really that we can synergize with on that. I mean, consuming Shining Light will reduce the cooldown. To consume Shining Light, we need to be able to cast a bunch of Shields of the Righteous. So if we look at Shields of the Righteous, I mean, I'm not seeing anything we can really do here. Yeah, I got nothing. We spend our holy power abilities. That's fine. Yeah, I'm going to say -1 for synergy. So that's going to put us at just a +1 for Lightsmith. For Protection Paladin. And then Holy Paladin, because for some reason I skipped it. Again, we can use the weapon. That's a huge deal. And then, again, we got this. So we're going to do +1 points for Holy Paladin for Lightsmith. Then we're going to come in here and check out. We got the stat points. We don't really care about the heal here. We don't care about the aura. We don't care about that. Cooldown reduction is good. Infusion light reduction is good. Consecration damage. And then the judgment shockwave. But this is healing, so we don't care. But we're at 4 points, which is enough for a +0. And then again, synergy-wise, I just don't think like there's anything else really that we're gonna do here. I think this is gonna be a -1 as well. So, and just puts it right back where it is. All right, so that's that one. Let's do one more, and then I'm going to take a short break. So we're going to do Master of Harmony for the Brewmaster and Mistweaver. So Brewmaster is going to start at +1 for tanks. Mistweaver starts at -1 for healers. All right, so let's go Monk, Brewmaster, and we are doing Master of Harmony. Okay, so we're on a tank. We want damage. Store vitality from 15% of your damage dealt and 7% of your effective healing. We're going to have like a mix of both. Mediocre damage, mediocre healing. For 10 seconds after casting Celestial Brew, which has a 45-second recharge, your spells and abilities draw upon the stored vitality to deal 25% additional damage over 8 seconds. Store vitality, and then for 10 seconds you draw upon it. That mechanically could happen a bunch of different ways, and I'm not sure how. I mean, this sounds good. It doesn't sound great. Coalescence. When Aspect of Harmony deals damage, it has a chance to spread. When you directly attack an affected target, it has a chance to intensify. Targets damaged or healed by your aspect take 10% increased. I think this is a +0. Like, this doesn't seem like super crazy, but it also doesn't seem bad. All right, NB, thanks for sticking with me for so long. And yeah, and definitely check out the VOD, the insanely long VOD that's going to be up. So yeah, I think we're going to go +0 here for core concept. Let's do talents. Increase damage on Chi Burst and Chi Wave. That's good. Let's see. Tiger's Lust. Reduce cooldown on roll. That's fine. These abilities damage enemies in line. That's cool. When Aspect of Harmony ends, any remaining vitality is expelled. That could be good if there is any left. We're going to give it the benefit of the doubt. So 4 points. Gain an extra charge of Celestial Brew. Could be good depending on how long it takes you to generate vitality. We're going to give it the benefit of the doubt, so 5. Rising Sun Cake, Blackout Kit, and Tiger Palm contribute 30% additional vitality. That seems good. 6. Fortifying Brew gives you a Chi Cocoon. I mean, we don't really care on tank. Remove Stagger. I mean, you basically don't even use Stagger in open world content. Okay. Casting Purifying Brews stores vitality based on your stagger level again. So we're at like 5 points, so a +0. And then for support, right? So we want to store vitality, and then we want to cast Celestial Brew. Now, this is where I've already looked at this, so instead of like really diving deep into this, I'm just going to show you real quick. The thing here is what we can do is we can boost what we're doing because we're drinking brews, and because we want to drink Celestial Brew to activate this effect, we can compound the bonus effects that we're getting from drinking brews. And there actually is a lot of synergy on this side of the tree when you're doing that, which is enough to give it a +1 in my book. So that's going to put Master of Harmony Brewmaster at a +2. So let's go over to our Mistweaver Master of Harmony. So it's going to be the same thing. It's going to store, and then it's going to deal additional healing after you cast Thunder Focus Tea, which we do not care about. When it heals, it has a chance to spread. Targets damaged or healed by your aspect take 10% increased damage or healing from you, but we don't do any damage with it. So this is a -1 because the core concept doesn't help us in open world PvE. So talents wise, we got increased damage, cooldown reduction there, damage in a line, which is nice. During Aspect of Harmony, Rising Sun Kick, Blackout Kit, and Tiger Palm also withdraw vitality to damage enemies. So we got a good one there with 4. Extra charge of Thunder Focus Tea. Okay. Additional contributions, so 6. We got some casting physical, vice versa, so 7. So 7. So we'll do +1 points for the talents here. Did I miss this one on Brewmaster? Give me 1 second. I did. So it would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so Brewmaster would have been 1 point for the concept, 1 point for the talents, 1 point for the synergy. No, 0 points for the concept. Let me go back. 0 points for the concept, 1 point for the talent, 1 point for the synergy. Mistweaver is going to be 0 for the concept. Actually, it's going to be -1 for the concept. Then it's going to be +1 for the talents. Okay. And then for the synergies, again, like here, this is going to be your teas that you're drinking from. So if we go over to Master of Harmony and we look at tea, again, there's going to be a lot of things that we can do with the teas here and stuff like that. So specifically for this, we want to use Thunder Focus Tea, which we can roll that into like Rising Sun Kick, Expel Harm, some stuff like that to potentially do some damage, which is okay. Empowers your next 2 spells. It's like okay. I'm gonna keep it at a +0 for this one because I don't think we get as many benefits out of the teas as we do on Brewmaster, and also a lot of the benefits we get are gonna be geared towards healing, which we don't care about. So we're going to keep it at a +0, and that's going to mean that Mistweaver lands on -1 for Master of Harmony. All right, I'm going to take a quick break here, and then we'll come back and we will continue. We're getting there. We're getting there. All right, so I'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, we're back. I think this is gonna be our last hurrah to get the rest of these done. So yeah, it's a lot. It's 60 something things to rate and rank here. It's crazy. All right, so next up we have Mountain Thane for Fury and Protection. I already know where these are gonna go, but we'll hop over and check them out. So Fury is gonna go 0 for DPS, and Protection is going to go in +1. So just to kind of make this one go a little bit faster, Protection Warrior, we're going Mountain Thane here. This is going to make it so that when we deal damage to enemies with Thunderclap, Revenge, or Execute, there's a 25% chance to strike one with a lightning bolt, dealing nature damage, and this occurs more often in Avatar. Down here, if we cast Avatar, we get 2 charges of Thunder Blast, reset the cooldown of Thunderclap, and while Avatar is not active, lightning strikes have a 10% increased chance, or a 10% chance to give you Avatar. Thunder Blast is an ability here that makes it so your next Thunderclap deals 40% increased damage as Storm Strike damage and generates 5 rage. So it's a pumped up Thunder Blast. Concept wise for Protection Warrior, it's a +1 because it's just a lot of extra AoE potential damage here, and we're going to be pulling a lot of targets all the time. When we go through the talents, we have deal increased damage with our Storm Strike and nature damage. And then also ignore armor with Storm Strike damage. We have the Thunderclap here. We also have the Thunder Blast calls down lightning strikes. Or activating Demoralizing Shout gives you Thunder Blast, which is good. Lightning strikes deal AoE damage. Right here, Storm Bolt, our stun hits 2 additional nearby targets, but has an increased cooldown. Still really solid, so we're at 5. Trigger lightning strikes more often, 6. Shield Slam damage increased, 7. This one, stamina increased. Victory Rush increases your max health and then you heal. That's actually really good. So we're at 8. And then here, lightning strikes have a chance to make your next 2 shield slams have no cooldown, 9. So we get a +1 for that. And then when it comes to synergy, we have all sorts of ways in Protection to synergize with our Thunderclaps. So there's stuff all over the place here. We can pick up Avatar. We can increase the radius here. Thunderclap can reset our shield slams. We've got reducing the cooldown of Demoralizing Shout with Thunderclap, which then, depending on if we pick up this, can give us the Thunder Blast. We've got all kinds of stuff in here just synergizing with Thunderclap, but then we also have Revenge. Then we also have Execute, and we just have like a lot of choices for things that we can do in the tree here that can help us to get these lightning strikes and things like that. So there's a ton of synergy, which gives us a +1 on that. So that brings this spec all the way up to +4. Now, when we go to the Fury Warrior, it's actually going to be very similar. So this also says Thunderclap, Raging Blow, or Execute. So again, it's like Thunderclap isn't something you typically use on a Fury Warrior, but you can pick it up here, and there's actually some talents in the middle that are going to help us synergize here. Either way, we're going to use Raging Blow and Execute as well. And again, this is going to synergize with Avatar just like before. Very good, very impactful. So we're going to give it a +1. Then we get into the talents, okay? So this here, Seismic Reverberations, Improved Whirlwind, Meat Cleaver, and Barbaric Training now affect Thunderclap in addition to Whirlwind. So we get all the benefits of Whirlwind, which is what we would normally use for our Fury build, as Thunderclap instead. So this makes it great. Again, we're going to get all the points here. They're very similar to the ones we just saw, just with abilities swapped out here, which is going to give us 9 solid abilities again. So we're going to get a +1 from that. And then in terms of synergy, we don't have the same kind of Thunderclap synergy here, but when you account for Seismic Reverberations, Improved Whirlwind, Meat Cleaver, and Barbaric Training, that gives us synergy. Plus we have lots of synergy with our Raging Blow and our Execute over here in the tree as well. So that's going to give us a point for synergy. And it's going to put Mountain Thane at +3. So the highest possible scores for both tank build and a DPS build for the Mountain Thane. Now we're going to do the Oracle for Holy and Discipline. For the purposes of this, I'm counting Holy as a healer, and I'm counting Discipline as a DPS because it does some healing, some shielding, some damage. It's not a fully invested, all it does is heal. And shields, I think, are fairly valuable, so I'm just going to put it at a 0 here. If you think the Discipline acts more like a healer, you can, knock a point off of it. That's totally fine. So let's go check out the Oracle. So we'll start with Discipline. All right, so we're going to get this ability called Premonition. It's 1 minute recharge here. And so it gives you a spell that rotates when you cast it. So you either get cooldown reduction on your next 3 spells, which is fine. You get increased healing done, which we don't care about. Or you get your single target healing spell, grants your target a shield, which we also don't really care about. So 1 out of 3 of these matters. I don't actually like this ability for open world content at all. And then down here, casting Premonition of Solace. Okay. Invokes clairvoyance, expanding your mind and opening all possibilities of the future. Okay, Premonition of Clairvoyance grants all 3 effects. Okay, so I don't like this effect at all. I don't think it's good in open world content, even with the addition of the bonus down here. So we're going to go -1 point for core concept. Then we're going to get into our talents here. So Power Word Shield absorbs additional damage. That's good. Plus increased damage on Penance, Smite, Holy. Also really good. Power Word Shield cast Prayer Mending on your target. That's fine. I don't hate it. But also I don't know if it's worth a point. But we always go with the benefit of the doubt here. So we're going to give it 2 points. Okay. Flash Heal, Power Word Shield are more effective when cast on yourself. That's great. For the Power Word Shield cast. The duration of Atonement and Renew, we don't really care about. Plus 10% movement speed on Angelic Feathers. That's good. Premonition gains an additional charge. We don't care about it because we don't even like this ability. Okay. These we don't care about either. Reduction on some abilities we don't really care about in PvE, open world PvE. Pain suppression, damage reduction. That's fine. We'll give it 5 points. And then reduce the cooldown or increase the effects. Again, we don't really care. So we're at 5 points, which is +0. And then when we look at synergy, there's no real synergy here because basically this is just an ability, and this ability gives us stuff, and the stuff it gives us is cooldown reduction. So we're going to go -1 on the synergy here as well. When we get over to Holy Priest, it doesn't really get much better. It's basically the same thing. We get the same effect. We get the same deal over here. So for me, it's a -1 in terms of the core concept. This increases damage, which is good. Prayer Mending, we give it the benefit of the doubt. Okay, this is heals are more effective on yourself, which I don't really care about. Duration of Renew, don't care about. We get the movement speed increase, which is nice. Again, going through this, Guardian Spirit, we don't care. So this is actually, we only have 3 talents that are really worth it, in my opinion, for open world PvE. So we're going to go -1 point again. And then in terms of synergy, again, we don't really have anything. So we're going to -1 point again. And we have our first -1, our -4 hero talent spec for open world content, which for me is going to be the Holy Oracle here. One of, in my opinion, the worst specializations you can play for open world PvE, like solo style content. All right, let's go to the pack leader for survival and beast mastery. For both of these, we're going to put them in the pet starter spot of +1. Okay. So we'll come over here, beast mastery pack leader. All right, so for this, we have Vicious Hunt. Kill command prepares you to viciously attack in coordination with your pet, dealing an additional 200% attack power physical damage with your next kill command. So basically, kill command boosts kill command, which is boring, which is kind of what I expect from Hunter, especially Beastmaster Hunter, but it is a lot of attack. It's a fairly good amount of damage. And then down here, Vicious Hunt, which is this right here. And Pack Coordination. Right here, attacking with Vicious Hunt instructs your pet to strike with their basic attack alongside your next barb shot. These now stack and apply twice and are always active during Call of the Wild. So Call of the Wild. Right here, 2-minute cooldown. So we can get Vicious Hunt and Pack Coordination from that. And that's going to last for 20 seconds. So pretty good amp on this. I think this is solid, but it's not anything like... It's very boring. It's very boring. If you like it purely based on the additional damage that it does, then give it a point. I'm going to keep it at +0 because I don't think it's high impact. Like, you do enough damage on a hunter already. So for me, it's a +0. So then we look at the talents. Okay, so we got this one, which we know is good. Aspect of the turtle, survivor of the fittest, and min pet heal the target for 20% of maximum health over 4 seconds. I like that. You know, healing your pet's really great. Multi-shot increases multi-shot. Kill command increases the duration of beast cleave. Solid. Pet's basic attack crit strikes increase, and your crit damage is increased. Good. Aspect of the cheetah increases your movement more. That's good. So we're at 5 points. Kill shot deals additional damage over 6 seconds. Increases bleed damage as well. So we're at 6 points. Every third pet basic attacks guaranteed to be a crit. 7 points. Pet's basic attack has a chance to reset the cooldown and cause kill command to strike an additional time. 8 points. And then here you can reset barb shot, or you can summon pets from your stable with bestial wrath. 9 points. So all the talents are really good. So we're going to do a +1 for the talents. And then synergy wise, I mean, this has to do with kill command. And of course there's synergy all over the tree for kill command. If you can't tell, we don't have to do any more. There's synergy for this. It's going to get the +1. So that puts it in a +3. Okay, so then we'll switch over and look at the same thing for survival. So we're going to do pack leader here. So we got the same thing. This is kill command again. I mean, if you look at this, we're going to have kill command synergy all over the place. So basically the same thing is going to apply here. The difference is we have coordinated assault with a 2-minute cooldown instead. And we can reduce the cooldown by 60 seconds, so we can get it down to a 1 minute. So it's actually a little bit better. I think it has a little more impact here because we can basically, if we pick up that 60-second cooldown reduction, we can use this more frequently. So I actually like this core concept a little bit better on survival because we have that more frequent guarantee and use of it. So I give it a point for that. So a +1. If we go through the talents, they're basically the same. They're all going to be good. So we're going to get a +1 for the points on that. And then we're also going to get a +1 for the synergies. So I actually think that for survival, pack leader is actually a really good specialization to get into there. And as you can see, Beast Mastery, while it didn't make a +4, both of its specializations are in +3, which is actually really good. All right, the next one we're going to do is Rider of the Apocalypse for Frost and Unholy. So they're going to go in the 0 for DPS start. So Rider of the Apocalypse here. All right, so spending runes, which you just do all the time, has a chance to call forth the aid of a horseman for 10 seconds. So there's 4 different horsemen. If you get more grain, he casts Death and Decay at his position, which is fine. White Mane casts Undeath on the target, dealing shadow damage per stack every 3 seconds for 24. Each time it deals damage, it gains a stack. Trollbane casts Chains of Ice and slows their movement speed and increases the damage they take from you. And then Nazgrim gives you Apocalyptic Conquest, increasing your strength by 3%. I think all of these are good. If any of these horsemen can tank for you, this is amazing. But I don't know if they will actually distract enemies or if the enemies are still going to continue to focus on you. Either way, I think this is solid. It is very random. So I wouldn't call it like OP or anything like that, but it's definitely solid. And then Army of the Dead, which we can take a look at this. Okay. All right, so that's going to be for Unholy. So for us, it's going to be Frostworm. So Frostworm's Fury. We'll call all 4 horsemen to aid you for 20 seconds instead of 10 seconds. That's a 3-minute cooldown that we can get down to a 1.5-minute cooldown, which is actually pretty solid. So I think between just the nice buffs, the addition of a thing here, the fact that you can have multiple horsemen if you happen to RNG into them really well, and the fact that we can call all 4 of them every minute and a half to aid us for 20 seconds, I think this makes it fairly impactful, enough to give it a +1 for the core concept. So looking at the talent points, you can mount outdoors in combat. That's cool. Like, we just leave it there, 1 point. When Obliterate damages an enemy affected by Undeath, it gains 1 stack and infects another nearby enemy. Solid. Increase the damage of Frost Strike, yep, and diseases. Damage increased in your Death and Decay or more grains. Okay, good. If an enemy dies while Nazgrim's up, the strength of Apocalyptic Conquest is increased, and then also each rune you spend increases the value as well. I mean, that's hit or miss. We're giving it the benefit of the doubt, assuming this guy is out. That's good. Every 50 runic power you spend extends the duration of Horseman's aid in combat. Or while you have 2 or more of your runic power spending abilities, deal 20% increased damage. That's good. We're at 6. Anti-magic shell, don't care. When you take damage, some of it's redirected to the horseman. That's great. We're at 7. Obliterate shatters chains of ice. Okay, dealing damage. So we're at 8. And Obliterate deals increased damage. Blah, blah, blah. We're at 9. So we're going to go +1 for a point there. And then in terms of synergy, like, we really just want to spend runes. So, you know, looking at ways that we could generate runes potentially would be a good way here. So we can gain 2 runes from Horn of Winter every 45 seconds. We can get rune refunding here. Grant a rune. Generate a rune. Breath of Sindragosha on a 2-minute cooldown generates 2 runes. Yeah, so we got ways to generate runes here, and then we basically just want to spend them, which is easy enough to do. So that's pretty good. And let's see. Everything else here is pretty much just a benefit. Spending runic power to increase the horseman's aid duration is okay. Yeah, I'd say primarily the synergy comes through like finding ways to generate and spend runes, which I don't think is enough synergy for a +1, but I do think it's enough to keep it at a +0. So then we're going to, so that's going to leave Frost right here at a +2. And then we're going to switch to Unholy, and it's probably going to be about the same. So we got the same Rider effect. We've got the same thing here. So this time we have Army of the Dead, 3-minute cooldown. Now the difference here is whether or not we can reduce the cooldown of our Army of the Dead. Yeah, so at the moment, Army of the Dead is 3 minutes. So I think we're going to leave this at a +0. It's a good effect, but then this guarantee here, not being able to use this every minute and a half like we can on Frost, I think makes a significant difference. So we're going to keep this at a +0. Talent points wise, it's going to be the same. So we're going to do a +1 on the points there. And then again, we're just looking at ways that we can generate runes and then spend them. And we have less ways to do so on Unholy through the talent tree. It's actually kind of crazy that we don't have those benefits here. So I actually think we have limited synergy on Rider of the Apocalypse, and I think it brings it down to a -1. Because we want to spend runes here. We got the same stuff here. We want to spend runic power to extend the duration. Maybe it's a little bit easier to do that. Doesn't really look like it. Yeah, I think we gotta do a -1 on synergy for the Unholy Rider of the Apocalypse. So it puts it back at a 0. I think Frost is better because there's more ways to generate and spend runes. And also we've got a cooldown that we can reduce to be able to call all 4 horsemen every minute and a half. Literally 50% more often than we can in Unholy. All right, we're going to do Sand Lane for Blood and Unholy. So Blood's going in +1 for tanks. Unholy's going in +0 for DPS. All right, so Sand Lane for Blood. All right, so your Death Coil and Death Strike have a 10% chance to make your next Hard Strike become Vampiric Strike. Vampiric Strike heals you for your maximum health and grants you Essence of the Blood Queen, increasing your haste up to 5% for 20 seconds. Okay, so Death Strike is what we're going to be using as Blood here. We get to use it fairly often. The Vampiric Strike healing you for 1% of your maximum health. I don't care. And then Essence of the Blood Queen increasing your haste up to 5%. Also don't really care. So this isn't like nothing, but it's also not like, I don't think it's high impact. So let's look and see if this changes things. While Vampiric Blood or Dark Transformation is active, you gain Gift of the Sand Lane. So we can pick up Vampiric Blood here. It's got a 1.5 cooldown. And it looks like we can reduce the cooldown a little bit. So already a 1.5 is pretty solid. Gift of the Sand Lane increases the effectiveness of your Essence of the Blood Queen by 150%. And Vampiric Strike replaces your Heart Strike for the duration. Okay, so Vampiric Blood lasts for 10 seconds. We can get it up to 14 seconds. So for 14 seconds, we can basically use Vampiric Strike instead of Heart Strike, so we can get the 5% haste when we pop Vampiric Blood. Again, I just don't think on the basis of that that's overwhelmingly impactful for Blood Death Knight anyway. The healing, it is what it is. And the haste, I mean, it matters. But I think we're at a 0, a +0 for Sand Lane. So let's check out the talents. All right. Death Advance and Race Walk movement speed increased. That's great. When Vampiric Strike damages an enemy affected by your Blood Plague, it extends the duration of the disease by 3% and deals 10% of the remaining damage to the enemy. That's really solid. After the gift ends, your next Heart Strike consumes the disease to deal 100% of the remaining damage to the target. That's really cool, actually. So, +2. When Crimson Scourge is consumed, you gain strength. Yeah, stat boost, that's good. While you're in your Death and Decay, physical damage reduced, and your chance to gain Vampiric Strike is increased by 15% or by 5%. So you're pretty much going to constantly have 15% chance. That's solid. Essence of Blood Queen stacks 2 additional times, okay, and increases the damage of your Death Strike by 3% per stack. Okay, so now we can get 7% haste, and we can get 21% increased damage on our Death Strike. Solid. Vampiric Strike and Heart Strike cause your targets to take increased shadow damage up to 5%. Vampiric Strike benefits from Incite Terror at 400% effectiveness. Okay, so even more damage, so 6. Leech increased. Yeah, no, I'm not giving a point for that. Vampiric Strike can summon a Blood Beast to attack your enemy. Stores a portion of the damage dealt and then it explodes. I mean, that could be good depending on how often or you know how much damage it does, but we give it the benefit of the doubt, so that's 7. You store 50% of all shadow damage dealt into your Blood Beast to explode, or your Death Strike has a 15% chance to trigger Vampiric Strike on enemies at below 35% health. For shadow damage, we've got our Blood Boil and potentially Bone Storm in there. I think, you know, talents, we're getting a +1. And then for synergies, there's all kinds of things we can do for Death Strike. We can reduce the cost so that we can do it more often, right? So like right here, we can reduce the cost. We can reduce the cost again. We can increase the damage, which doesn't really matter. Yeah, so basically we can reduce the cost and increase the damage. Like that's some synergy with Death Strike. We have a ton of synergy with Heart Strike, right? So if I swap this out and we do Heart Strike. So what we can do here is this replaces Heart Strike with Vampiric Strike. So we can get a bunch of bonuses here, like damage increase, additional runic generation, healing, increased effectiveness. Over here we can make it hit multiple enemies, which is pretty nice. So we've got synergy. I think it's enough to give it a +1. So that's gonna put Blood Death Knight Sandlane at +3. So not as good as Deathbringer, but pretty good. All right, so then we do our Unholy Sandlane. So for this one, Death Coil, Epidemic, and Death Strike. So we have Death Strike, we have Death Coil, and we have Epidemic. So we have 3 ways now to trigger this. Okay, it heals us for 2% of our max health, which I value a lot more on Holy than I do on Blood. And it can increase our haste by 5%. This time we're looking at Dark Transformation. So Dark Transformation's right here, 45-second cooldown. Already, you know, a really short cooldown that we can use. We've got duration increased. Yeah, so basically no way to reduce the cooldown, but it's 45 seconds. So I actually think this is really good on Unholy. We got more ways to trigger it. We've got a guaranteed way with Dark Transformation that has a short cooldown of 45 seconds. So I think this is a +1 for Unholy. And then if we go through the talents, I'm going to assume that it's going to be pretty similar to Blood, where we're going to get, you know, enough to give it a point. So we got the movement speed. Okay, so this is the same thing, but with Virulent Plague instead of Blood Boil. Stat boost. Okay, damage reduction and chance to gain Vampiric Strike increased. That's good. 2 additional stacks. Yep, take increased shadow damage. Yep, looks like we're dealing a lot of shadow damage there. I actually do value Leech here on the Unholy, so I would give that 7, and then 8, and then 9. So we're going to do a +1 for the talent quality. And then again here, what are we trying to do? We're trying to Death Coil more often, Epidemic, Death Strike. more often. So if we look at Death Coil, let's see, additional damage, additional damage, additional damage. So no like resets or anything. Oops, I didn't even spell it right. Death Coil, here we go. We got sudden death, right? So this can make our next Death Coil cost less and critically strike. Okay. Yeah, I think we definitely have enough to qualify for the 0.1 for synergy here. So I think these are actually on the same level for Blood and Unholy. They're going to be +3 for each. Well, we're getting there. Hopefully my voice is going to hold out. This was a huge endeavor. What are we at right now? 4 hours. We're at 4-hour stream to rate these things. Crazy. Crazy. All right, let's get into Scale Commander for Devastation and Augmentation. We're going to put both of these in the DPS category. So let's rock with these. And is this going to finish off? This is going to finish off Invoker for us. Okay. So Scale Commander for Devastation. All right, so Empower spells cause your next Disintegrate to strike up to 3 targets. When striking less, it does increase damage. That's amazing. Disintegrate's an amazing ability. Making it hit 3 targets is pretty solid. We got lots of Empower spells, so that's good. Let's see. Deep Breath. Breath of Eons can now be steered. And in addition, it burns targets for damage over 12 seconds. So I think this is high impact. Multi-target devastation is a pretty big deal. So, or not devastation, disintegration is a big deal. Talent quality, black spells deal increased damage. Nice. Deep breath causes enemies to take more damage. Let's see. Mass disintegrate marks your primary target for destruction, and you have a chance to trigger a bombardment when attacking it. That's cool. Bombardments reduce the cooldown of deep breath. Also cool. Essence abilities extend bombardments. Bombardments can generate essence burst. That's good. Combat grants a charge of burnout, causing your next living flame to cast instantly. So we're at 7. No, 6. For each second in combat, so damage goes up 7. I'd say 7. So that's a +1 as well. And then for synergy, Empower spells. Can we pick up more of them? We can pick up Eternity Search, which is a good ability. I do like to pick this one up. We're not often damaging 6 enemies, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't say like Empower spells cause it to happen if you fully empower them. It's just the Empower spells in general. So we do have a way to up those. We've also, we got Essence Burst, which helps. Let's see, what else do we have here? Nothing too crazy, really. Disintegrate reduces the cooldown of your Empower spells. It's not nothing, but it's also not like anything really too crazy here. I think we're just at a 0. There's stuff here. We can absolutely tap into a few things that will help us in the build. So I think we're at 0 on the synergy. So that's going to put it right here at a +2. Okay. And then let's do our augmentation. So same thing. Eruption will strike 3 targets. Okay. All right, so Eruption deals damage split between various enemies. So again, solid. Yeah, so again, I'm going to say +1 here for Scale Commander for augmentation. If we look at the abilities, Breath of Eons. Yeah, that's solid. So I think this is gonna land in the exact same spot. Yeah, because we can pick up Upheaval as another Empower spell. Yeah, so we're gonna put this one, we're gonna give it +1 for the core concept, +1 for the talents. We're gonna say it's okay for the synergy here. And that's gonna leave it in the same spot. So +2 for both. All right, let's do Sentinel for Survival and Marksmanship Hunter. We're gonna put Survival in the +1 for tank spec. We're gonna put Marksmanship in the 0 for DPS, assuming that we're using Lone Wolf for it. All right, so, and this is going to finish off Hunter. We're finishing off classes here. All right, so Marksmanship Sentinel. Okay, this is going to, anytime we attack, we have a chance to apply Sentinel on the target, stacking up to 10 times. While the stacks are higher than 3, we can trigger an implosion, causing a stack to be consumed to deal damage. Okay, so on Marksmanship, I don't think this is that good, because a lot of times you're going to delete the crap out of something with an aim shot. Maybe for like a boss, elite area, rare spawn, something like that, this can work okay. But currently, just based on this tooltip, I would say, it doesn't seem worth it. It's not transferring the stacks and stuff like that, so I just don't feel like you're going to get much benefit out of it. Every 15 seconds, your next rapid fire summons a celestial owl that conjures a 10-yard radius lunar storm at the target's location for 8 seconds. A random enemy affected gets struck for damage every 0.4 seconds, and then they take increased damage from you and your pet. So I would say that with this makes it a +0. I don't think this is strong enough in open world content to warrant a +1. So let's check out the talents. Each time Sentinel deals damage to an enemy, you get an Absorb Shield. That's good on Marksmanship for sure. When you apply Sentinel, you have a chance to apply a second stack. Okay, which could be good. Whenever a Sentinel deals damage, the cooldown of True Shot's reduced. Okay, so that's a 2-minute cooldown. We can reduce that a little bit. Or when we activate True Shot, all abilities apply Sentinel, so we got some value there. That's 3. When you apply Sentinel to a target not affected by Sentinel, you'll apply 1 stack, so you're going to start applying 2, and then potentially 3. Right? Then you have to get above 3 for the chance to do an implosion. Still good though, so 4 points. Root targets or snare targets, that's good on Marksmanship, so we'll give that 5. Multi-shot discharges arcane energy, dealing damage, so 6. Aim shot rapid fire, increased damage, 7. Each time it deals damage, it has a chance to grant focus, 8. All Sentinel debuffs implode when a target affected by more than 3 stacks of your Sentinel falls below 20% health. Targets you damage below 20% health gain a stack of Sentinel every 3 seconds. I mean, I don't think these are going to be good, but given it the benefit of the doubt, we will. So we're going to get +1 for talent quality and then synergy, right? It's just doing a bunch of attacks. I mean, that's all it is. Like, can we do more attacks? So for example, if like rapid fire counts as 7 attacks, then we have synergy. You know what I mean? If it counts as 1 attack, I don't know. Because rapid fire could put some stacks on this stuff pretty quick. That could be one way. Obviously, you know, aim shots on there. But any way we can do like additional attacks or something like that. Let's see. Additional damage. So rapid fire shoots 3 additional shots. So again, like that could be like, you know, 10 attacks that could each have a chance to stack Sentinel, and then all of a sudden they just start blowing up. I mean, if this is a rapid fire type build, this could be really good. I'm going to err on the side of it works like that, where each hit counts as an attack. And if it does, you do that. You spec into like Legacy of the Wind runners for these wind arrows and stuff like that. And I think you actually could have some good synergy here. So I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt and give it a +1 for synergy. All right, and then let's come over for survival. So on survival, I don't feel like you have the potential to just one-shot something like you can on marksmanship. Like marksmanship, you could literally just aim shot something and it dies, and then you don't get the benefit from this at all. It's unlikely that you do that on survival. And then wildfire bomb. The other thing here is like your melee as survival, so it's much more likely that you and all your targets are going to be in a similar location, so you get a little bit more benefit out of this lunar storm. So I actually do think this is fairly good for survival, enough to give it a +1. And then if we look at the talents, I'm assuming it's going to be pretty similar. Absorb shield is good. Second stack, also good. Coordinated assault, so we can reduce that cooldown, which is not too bad. And also with coordinated assault, we can guarantee to apply Sentinel. And then my question there is, we can reduce the cooldown of coordinated assault to 60 seconds. So we can, you know, guarantee this every minute, which is really solid. We get the extra stack there. So we're at 4. The snare, I'm not too worried about for survival hunters, so I wouldn't give that one. I wouldn't count that one. This one is going to do that AoE damage. So we're at 5. We're at 6. Focus generation 7. Yeah, so easily a +1 for the talent points here as well. And then we're looking at synergy. So again, we just want to be able to do a lot of attacks here potentially. We don't have rapid fire like we do with marksmanship hunter. We've got a lot of single target type attacks. Let's see if we have, you know, any ways to generate some additional hits. So cooldown reset there. We got Serpent Sting, but I'm going to assume that that just counts as damage over time damage, not an actual attack. Kill command resets, Wildfire Bomb. I don't think we have as much synergy with Sentinel and trying to get more attacks and stuff like that off here, like we do potentially with the marksmanship hunters. So kind of leaning into that same thing, I would say that the synergy here is probably just enough to give it a +0. So I think we leave it where it's at right here with a +3. Yeah. So that's where we're going to leave Survival Sentinel, +3. We're down to 2 rows. Okay. I'm going to do another quick recap on the system that we're using for this, just in case anybody's jumped ahead into this. So at the moment, we're using a points-based system to rank. Everything starts at 0, but we're giving +1 point to tank specs or pet specs, just because they generally perform better in open world content. We're doing -1 point for healing specs, because on average they're worse than their DPS and tank counterparts in PvE content. We're looking at the core concept for each of the hero talent trees based on the first and last talent in the tree. And if it looks like it's going to have high impact, or it's going to drastically influence the way that you build and play the character in a meaningful way, we're giving it +1 point. If it looks like it's going to be no benefit to open world content, or it looks really clunky or tedious to play, we're removing a point. And if it's anything in between that, it stays at, you know, just neutral. Then we're looking at the 9 talents in between the first and last talents on the tree and how many of them are useful in open world content. Based on that number, we're either adding points, taking them away, or not changing that score. And then finally, we're looking into the class and the specialization tree to see how much support there is for that hero talent tree. Is there a bunch of stuff we can tweak and change and make choices on? Is it pretty limited, or, you know, is it just like a couple, you know, damage increases and things like that here or there? All right, we're on to the last monk spec. Well, yeah, we are finishing these classes up and it's starting to feel good. Actually, we don't have any. No, shaman still has two sets left. So we do still have a class that's got multiples that we need to do. All right, so Brewmaster Shadow Pan. We're gonna put this into +1. Start for the tank spec. Windwalker is gonna go 0. Starter spot for DPS, and let's go over and check it out. All right, so Brewmaster Shadow Pan. All right, so every attack power times 4 times 1 plus versatility, whatever that maths out to, damage you deal, generates a flurry charge. So we got to deal damage to generate these flurry charges. Then when we spend 300 energy, we unleash all charges, dealing 65% of attack power per charge. So our Keg Smash does 99% attack power. So if we get 2 flurry charges, we're dealing more damage than a Keg Smash potentially here. I think this sounds really clunky to use, honestly, because, I mean, think about this. You build up these flurry charges, you unleash 300 energy on an enemy that had 10% health left, and you just waste all those charges. And then you have to build them back up again. I just can see that happening in open world content a lot. I feel like this ability is really good if you're going to be in a dungeon, a raid, if you're fighting a boss, if you're fighting elites and things like that, because you know I'm generating flurry charges. They get spent on this one target, right? But if we're thinking open world content where you like run up to something, I can see so many times these flurry strikes being wasted on something that has like 20% health left, and you're like, oh my gosh, that was so much damage that could have been done to the next target. And having to like monitor that, pay attention to it to try to get it to land on a target that has full health or something like that, it seems really clunky to me. Looking at the last one, every 10 flurry strikes, you become infused with the wisdom of the wall, gaining one of the following effects. Crit strike damage increased, your dodge and crit chance increased by 1% of your versatility. Flurry strikes deal shadow damage to all uncontrolled enemies within 6 yards, and the effect of your mastery is increased. So I think that this is actually, again, you can't control the timing, but at least you get the buff for 20 seconds, which makes it usable. If we had just left this on flurry strikes, I would have said minus a point because of how clunky it seems. But, you know, if you know every 10 flurry strikes, you're going to get a 20-second buff, and all of these are like pretty decent buffs, that balances it out enough for me to give it +0. But I don't think I can bump it up to +1. I just don't. It is extra damage on the tank spec, which does matter. It does matter. Maybe because it's on a tank spec, I could bump it up to +1. I think for Windwalker, it's going to be a +0. Yeah, because it's a tank, I'm going to go ahead and give it the +1 for the core concept, because even if it is clunky, it is still damage focused 100%. And that does matter on a tank spec. And a lot of times what you're going to run into on a tank spec is you are going to sit on an enemy for a while because you don't have the same kind of DPS that a DPS spec has. So we'll give it the +1. All right, looking through the talents, additional chance to critically strike. Enemies who die within 10 seconds of being hit by a flurry strike explode. That's nice. You know, that's going to be really good, I think, on Brewmaster. So we got a point there. Vivify heals you for extra. That's okay. Chi Burst, Chi Wave, heal for some of the damage. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We'll take it. We'll 2 points there. Increased agility. Sure. Striking the same target 5 times within 2 seconds gains you haste. You know, that's fine. Again, benefit of the doubt, 4 points. Damage dealt by Fist of Fury and Keg Smash counts as double towards Flurry Charge generation, so we could build it up faster potentially, which is good. And then also just increases the damage, so 5 points. Energy spenders deal additional damage, and we reduce the cooldown on Weapons of Order. Okay. So 6 points, 7 points, we penetrate armor. And that's fine. We don't really need this on Brewmaster. Blackout Kick does additional critical. So we're at 7. 7 or 8. So that's a +1 point for the talent quality. And then synergy. I mean, again, like, we just got to deal damage and then spend energy. So there's not really anything that I could think of that we could synergize with here. I mean, mechanically, there's not really any way I can see to, like, you just deal more damage. So I'm going to take a point off for limited synergy. So that lands us at a +2 for Shadowpan Brewmaster. Let's switch over and check it out for Windwalker. So again, it's the same thing here. You know, for this one, I'm going to say that we're at a +0 because, again, it's clunky and, you know, the damage is good on a DPS class, but not as valuable as I feel like it is on Brewmaster. For talents, we're going to go 1 point here. The Vivify heal here is valuable on Windwalker for sure, so 2. 3 for the agility. 4 for haste. 5 for the increased damage here. 6 for energy spenders. 7 for armor penetration. I actually do think this one is worth it on Windwalker, so 8 points because we've got, you know, parry chance and avoidance increase or reduced damage taken, and then 9. So every talent point here I think is really valuable, so we're going to +1 for talent quality. And then again for synergy, we just need to deal more damage. I don't think that we have synergy necessarily in Windwalker, but we are going to proc this a lot more often because we're just going to deal more damage. So this is attack power times 4.5 times 1 plus versatility. Is that the same? Yeah, it's the exact same formula as it is for Brewmaster. So we're just going to hit this a lot more often as a Windwalker. So again, that's not synergy. There's like no synergy here really, other than the fact that we have a bunch of damage dealing abilities. But again, that's not synergy, so I think we take a point off. And that just lands us at 0 for the Windwalker Shadowpan. Okay, let's go to Slayer for our Warrior, and this is going to finish out Warrior. So we've got Arms and Fury. They're going to start at 0 because they're both DPS. When we come over here, we're going to start with Arms, take a look at Slayer. So for this one, your attacks against your main target have a chance to overwhelm their defenses and trigger a Slayer strike, dealing 200% attack damage, which is almost the same as a Mortal Strike here. And applying Marked for Execution, increasing the damage they take from your next execute by 15%. This can stack 3 times, so up to 45%. And it does say they have a high chance. So it says approximately 7 procs per minute. That actually is a really high chance. So I think we can count on this being stacked 3 times. by the time, well, actually, I don't know. I was like, we can count on this being stacked 3 times. But if you are hitting something with 3 attacks that are already dealing damage, like a Mortal Strike, an Overpower, I don't know, a Cleave or something, and on top of that, they're all doing 200% increased attack power damage as an additional hit, like there's a good chance whatever you're fighting is probably just dead. But you're at least going to get like 1 or 2 stacks before you execute. You might not get all 3 because the target might be dead, but we're at least going to get, I'm going to read this as deal more damage when you're attacking stuff, and then also your execute's going to hit a little bit harder. That's good. That's solid. All right, and then Unrelenting Onslaught. When you execute a target that you've marked, you reduce the cooldown of Blade Storm and apply 2 stacks of Overwhelm to the target per stack of marked for execution consumed. You can now use Pummel and Stormbolt. Okay, I mean, reducing the cooldown of Blade Storm is fine. Applying 2 stacks of Overwhelm is not going to happen in open world content. It's just not. Maybe like high level delves or something like that. Stuff has enough health, but I mean, if you've gotten to the point on an open world target where you're hitting execute, then you've either procced, you know, sudden death or something similar, and execute's still going to hit hard as heck, or you're at the point where execute's going to kill the thing. So this is like half. Basically, we're just going to get to reduce the cooldown of Blade Storm here. Let's see. There we go. Blade Storm, 1.5 minute cooldown. So basically, every time you kill something, you take 5 seconds off the cooldown. It's okay. I think that for open world content, this is a +0 because I honestly think you're just gonna like miss 50% of the benefits of this hero specialization. For delve bosses, this probably be pretty solid. Or if you get to the level where like the enemies have way more HP and take longer to kill, this could definitely be valuable. But just thinking about like the average PvE content, I think you're only going to get like half the benefit. So we're going to do +0. So let's take a look at the talents. Every 3 Slayer strikes gives you sudden death. Using sudden death accelerates your next Blade Storm, striking 1 additional time. Okay, that's fine. That's good. 1 point. Heal for 15% of the damage dealt by sudden death. Okay, also good. Marked for execution increases critical strike chance and critical strike damage of your next execute. So you're definitely going to kill the thing. Also good. Each strike of Blade Storm implies overwhelm to all enemies affected. Yep, good. Let's see. Deals additional damage. So Mortal Strike after Blade Storm deals additional damage. Good, that's 5. Mortal Strike and Cleave have a chance to cause you to unleash a flurry of steel, striking all nearby enemies and applying Overwhelmed. Also good, so we're at 6. Charge gives you movement speed. Heroic Leap reduces the cooldown of charge and vice versa. That's good, so 7. Mortal Strike crits increase the damage. Overpower has its cooldown reset. The next one deals, yep, so 8. Overpower damage, 9. Okay, so we're getting a +1 on the talent quality. And then for synergy here, I mean, we just want to attack a lot. So, I mean, we've got some haste and increased auto attack speed there, which is okay. We basically just want to hit stuff. I mean, that's really all it is. And then also we want to be able to, you know, execute more often, which, I mean, we've got sudden death. We got ways to get sudden death. We can take the cooldown off. We can change the condition here to 35%. Executing, I mean, Juggernaut would probably be really good with this build. Anything else? I mean, obviously we looked at Blade Storm, which was fine. And then if we could Mortal Strike and Cleave more often, that would also be pretty good. And I know we've got ways to do that here, so increased damage on Mortal Strike, chance to reset cooldown on Mortal Strike and Cleave. I'm going to give this one a point for synergy in the talent tree. Like, there's definitely stuff we can do here. So I think that puts it at a solid +2. And I imagine when we go over to Fury, it's going to be pretty similar. So yeah, same thing. So again, we're just going to, you know, keep this +0. I imagine all these are going to be the same. We're just going to change to like Whirlwind, Rampage, that kind of stuff here. So we'll do the +1 for talent quality. And then what do we have for Blade Storm? Okay, so we pick it up here and then... oh, we can do 2 charges. It doesn't really matter too much though. Yeah, we can do 2 charges. We can reduce the cooldown. So we can use Blade Storm a lot. For the extra strikes there, the overwhelm. So yeah, we've still got synergy. I'd say, you know, +1 point. I think both of these land in +2. They're both solid. I think if we could, these would both be bumped up to +3 against like bosses, elites, and rare spawns. All right, we're on to the last Warlock specialization, our hero trees. So this is going to be Soul Harvester for Affliction and Demonology. We're going to put them both in +1 for tank specs. All right, so let's come over to Affliction. Okay, so a demonic entity inhabits your soul, allowing you to detect if a soul shard has a succulent soul. This will empower your next Malefic Rapture, which, I mean, we like that. Increasing the damage by 20% and unleashing your demonic soul to deal an additional 176 spell power. Okay. So Malefic Rapture does 45% per effect. Our Shadow Bolt does 70%. So the bonus damage here is like 2.5 times a Shadow Bolt. Plus we get increased damage on Malefic Rapture. That's pretty significant. And then down here, your Soul Rot spell is empowered by the demonic entity within you, causing it to grant 3 soul shards that each contain a succulent soul. So Soul Rot. It's right here, 1 minute cooldown. So no way to reduce that. So every minute we can guarantee ourselves 3 succulent soul shards. Which empowers your next Malefic Rapture, increasing its damage by 20%. Can it stack though? Like if we get 3 soul shards here that contain a succulent soul and we use all 3 of them in one ability, do we get 3 procs and 60% increased damage? I'm not sure. Either way, this seems good to me. Yeah, it just seems good. Depends on the procs per minute and stuff like that, but I'm going to give it a +1 for core concept. All right, talents. Increased damage on Shadow Bolt and Drain Soul. Good enough. Yep. Not too worried about this one. The defense, we're going to have our pet tanking for us, so we'll be good there. Increased damage by Demonic Soul. That's good. Okay. Okay, now we add a dot to the target, which is going to be nice with Affliction. So, yep, that's good. When you kill a target, its tortured soul is flung, which adds another dot. Also really, okay, great for Affliction here. And then also you have a chance, so when you kill a target, you have a chance to generate a soul shard that's definitely going to be a succulent soul. That's good. So we are at 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, increase the damage of our dot, 5. Demonic Soul deals 100% increased damage, so we're at 6. Don't care about this one too much. And Corruption deals damage faster, and Haunt grants Nightfall. That's nice. So we're at 7, so that's a +1 for talent quality. And then Synergy, right? So really there's like nothing that we can do here. We just randomly generate succulent souls, and then those succulent souls will power us up, right? This is just pump damage. Maybe some synergy with Nightfall potentially. Critical strikes from your Agony, Corruption, Unstable Affliction have a chance to grant Nightfall. I mean, that's not like a lot of synergy in the tree by any means. Consuming Nightfall activates Shared Fate or Feast of Souls. Yep. Yeah, I actually, like, for this, I don't think there's really, like, much in the way of synergy here. So I think we actually have to deduct a point for the synergy on the talent and class tree, which is going to bring us to down to a +2. I think that's where we land for Affliction. I do think that the talents that you get right here are actually really good for Affliction, though. Almost to the point that I'm like, special bonus point, but I'm not doing special bonus points for things. I'm sticking to my methodology that I have here. And so that brings it down. All right, and so then we have Demonology as a soul harvester here. So same thing, we got the succulent soul shards. This time it's going to empower your next Hand of Gul'dan, increasing its damage by 60% and then dealing some additional shadow damage there. That shadow damage is almost the same damage as a Demon Bolt, which is pretty solid actually. And then Summon Demonic Tyrant is going to be the one that we can pop off here to do this. That's got a 1-minute cooldown. Okay, so we can do that every minute. So again, I think this is good. We'll give it a +1 for the core concept here being interesting. And then I'm assuming that our talents are going to be pretty similar to what we saw with Affliction. Yep, we still got the Soul Anathema, all that kind of good stuff. Increased damage to the main target of Hand of Gul'dan. And this one I'm not crazy about. Wild Imp damage increased by 5%. That's, you know, we'll count it. But Wild Imps that are imploded have additional chance to grant Demonic Core. Typically when I play Demonology, I don't want to implode my Imps because I just want a massive army of demons. But either way, we're going to get +1 for that. And then also, again, there's nothing we can really synergize with here just by nature of the way this build is set up. So that's going to bring it to a -1 as well. Okay. Oh, Mage has 2 left as well. So we got Mage and Shaman that both have 2 specs left. So we're going to do Spellslinger for Arcane and Frost. Start them at 0. All right. So let's go over here. Spellslinger for Arcane. This is the first one we're doing for Arcane, I believe. All right. When you consume Nether Precision, conjure 2 arcane splinters that fire at your target. Nether Precision. Consuming clear casting increases the damage of your next 2 arcane blasts or arcane barrages by 20%. So we do that on a fairly regular basis. So basically, when we do what we're doing anyway, we throw arcane splinters at the target. They deal 23% of spell power arcane damage, which is half of a magic missile. But then, okay, then they embed themselves and they deal damage over time. Okay, that's fine. Splinter Storm. Whenever you have 8 or more active embedded arcane splinters, you automatically cast a Splinter Storm at your target. Is that in 8 splinters in one target or 8 splinters in multiple targets? So it will deal the remaining periodic damage instantly. How often are you using clear casting on a single open world target? You would have to use it 4 times to get 8 arcane splinters. Assuming that nothing in here gives us more, which is how we rate these points. I'm going to say this is a +0. Like, this isn't bad, but also, like, it seems, again, like one of those specializations that's probably better against bosses, elites, and things like that. So we're gonna go +0. Not useless, but not too crazy. So let's take a look at the talents. Casting Arcane Surge. Okay, so we can just generate 8 splinters every 1.5 minutes, which is fine. During an Arcane Surge, whenever you conjure an Arcane Splinter, you have a 100% chance to conjure an additional one. Okay, so basically, every 1.5 minutes, you can pop Arcane Surge and just go crazy, which is fine. But again, 1.5 cooldown, that's a little bit on the long side for open world content for something like this. So it's okay. We're still going to say +1 point there. I don't really care about the effects of this one. Shifting Power fires a barrage of arcane splinters at random enemies. Okay. So that's going to be right here. So now every minute we've got another ability here we can pick up to potentially throw some more arcane splinters. So we're at 2. For 8 seconds after being struck by an arcane orb, 20% of the damage dealt by an arcane splinter is also dealt to nearby enemies. Okay, 3. We can absorb more damage, summon an extra clone. 4, that's solid. Increase crit and crit strike. Okay, 5. First enemy damaged by your orb conjures 2 arcane splinters. Okay, so another way to add some splinters. We're at 6. Whenever a splinter explodes, it deals damage to nearby enemies. Each time you conjure one, increase the damage of your next supernova, so 7. And there's a chance to launch an arcane orb at 50% effectiveness. Okay, pretty solid. So we're going to get +1 for talent quality for Spellslinger. Okay, so the next question is synergy. So really the only synergy is with Nether Precision. And so with that, we want to look at, are there more ways that we can consume clear casting? So we got Arcane Surge, again, 1.5 cooldown there. Additional stacks of clear casting. Increased chance to proc. Evocation can give us clear casting. It's not like a ton of things that we can do to increase like how much we're utilizing Nether Precision on a regular basis. It's like, okay, we can cast Arcane Surge, we can cast Evocation, we get benefits, more benefits from clear casting, but really it's like the stacking additional times that helps, and then the increased chance to proc help. But that's really about it. So it's not nothing, but it is kind of limited. We can't tweak our Arcane Surge very much to get more splinters. We can't really do anything with shifting power. We got the 1 minute, cooldown on that one. And then the other way we had was our Arcane Orb. So maybe if we can utilize that more often. So we get an additional charge, increase the damage, can launch another one. So we've got stuff we can do, obviously, right? So we can pick up shifting power. We can pick up things here. I think it's a +0. Like, I don't think it's limited enough to deduct a point, but it's definitely not good enough to add a point. So I think that lands Arcane Spellslinger at a +1. So let's take a look at it for Frost. Oops, wrong one. All right, so for this one, when you consume Winter's Chill, okay? So Winter's Chill, we're going to get this from here. Okay, so Winter's Chill causes the target to take damage from your spells as if it were frozen. We get this from casting Flurry. Also down here, Cone of Cold, we can make it apply Winter's Chill. So then the other thing we want to look at here is our Flurry. Okay. So we could reset the cooldown on Flurry. We got 2 charges. Increased damage doesn't really matter. Okay, so we do have some cooldown reduction and increased charges, which is pretty nice. So this is decently good. Like, we have a good amount of times that we can proc this. So this conjures 1 Frost Splinter. It deals the damage with the dot, and then down here we still have to get 8. So we can conjure them more frequently, but we're only stacking 1 instead of 2. So I think that effectively puts us at about the same power level or impact as what we had from Arcane, which is a +0. And then looking through these, so Icy Veins, 2 minute cooldown. Let's see, we can up the duration. Yeah, so every 2 minutes, nothing too crazy there. Shifting power again. Okay, Blizzard. Ice Barrier, yep. Enemies damaged by your Frozen Orb can conjure a Frost Splinter. So then the other thing to check here is just to check on that Frozen Orb, which we've got here. We've got a duration increase, Ice Lance damage. We can reduce the cooldown of Frozen Orb, which is a minute, so we can reduce that. We can reset the cooldown there. And we can also potentially call down a Frozen Orb. So we've got some synergies. So I would say we're neutral. The talents are +1. And I actually think the talents are... The synergy is +1 as well for Frost Mage. I think we've got a few different things that we can do here to kind of like play into this. We've got more ways to manipulate things with Frozen Orbs, with getting some resets, and in a couple of different ways, like cooldown reduction and resets, and just extra Frozen Orbs and stuff like that, enough to warrant a +1 for the synergy. All right, let's do Stormbringer for Elemental and Enhancement. So these are both going to go in 0. We're going to do Enhancement real quick because I already know where it goes. So Enhancement Stormbringer. So basically what this is going to do, when you spend Maelstrom weapon stacks, your Lightning Bolt gets replaced with Tempest, which does a buttload of damage. It does basically a Storm Strike's worth of damage. More than a Storm Strike's worth of damage to your target. And then also the enemies around it. And then down here, your Storm Strike, Lightning Bolt, and Chain Lightning have a chance to strike your target for additional nature damage. Every 3 times this happens, it just automatically replaces your next Lightning Bolt with Tempest. This is fantastic. It's a +1 on the core concept. If we go through the talents, Haste, we've got Refund Maelstrom weapon stacks, so you can keep spending them. Increase damage. Crit chance of nature spells like Storm Strike, which is great. Here, if you only hit 1 target with Tempest, you gain stacks, etc. So 4 points. You gain the effects of Lightning Rod, 5 points. Reduce the target's movement speed, we don't really care about. Summon a Feral Spirit. We're at 7 points. We're at 7 points. Yeah. And then right here, after using Tempest, your next Chain Heal or Healing Surge will be instant cast and consume no mana. That's like great. So enough to do a +1 for the talent quality. And then when we look at synergy, I mean, if I just type Maelstrom weapon, you're going to see 8 million things. There's all sorts of ways to consume, etc. Tons of synergy for this, so that makes it a +1 as well. This is, in my opinion, the best. Well, we'll see when we get to Totemic for enhancement, but Stormbringer is really, really good for enhancement. All right, so then taking a look at Elemental. So it's the same thing. We're going to spend Maelstrom. It's going to replace Lightning Bolt with Tempest, which does the same thing. And then down here, we got the same deal. So again, it's really good. It's just damage amp in general. So we're going to do +1 for the core concept. Then when we look at the talents, it's going to be the same thing. All of these are very good for elementals. So it's going to get a +1 as well. And then when we look at the synergy, again, you're looking at, you know, how am I going to spend Maelstrom? How am I going to generate it? And when it comes to that, you know, we've got ways to generate here. We don't have as many ways to spend and things like that as we do with enhancement with spending the Maelstrom weapon stacks. But we've got a lot of generation on here. So, you know, that generation can definitely help. I don't know that it's as strong of a synergy as what we see from enhancement, but it definitely exists. So it's not going to be a -1. It may be a +0, right? Yeah, because really all we can do here is try to generate Maelstrom faster. We don't really have like a lot of ways to, you know, we're just going to spend it on what we spend it on. So, I mean, Earth Strike's going to spend 60. So it's like after 5 Earth Strikes, we get that Lightning Bolt. I think this is a +0. So still pretty solid. But not quite as good as Stormbringer is for enhancement. All right, so let's do Sun Fury for Fire and Arcane Mage. And this is going to wrap up Mage for us. All right, so Sun Fury Arcane Mage. This is an interesting one. So every 6 times you cast Arcane Blast or Arcane Barrage, you conjure a Spellfire Sphere. So that can take a little while, right? But while you're out of combat, you slowly conjure spellfire spheres over time. So you're going to constantly be generating them. It's just you can generate them faster as you cast Arcane Blast or Arcane Barrage, which you are going to be doing on a regular basis. So kind of balances out. This increases your spell damage by 2% and stacks up to 3 times, which is okay. Like 6% increased spell damage, sure. And then down here, while under the effects of a casted Arcane Surge, which again, we've looked at that before, that's going to be 1.5 minute cooldown. And you have to cast it. You can't just get it some other way. You gain twice as many stacks of Mana Addiction, which I could not find Mana Addiction as an effect when I searched for it before. I'm sure it shows up in game, but is what it is. When your Arcane Phoenix expires, it empowers you, granting Arcane Soul for 3 seconds, plus an additional 0.5 seconds for each exceptional spell it casts. Arcane Barrage grants clear casting and generates 4 arcane charges. So that's for Arcane Soul. Okay, so a couple of things here. One, what is this Phoenix, right? So what happens here is actually right here. When you cast Arcane Surge, you summon a Phoenix. Okay, and then your Phoenix aids you for the duration of the battle, casting random arcane and fire spells. So this says, hey, when your Phoenix is gone, right? Then it's going to give you Arcane Soul. You get clear casting and you get 4 arcane charges, which is pretty solid. Overall, like, I think this is okay. It's not insane. 6% spell damage that you stack up over time. Like, I mean, if you look at Incanter's Flow, like 10% increased damage just for 1 talent point, right? And then it whittles down to 2 and goes back up. You know, this to me is like almost the same at a baseline level. And then here, that Arcane Soul for the Phoenix, it's pretty solid, but I think this is probably a +0 in my opinion. So then we'll get into the talents, right? So casting Arcane Blast or Arcane Barrage grants you haste up to 10 times. That's obviously really good, so that's a point. Prismatic Barrier grants avoidance while active and leech when it breaks. That's good too. When you cast Arcane Surge, duration's extended for each sphere you have. Arcane Bombardment damage bonus is increased. You know, that's solid, 3 points. We got the Phoenix, 4 points. Okay, your Phoenix can spell steal, or your Supernova becomes Gravity Lapse, which warps gravity, suspending targets into the air, and nearby enemies take damage upon landing. Solid, 5 points. Over its duration, the Phoenix will consume each of your spheres to cast an exceptional spell. Upon consuming a Spellfire Sphere, your Arcane Phoenix will grant you Lingering Embers, which increases your spell damage for Arcane by 2%. So again, solid. So 6 points. Conjuring a Sphere increases the damage of your next Arcane Blast by 30% or Arcane Barrage by 30%. So solid, 7 points. Consuming that effect grants your next cast of Arcane Barrage, causes it to grant 4 arcane charges and call down a storm of 4 meteorites. Sounds pretty cool. So we're at 8, and then here, now you can stack your spheres up to 5 times, or generating a sphere while your Phoenix is active causes it to use an exceptional spell. So all 9 of those sound really good to me. So that's going to be a +1 for talent quality. And then looking at synergy, it's basically just how much can we cast Arcane Blast and Arcane Barrage. So if we do Arcane Blast here, so we got damage increase. We got instant cast here, so we can really pop those off really quick if we need to. Okay. Arcane Blast has a small chance to make your next cast of Arcane Blast free. Also pretty good there. So some pretty solid stuff there on Arcane Blast, like ways we can cast it more often. And then Arcane Barrage. Again, some of the same stuff. Hit a nearby target, increased damage, increased effectiveness. We got an Echo there. So not as many ways to cast Arcane Barrage, but we definitely have some synergy with Arcane Blast there. I think we can cast it on a pretty regular basis. And then like we're really looking for ways to like generate spheres, which is mainly going to be through that Arcane Blast, right? So I think we're at like a +0 here. Like there's some synergy in the tree for sure, but it's not an overwhelming amount. Really, we just have a few limited ways to like increase the amount of times we can cast Arcane Blast. So I think it's a +0. So we end up at a +1 for Arcane Sun Fury. And then if we go over to fire, so this time it's going to be every time you consume Hot Streak, you conjure a spell fire sphere. Now, there are ways that we can really quickly generate Hot Streak on Fire Mage. Definitely some ways we can build in. If we look up here, we do Hot Streak. You're going to see like, okay. Consuming Hot Streak does a thing here. That's okay. Dragon's Breath always grants you Hot Streak. So not quite as many. And on this one, so we're looking at Combustion as the effect we have here. Now, Combustion has a 2-minute cooldown. We can reduce the cooldown by casting Fireball, Pyroblast, Scorch, and Phoenix Flames. When they crit, we're going to be casting all those different things. So we got like a little bit of stuff. And then we're going to do the same thing here. So Scorch, Critical Strike. So Hypothermia's Pyroblast and Flame Strike have no cast time and are guaranteed to critically strike. But that's actually really valuable for fire, because those critical strike guarantees are going to pump up your hot streaks as well. And then that really just feeds back into the loop here. I think we did the same thing on here. So we want Arcane Blast or Barrage. So that grants clear casting. Yeah, so not quite as synergistic for Arcane as it is for Fire. I think that's enough to bump it up to a +1 for Fire on the core concept. So we'll give it a +1, and we already know the talents are good, so that's a +2 because they're the same as the stuff we had for Arcane. And then in terms of synergy, I mean, I think this tree has some synergy with itself. Obviously, like I said, there's some ways we can like guarantee crits, or not crits, but guarantee our hot streak. If we look here, let's see, always deals a critical strike. Let's see, guaranteed critical strike on targets below 30% health. So like there's a lot of things that we can do in here to feed into Sun Fury to basically make it so that we're triggering Hot Streak a lot more often and generating these spheres a lot faster. So I think we get a point here for synergy as well. We got 5 left. 5 left. This has been quite the undertaking. We are at 5 hours with 5 left. All right, let's finish up Paladin. So we have Templar for Retribution and Protection. So Retribution is going to go at 0 points, starting point for DPS. Protection is going to go at +1 for the starting point for tanks. All right, so then we'll go to Templar Protection Paladin. So again, for tank, we're looking for damage. So after Ire Tier is replaced with Hammer of Light for 12 seconds after it's cast. So Ire Tier is a 1-minute recharge. We can get it down to a 45-second recharge. So really good cooldown time for open world content. So we can cast this pretty often. And then we get Hammer of Light. You hammer down your enemy with the power of light, dealing, wow, a lot of damage. 580%. That is insane. For Protection Paladin, look at that. Our Avenger's Shield hits for 75% of attack power. This is hitting for 580%. So that hits really hard. And then it also does that damage in AoE. And then it calls down Empyrean hammers from the sky to strike 3 nearby enemies for 45% of attack power, holy damage each. So like half of an Avenger's Shield. Actually, more than half. It does cost 5 holy power. So we have to cast Eye of Tyr, generate 5 holy power, and then cast it. But man, it hits hard. You gain a stack of Light's Deliverance when you call down a hammer. While Eye of Tyr and Hammer of Light are unavailable, you consume 60 stacks to cast Hammer of Light an additional time for free. Okay, so you can build up some free stacks, some free hits of Hammer of Light. So I think this has a huge impact on Protection Paladin. It's definitely worth +1 just for the concept of the build alone. Okay, let's look at the talents. So call down 2 more hammers. Good enough, that's a point. You get a Holy Barrier and a heal. Don't really care too much on Protection Paladin for that. We can increase the damage. That's 2 points. Okay, after casting Hammer of Light, we call down a hammer 4 times. That's good. 3 points. We extend the duration of that with our Crusader Strike, Hammer of Wrath, and Judgment. Also solid. Let's see. Shield of the Righteous and Word of Glory calls down a hammer on a nearby enemy. That's good. 5 points. When it crits, it deals damage to nearby enemies. Also good. So we're at 6 points. Divine Steed lasts 2 seconds longer and increases your movement speed by an additional 30% for the first 3 seconds. That's amazing. So we're at, what, 7 points now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then increased haste and Eye of Tyr gives you 3 holy power. 8. Yeah, easy. So talent quality there, or not talent quality, but yeah, talent quality is an easy +1. And then for synergies, I mean, we're looking at ways. We've got cooldown reduction for Eye of Tyr. Also, let's see. We've got Judgment increases the damage. So if we can cast Judgment multiple times, that would be nice. We've got 2 charges. Yeah, 2 charges right there. Also, we've got it so that our next 5 cast of Judgment generate 2 additional holy power. So that gives us more ways to be able to cast Hammer of Light anyway, like a more reliable way. Synergy there. Judgment extends the duration of Shake the Heavens. Again, we like that. Hammer of Wrath. So we can obviously pop Avenging Wrath every 2 minutes, or we can just use Hammer of Wrath as it is. Shield of the Righteous calls down a hammer. Obviously, we've got a ton of ways to proc that. We can proc Word of Glory for free. Yeah, I think we got plenty of synergy here. I think this becomes a +1 for the synergy in the class and specialization tree as well. All right, so then we go over to Retribution, and it's the same thing, right? So Wake of Ashes, and which, you know, we got to pick up and we can use there. Looks good. And then, yep, so same thing. So again, I think this is high impact for Retribution as well. It's going to be a +1. We already know these talents are going to be as good, possibly even a little bit better than they were for Protection, because the defensive stuff that we have here is actually valuable. Let's just take a look real quick and see what synergies we have. So this is Judgment, Crusader Strike, Hammer Wrath, and Blade of Justice. Okay. And then Hammer of Light applies Judgment. Yep. So I think we're going to wind up with the same thing here. There's a lot of ways for us to influence things on the trees here too. So we're going to get +1 for core concept, +1 for talent quality, and +1 for synergy for Retribution Paladin as well. All right, Totemic for Restoration and Enhancement Shaman. So Restoration is going to go -1, the start for healers, and Enhancement's going to go to 0, the start for DPS. So we'll come over here, Enhancement, Totemic. All right, so this is going to give us a totem that deals damage every 6 seconds for 24 seconds. So it's going to deal damage 4 or 5 times here. 30-second cooldown, so we can basically drop it on every single pack that we take on. Gives us a reason to use a totem, because really there's not a reason to use a totem on Enhancement Shaman, except for like maybe Healing Stream Totem if you pick it up, or maybe like one of the CC totems sometimes, but not very often. So yeah, solid. And then Elemental Motes orbit around your totem, and your abilities consume the motes for enhanced effects. So for air, our next Storm Strike or Wind Strike deals increased damage and hits an additional enemy. Earth, casting Sundering or Elemental Blast refunds cooldown. And then Fire, increase the crit chance of our next Fire Nova or Lava Lash and its critical strike damage. I think this is high impact. I mean, it gives you a totem, it gives you a reason to use totems. It's a different flavor of Shaman that I feel like we haven't really had in a long time. I've honestly felt like for the most part, totems have been super useless in open world PvE content in World of Warcraft for a while. So it's cool to bring this back, and also these little mote buffs that you get are actually pretty good. So I'm gonna say that on core concept, we're gonna bump enhancement up with a +1. For talents, so Storm Strike can unleash a bolt at your totem, increasing its damage and then redirecting the bolt to deal nature damage to a target. Okay, that's good. Size and radius of your totems, yeah, that's pretty decent. Increased chance for Wind Fury weapon to trigger and increases damage, that's really good. Increase your damage and healing done, also good. Absorb shield on enhancement, yep, that's solid, we'll take it, 5 points. Increase the damage of the totem, 6. Lava Lash has a chance to summon another totem that heals Searing Bolts for 8 seconds, awesome, 7. Frost Shocks empowered by Hailstorm, Lava Lash, and Fire Nova cause your Searing Totems to shoot a volley at up to 5 nearby enemies, super cool. That would be 8, and then increase the crit chance of your totem's attack and crit strike damage. Yeah, super good. Yeah, so all these talents, talent value, we're going to add a point as well. And then synergy, right? So obviously, you know, anything we can do to kind of like boost our totems is going to help. Let's see, anything we can really grab from here. So we can get more radius. We can get, you know, relocation on our totems, which is not that big of a deal. We can reduce the cooldown on of our totems by 6 seconds, so this becomes a 24-second cooldown. That's pretty solid. And that's about it. So not like a ton of like totem buffs we can get from enhancement here. But obviously we can get plenty of Storm Strike procs and buffs and stuff to make this happen more often. We can spec into different ways to improve Lava Lash as well. Also, we can, you know, do Hailstorm. We can go into Fire Nova. We've got ways to edit those different things as well. So I think overall we got a point extra for our synergies. So that's going to bring that up to a +3. All right, so Restoration. All right, so this time our totem is going to cast Healing Rain for 24 seconds, which we don't care about. We get the effect. So for Restoration, it reduces the cast time of our next healing spell with air. Water makes our healing wave or surge heal an ally inside. And then Earth, chain heal. Yeah, so this is absolutely useless. It's just all heal, 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 heal. So -1 point. Let's see. Chain heal jumps. We don't care. Size and radius, that's worth a point. Earth living weapon effect, we don't care. Damage increase, that's worth a point. Absorb shield is worth a point. This is more just healing. A free chain heal. More healing. More healing. So we got 3 talents that are kind of worth it. So that's -1 point again. And then in terms of synergy, again, we can look for like anything we can do with our totems here. Which is really like nothing. We've got the, you know, cooldown reduction over here, which we don't really care because we don't even want to use this totem. So that's going to be -1 point on the synergy as well. So we've got our second -4 talent here for hero talent trees in open world content. All right, let's finish off Rogue. We got Trickster for Outlaw and Subtlety. They're going to go in the 0 start for DPS. All right, so we're on Trickster. Okay. Trickster for Outlaw. Sinister Strike and Ambush. Now also strike with an Unseen Blade, dealing 320% attack power damage. That seems like a lot. Let's see what we got. Our Sinister Strike hits for... what? 21% of attack power? That's at level 1. Okay, so level 1. Here we go. Let's get up here to a more powerful Sinister Strike. Okay, 88% of attack power times a bunch of other stuff. So yeah, that's not really going to tell us much. Let's try our... Okay, Dispatch is 47% times 7, so about 350-ish% damage. So this also strikes with basically a 5-point dispatch. That is insane. Phased enemies take 5% more damage from you and cannot parry your attacks. But this can only happen once every 20 seconds. So it's okay. You're probably going to use this and just delete something, and then you're going to have to kill, you know, 2, 3, 4 mobs before it can happen again. So it's okay. It's insane, but the once every 20 seconds thing is kind of eh. After 4 strikes with Unseen Blade, your next dispatch will be performed as a coup de grace, functioning as if it has consumed 5 additional combo points. If the primary target is phased, you gain 5 stacks of Flawless Form. Okay, Flawless Form, Unseen Blade, and Killing Spree increase the damage of your finishing moves. Okay. I'm going to say this is a +0. If it didn't have this 20-second cooldown, it would be an absolute +1. Like, easy. This is a really strong effect, but that 20-second cooldown means that, I mean, you're getting this... I don't know, you're getting it every 3rd or 4th mob. It's not terrible. If we can reset the opportunity to do this, it's going to be really good. But for right now, just based on these two, I'm going to say +0. All right. Attacks that generate combo points deal 25% increased crit damage to phase targets. That's good. Don't really care about this. Killing Spree has 10% reduced cooldown and allows your next 2 strikes of Unseen Blade to ignore their cooldown. Good. Let's see. Damage reduction from phased targets. That's good. Killing Spree applies phased. Yep, that's good. Distract makes a cloud of smoke. Yep, that's good too. We went over that one, so we're at 6 now. Slice and Dice grants 10% additional attack speed and gives your auto attacks a chance to refresh your opportunity to strike with Unseen Blade. Okay, so with Killing Spree, we can do Unseen Blade more often. Killing Spree has a 1.5-minute cooldown. And there's no way for us to reduce it. So, like, that's solid. Okay, so Slice and Dice gives us the chance to refresh the chance to strike with Unseen Blade with Sinister Strike or Ambush. Okay, so that's much better. And then also we could do this other one. That's fine. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So we're going to get +1 for talent quality. Okay, and then for synergy, really the only thing we can do to synergize with this is enhance Killing Spree, which we can't do. We just get Killing Spree. It's got a 1.5-minute cooldown on it, and we can't do anything about it. So really it's like Slice and Dice and Feint, maybe. So with Feint, we can reduce the energy cost. We can give it 1 additional charge. We have to dodge something. 15-second recharge. So taking damage from an area of effect attack while Feint is active or dodging is while it's active refreshes your opportunity to strike with Unseen Blade. This can only occur once every 5 seconds. It lasts for 6 seconds, so that might be an effective way to get Unseen Blade back. Or let's see. Restless Blades now also reduces the cooldown on evasion and feint by 0.5 seconds per combo point spent. And then the other thing we can do is potentially buff Slice and Dice. So like there's limited synergy here. But not like a lot. So I think we actually are going to take a point off. Because the synergy is so limited. It's like literally... We have some small modifications to Slice and Dice. We also do have the phase component here where we make enemies take 5% more damage from us. And we get the increased critical strike. Killing Spree applies phase. We can also make it so distract. It's a 90-second cooldown if we do that. Yeah, I'm going to go -1 for synergy. All right, so let's look and see if subtlety does any better with this. So backstab or shadow strike now also strike. Okay. We got the same thing. All right, so same thing here. So we're going to do +0 on this one, just like we did the other one. Okay, we got the same stuff here. Secret technique. Okay. So that's going to be a 1-minute cooldown. So we do get to use this more often, more frequently. Same kind of stuff here. Do we have anything different for feint? We actually have less synergy. And then we have less slice and dice as well. All right, so we're still going to get +1 for the points, but then we're going to get -1 for the synergy again. So we're going to wind up in the same spot. Okay. 2 left. All right, let's do Void Weaver. So Discipline and Shadow. Again, we're going to put both of these in as DPS. If you do consider Discipline to be more of a healer, feel free to drop it down to the -1 if you need to. All right, so Priest, Discipline, Void Weaver. Okay. Mind Blast tears open a rift that follows the enemy for 8 seconds. Enemies caught in its path suffer shadow damage every 1 second while within its reach. Sounds nice. Just additional damage, which we definitely want on Discipline. And then each time Penance damages or heals, which we'll use that pretty regularly, it empowers the rift, increasing its damage. After the rift collapses, it deals shadow damage split amongst enemy targets within 15 yards. Sounds good. I think that's worth a point. Okay, let's look at the talents here. The rift slows enemies, or you move faster. Yeah, that's valuable on a priest, on a range class. So we'll do 1 point. Shadow or Death consumes absorb shields from your target, dealing extra damage. That just doesn't happen enough in open world content, so I'm not worried about that. I'm not going to give it a point. Your atonement healing is increased. Don't care. Void Blast. The Rift upgrades Smite into Void Blast, which deals energy damage and causes shadow damage. 110%. Okay, so how does that stack up to Smite? Okay, 70%. Yeah, okay. So we'll go a point there. Extend the duration of your atonements. Don't care. Void Blast increases the duration of the rift. That's good. Atonement healing. I'm going to say no. Power Word Shield absorbs additional damage, 4 points. Shadow Word Death can summon a Shadow Fiend, blah, blah, blah. That's good, 5 points. And then absorb magic damage taken. We're at 5 points. So we're not going to get to 7. So it's going to be a +0 on the talent quality here. And then synergy, right? So Mind Blast. All right, if we can cast Mind Blast more often, then that's going to help us out. No, so there's no like reduction, no cooldown reduction, blah, blah, blah here. And then what's the other kind of thing that we might want to do here? So Void Blast right there. So this is replacing Smite. So if we can cast this more often, we can extend the duration of the Rift. That prevents damage. Smite reduces the cooldown. Damage increased. Damage increased. Cast time reduction. Not a lot. Not a lot. Yeah, so I think we actually take a point off here because there's not really much in the way of synergy. All right, and then we'll go Shadow, Void Weaver. So this time Void Torrent tears open. Okay, so Void Torrent, we got a spec into it here. It's 45 seconds. We can reduce it down to 30 seconds. So, you know, pretty solid there. Okay. We got the same deal here. We can use Void Torrent while moving. That's pretty solid. Actually, so 1 point. Shadow Word Death, no. Shadow damage increase, Void Blast. We've got a point here. Point here, and that's 5. 6. 7. 7 points. So we'll do a +1 for talent quality for Shadow. And then we're looking at synergies. So we know we can reduce the cooldown for Void Torrent here so that we can be able to use it more often. That's pretty nice. And then let's see. Mind Blast. There's going to be a ton of ways for us to modify Mind Blast here. So, you know, we've got the apparitions, additional charge. Let's see. Can reset the cooldown on Mind Blast. So yeah, we definitely have a point for synergy here as well. All right, and our last one here is going to be our Wild Stalker for Restoration and Feral. So Restoration goes in the -1, Feral goes in the 0. All right, let's hit this up. Okay, so Rip and Rake. Right here, Builder Spender. Have a chance to cause Bloodseeker Vines to grow on the victim, dealing 121% attack power bleed over 6 seconds. So I like that this is a short bleed. That really makes a difference in open world content because, you know, you're going to kill things relatively fast. So like an 18 second, 24 second, you know, damage over time is like kind of wasted a lot of times. So 6 seconds is nice. Wild Growth and Regrowth Healing has a chance to cause symbiotic blooms, which heal over 6 seconds. And we're going to be able to cast, let's see. Well, not that. It should be Regrowth, I think. We're not going to cast Wild Growth because it's not usable in shapeshift form. And then... yeah, regrowth. We can probably cast on ourselves. We'll cast that on a regular basis. So overall, this whole thing is just pretty good. Bleeds matter a lot in Feral, depending on the build. It's extra damage. And then also regrowth, giving additional healing to us, is going to be good as well. And then down here, Bloodseeker Vines increase the damage of your abilities. Symbiotic Blooms increase your healing. Yeah, this is just really solid all around for Feral. So we'll give it a +1. Looking at the talents, okay, increased damage in cat form. Yeah, we're not going to use Soothe or remove corruption. Additional duration on Bloodseeker Vines, or they increase the damage of your abilities. That's good. Tiger's Fury and attacking from Prowl increases the chance for critical strikes, and Regrowth increases the chance for periodic heals. That's good. During bark skin, your movement's increased and flowers grow beneath your feet that heal injured allies for a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. When Bloodseeker vines expire or you use Ferocious Bite, they explode. Okay. When the blooms expire, you cast Rejuve, then flowers grow. Yep, that's good. Rip and Ferocious Bite damage increased. We're at 6. Regrowth healing on yourself increased. That's 7. We can double up on the blooms that we get. Or when we gain or lose Tiger's Fury, our next single target melee ability causes a Bloodseeker vine to grow for 4 seconds. All really good. So +1 on the talent quality. And then in terms of synergy, I mean, Rip and Rake, you know, casting those makes a difference. But also if we just look at like bleed synergies here, we've got ways to add bleed. So this increases the damage from your bleeds here. Let's see. Yeah, we got a little bit of bleed synergy. Not as much as I remembered from previous. But we do have some bleed synergy there. We got Rip and Rake. We got some healing stuff there. Let's see, what else? Oh, yeah. Ah, there we go. Adaptive Swarm. So that's another periodic effect. So increase the effectiveness of your periodic effects on them by 25%. So that's a way we can boost those up. Then we also have Circle of Life and Death. Your damage over time effects deal their damage in less time, etc. So we got some ways to boost up the bleeds from this. Also to boost up the healing as well. So that makes a bit of a difference. And then we also had some synergies here with like our Tiger's Fury. Okay, so we can pick this up. It can last a little bit longer. Not that that really matters. We actually don't really want it to last longer because we want it to gain, lose, etc. Tiger's Fury increases the periodic damage of your bleeds. Yeah, we've got synergies here that I think are pretty nice. So we're gonna do a +1 point for synergy as well. And then let's check it out on Resto. So again, we got bleeds and we got heals. This is huge for Resto. Damage, that's what we're looking for. That's what we want. So really, really good here. So this is definitely a +1 for Resto. If we go through the talents, we got damage and healing in cat form, or we got Moonfire, Sunfire damage increased. That's good. We get the Vines combo here. Attacking from Prowl, that's not really... I mean, we can do that on Resto for sure, if we wanted to. The casting Regrowth, like, we would really want this to say something like Moonfire, Sunfire, you know, Starfire, etc. Does damage, but it doesn't, so I'm not going to give a point for that one. Rooted in place, like, that's fine CC, we'll give a point for that. The explosion here is good. We're probably not going to be using Rip and Ferocious Bite. I mean, we could go cat form restoration here if that's what we wanted to do. I just don't know if that's what we would do. So I'm going to hold off on giving it the extra point there. Regrowth healing is good. That's 5. And then a double vines and stuff here is good as well. So 6 points. So just shy of getting a +1, right? Maybe... if we look at this, if you're considering playing Restoration as like a hybrid cat form, I don't know why you wouldn't just play feral cat at that point, really. But if that's what you're doing, then I would say that you would give it a +1 for the talent points here. But I typically don't play the hybrid Resto cat stuff. I prefer to just go for like the spellcaster version, so I can cast all my really good heals and stuff that I have as Resto. So for me, that's going to mean a +0 on the talent quality, so it doesn't go up or down. And then if we look at synergies, again, like we're really going to be looking for ways that we can do the bleeds, the periodic over time effects and stuff like that. So, you know, we still have an option here. Let's see. Yeah, we don't have a lot of ways to increase like the bleed damage, which is what we would like to do here. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of synergy for us on the damage side of Wildstalker. So I think that actually does bring it down 1 point. Okay. Holy cow. We are here at the end. I finally finished ranking every single one of these. So what I want to do real quick is I want to run through, do an overview. I also want to tell you the stuff that I'm personally like the most excited for in spite of the ratings that we gave here, like with my full bias absolutely incorporated. So what I'm excited about for each of the different classes. So remember again, just here at the end, in case you need a refresher, this is how we scored things, right? Specialization first, +1 point for tank and pet specs, -1 point for healing, neutral for everything else. We looked at the core concept of each of the hero trees, and for things that looked like they were high impact or build defining, we added a point. If they look like they didn't really provide a benefit at all, or they'd be really tedious to play or just didn't mesh well with the pacing of open world PvE content, we subtracted a point. Everything else, we kept it neutral. Then we looked at how many of the core talents, the 9 middle talents in that row, or in that talent tree, were good for open world content in the context of the spec that we were playing. And if 7 or more were good, then we gave it a +1. If 3 or fewer were bad, we took a point away. And then finally, we looked at the synergy within the class and the specialization itself to kind of get a feel for how much we could have an impact on what the hero talent build does. Like, is the hero talent just its own standalone thing and we can't really influence it? If that's the case, we took a point away. If we could do some things like maybe amp the damage of something in the tree, or if we could like modify something here or there, we kept it neutral. And if we actually had ways to just do a lot of different things, you know, amp damage, change mechanics, have more opportunities to reset and use the mechanic, then we went ahead and gave it a +1, right? And again, you can go through this to yourself, and if you disagree on something, take the points away, add the points here, whatever you want to do. This is the system that I came up with to rank these, and in general, I feel like for the most part, this is a pretty accurate representation of how good I think each of these are. The one caveat I'll put here is I do feel like there are some specializations that if you look at the first and last talent and then include everything in the middle, they might have gotten the point for impact or the point for the core concept being really good and build defining, right? So that is one area where I think, you know, some of these hero talent trees maybe missed a point that they could have gotten. But overall, I think that this is a fairly accurate representation of the things that I think are the best. So again, keep in mind our +4s, that's the highest that we can get for a tank spec or for a pet spec. So based on that, I think that the best hero talent tank specs in the War Within right now, pre-launch, are going to be Vengeance Aldraki Reaver, Protection Colossus, Blood Deathbringer, Protection Mountain Thane, and Protection Templar. I think the best pet class specializations are going to be the Affliction Hellcaller and the Survival Pack Leader. Okay. +3 is the highest that a DPS could get. And for this, we have quite a few. Arms Colossus, Marksmanship Dark Ranger, Beast Mastery Dark Ranger, Frost Deathbringer, Subtlety Deathstalker, Demonology Diabloist, Destruction Diabloist. We've got Fire Frostfire, Frost Frostfire, Destruction Hellcaller, Fury Mountain Thane, Beastmaster Pack Leader, Unholy Sand Lane, Survival Sentinel, Enhancement Stormbringer, Fire Sun Fury, Retribution Templar, Enhancement Totemic, and Feral Wild Stalker. And then +2 was the highest that any healing spec could get. And I don't know if we got a single one that made it. We don't. So none of the healing specializations made it to +2. We did we have one that made it to +1? No. +0. Preservation Evoker. That's it. So as of right now, Preservation Flame Shaper Evoker looks like the best healing specialization to me with the hero talent tree. So, all right. So real quickly, what I want to do is I want to go through and just briefly talk about, how I'm feeling about each of these classes. We're just going to go in the order right here. So we're going to start with Death Knight. I'm a blood player. I think Deathbringer sounds really insane with the Reaper's Mark and the extra slashes on Marrowrend with Exterminate. It turns Marrowrend into something that's like just pretty badass for blood DK. I think this is really going to up the damage, which a lot of times is something that they struggle with in PvE content. You can pull everything and never, ever, ever die, but it sometimes does feel like it takes forever for you to kill things. So really pumped about that. We've got Sand Lane as an additional follow-up that I'm pretty positive about, but I as of right now, I think Deathbringer is going to be really, really great. In terms of Frost and Unholy, I don't play those quite as much. Even though I have Deathbringer and Sand Lane up higher, I'm actually more excited to try out Rider of the Apocalypse just to ride around on the horse and fight on the horse all the time. So that's where I'm at on Blood Death Knight. For our Demon Hunter, right? I play both specs here. I'm not particularly interested in Felsguard for either one just because of that Metamorphosis button, the cooldown that it's locked behind, but I do still think it sounds really cool. Aldraki Reaver, I'm really excited to play. The combination of the hunt, throwing the glaives, jumping back, and doing the vengeful retreat, it has all the crazy movement stuff that I'm really excited about. So not just with Vengeance, but also with Havoc. I think Aldraki Reaver is going to be a lot of fun. I still think that Felsguard will be fun, even though it's locked behind a Metamorphosis cooldown. For Druid, Druid is kind of an interesting one here. You'll notice that Druid's kind of all over the place. Keeper of the Grove, Restoration, absolutely horrible. I do think that for me, the most interesting ones here is going to be Guardian, Elun's Chosen, trying Arcane Bear with, Arcane Thrash and stuff. Sounds like a lot of fun. And then also I do think that the Feral Wild Stalker is going to be pretty sweet with the extra bleeds and just all the extra healing. So I've been playing Guardian for the most part, but I think I'm going to be trying some Feral as well with the Wild Stalker. For that. The Druid of the Claw thing, I'm not super excited about, and I'm not excited about Treants either. For Evoker, it's a new class. It is what it is. I can't say that I'm particularly excited about anything for Evoker in the context of solo open world PvE. I am still really excited to play Preservation Evoker in a group, though. So, not really relevant to this channel unless, we do some team delves and stuff like that, in which case that's when I'd be looking at this Preservation Evoker for sure. So I'm kind of just it is what it is for Evoker. Hunter, honestly, I'm not really too excited about anything on Hunter with the exception of Marksmanship Dark Ranger. I think Marksmanship Dark Ranger sounds really cool, really fun. I like the theme. I like the idea of adding the dot, doing the shadow damage, big aim shots, different stuff like that. And I want to see how the Sentinel pans out on both of these specializations, but I'm not confident that it's going to be good. To me, Pack Leader sounds really boring. It's just more of the same. Just kill command, kill command, kill command, kill command, kill command, whatever. So even though it's up here at the top and I think, you know, it's going to be really good, I could care less. For mage, it's Frostfire, 100%. Frostfire, fire. I always prefer playing fire mage. Frostfire looks insane. I played it on the alpha and it was really good. I am curious to see how the Phoenix casts spells in Sun Fury, but I almost feel like that's more of like a raid spec and stuff. Frostfire's dope. I don't care about Spellslinger at all. Monk. Honestly, I think everything from Monk this time looks terrible. I'm not super interested in anything that Monk is doing, which is kind of crazy. If anything, even though I have these rated pretty low, I would say that, you know, I'm more excited about potentially playing Fistweaver in a group than I am about playing any other type of Monk solo PvE. So yeah, I'm just overall not really excited about Monk in the War Within. Paladin, oh my gosh. Templar Protection Paladin sounds amazing. Same thing for Retribution. I mean, the other ones here can shove it. I just want to call down 1,000,000 hammers from the sky. So I'm super pumped to try these out in the War Within. Then we go to our Priest. Okay, so Priest, it's my least played class by far. It's just not my thing, but Void Weaver sounds kind of cool for Shadow. That's it. That's all I got. Rogue. I'm interested to try all the Rogue stuff because I don't know actually how good it's going to be for any of them. They all sound kind of weird, but I think they all have the potential to be pretty fun. It just depends on the pacing and how fast you're, like, I'm always worried like you're going to kill stuff too fast on a Rogue to get the benefit of a lot of the stuff that they put in here that you would get if you were like fighting a raid boss or something like that. Like a lot of times you're just like delete and the next thing, delete and the next thing, delete. So I gotta see. I just gotta see how it pans out. But I'm looking forward to trying all of them regardless of where they're at on here. I do feel like out of everything on the list, Rogue is the one that I feel like probably could have got bonus points for including the entire tree in that core concept. So, you know, for example, if we were to look at, you know, like the Trickster here, like you look at this and you're like, you know, it doesn't get a point. It's a +0. But when you start looking at ways to reset Unseen Blade and then you can use it more often, then I probably would have given it a +1. But that's not the system, so it is what it is. Shaman, I'm stoked. I'm so stoked for Shaman. I don't care about Resto. I mean, these specializations, in my opinion, just look like they suck. The hero talent trees. Elemental looks fine, but I'm not excited about it. I'm very excited for Stormbringer. This basically just takes the build that I almost always play on Enhancement Shaman and makes it even better. And then the Totemic just looks fun. It looks like a new way to try and play enhancements so that if I get tired of the Maelstrom weapon version, I can go over to the Totemic and actually have some totems and feel like I'm, you know, back 15 years ago or whatever. You know, put my little Searing Totem out to do damage for me, and like I'm pretty excited to try that out again. It's an aspect of Shaman that I've really missed, so I'm really excited about Shaman. Warlock, some pretty interesting stuff there. I gotta say that for me, honestly, the one that I'm the most excited about is gonna be Affliction Hellcaller. Just putting those dots on there and just amping all that up. There was some stuff I saw in there about, you know, like Haunt doing this and that and everything, and I've really grown to like Affliction Warlock a lot, so I'm pretty pumped about that. But I like all 3 Warlock specializations, and all of these builds, all these hero talent trees look potentially super fun. So I'm really excited to play all of them on all the specializations. And same goes for Warrior. Traditionally, I play Protection, and then I play Fury, and then sometimes I play Arms. Protection, both of these specializations look fun. I did play them in the alpha. I liked them a lot. I'm excited to test them in live. Fury, I'm excited to check out, you know, the Mountain Thane for that one. And then also I think Slayer could be potentially pretty cool as well. And then Arms, maybe I'll get around to playing it. I don't know. So that's kind of my thoughts on these hero trees. If I had to list like hype levels, I'm the most hyped about these last three down here: Warrior, Warlock, and Shaman. I think there's a lot of cool stuff going on with maybe like Rogue, Paladin, Mage. Then I can kind of like, the other ones look fine. Not super hyped about Priest or Monk or Evoker. So I'm going to leave it at that. It's been 87 hours since I started this stream. It's been almost 6 hours. This is an insane video. Hopefully this helps you out and gives you some ideas about, you know, maybe what you can consider playing, whether that's a class, a specialization, or a specific hero talent tree. I'm never doing this again in one sitting. It'll be broken up into small, tiny videos, which is probably what I should have done anyway, but it is what it is. So thanks everybody. I appreciate you tuning into the stream for those of you who did, and for those of you who are watching the VOD later, man, please throw a like on it. Throw a like on it just for the 6 hours of effort. No, I'm kidding. Effort doesn't equal quality, so no one's obligated. But anyway, thanks for watching the video. Thanks for tuning into the stream. Hope it was helpful. If it was, throw a like, subscribe to the channel, share this video with someone who's going to play the War Within. As always, I appreciate you taking time to watch one of my streams, one of my videos, and I'll see you on the next one. All right, we're ending this thing. We're going to do one of these.